Please bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord Jesus, as we enter this training hall, we bring your presence with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into the atmosphere of this room. We acknowledge your lordship over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and accomplished within this day. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the gifts you have given to each one of us. We do not take them lightly, but we commit in using them responsibly and well. Give us fresh supply of truth and beauty to which we draw our strength in doing our job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, and our energy, so that even our smallest tasks may bring our honor. Lord, when we're confused, guide us. When we're worried, energize us. Lord, when we're burned out, infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to another day. No, this is the second day of our free bookkeeping seminar. So, yung mga bago pa lang ngayon, so welcome for this today. No, kasi kung kulang kayo ng attendance, pwede kayo mag-make up on the next. No, yung mga ngayon lang umattend. Okay, so I would like to call on the attendance. So we have Asibochi Jennifer from San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Aguro Queenie Rose. Putol yung address, no? Alcantara Alex from Calawag, Quezon. Belio Arlene from Muntinlupa City. Corpus Melissa, Imus Cavite. Kusalan Jinilin, Tuba Benguet. No? Daguio Finina, Nueva Vizcaya. Darin Joy, Gisalan, San Mateo, Rizal. De la Cruz Mayra, Mandaluyong City. De Liosa Aisel, Calawag, Quezon. De los Reyes, Maria Meiji, putol din. No? And then we have Fernandez Maria Donali, no? Inayawan, Cebu City. Giyang Ed Lauren, Concepcion, Tarlac. We have Lim Patarin, Dipolog City, Zamboanga. Manabi Maria Aliena, Paraiso, Quezon City. We have Okana Marigold, Project 2, Quezon City. Pamitan Dennis, Alibago, Enrile, Cagayan. Perdiguera Charito, Binangunan, Rizal. Rada Maria Florenza, Ginobatan, Albay. Salceda Jeffrey, Sabido Avenue, Magurang, walang bayan, no? Servando Edith, Las Piñas, no? And Peralta Anales, walang date, walang address, no? Okay. So, Hari kasi hindi pa tapos yung attendance. Anyway, may mag-attendance pa yan, no? Shout out na lang natin ulit mamaya pag ano na natin, pag siguro after the break this morning, no? So, by a way of review, ano po yung napag-usapan natin kahapon? We talk about the bookkeeping, no? Yung double entry ng bookkeeping natin. At saka yung mga books of accounts na gagamitin natin. And yung pinaka-importante doon ay registered po ang inyong books of accounts with the BIA bago ninyo gamitin. No? And also we talk about the rules in bookkeeping. Why? Kasi hindi pwede yung record na lang kayo ng record sa libro nyo, hindi nyo sinusunod yung bookkeeping rules and regulations. May mga rules po yan. So lahat ng ginagawa natin, may batas yan, no? Dapat natin sundin. Just like yung resibo, akala natin issue tayo ng issue na resibo, okay na yun. Hindi pala, bakit? Kasi ang resibo, may rules and regulations din yan. No? As to the format, as to kung ilang kopya yung i-issue mo, and then on the contents, no? So, lahat po yan may mga rules and regulations that we have to follow. No? And then in the afternoon, we discuss about the preparation of financial statements. So, we have the balance sheet, we have the income statement, the statement of changes in equity, and the cash flows, no? So, the whole afternoon, yun yung ginawa natin. And also, yung sinasabi ko sa inyo mga updates that I also invited you to attend the two-day free seminar also for tax preparer scheduled on February 11 and 12. And yung second batch is March 11 and 12, no? Hari, marami na bang nag-ano doon? Na 260? Okay. So ngayon, ilan na yung viewers natin?
46.
Sige.
49.
Sige. Kasi paparating na yan sila dahil umpisa na eh. Okay? So this is our two-day seminar, and then the second day, our objectives is to learn bookkeeping using new technology. Why? Kasi we're talking about bookkeeping, and sabi ko nga sa inyo, bookkeeping is the heart of tax compliance. Kasi kahit anong galing mo pa sa tax, kung yung records mo wala o sabog, wala, baliwala din yun. Why? Because during the tax audit, you will be at the mercy of the examiner. Bakit you will be at the mercy of the examiner? Kasi wala kang ipapakita. Your income tax return, your financial statement is just a mere scrap of paper. Bakit scrap of paper lang siya? Kasi wala siyang supporting documents, no? So, paano mo patunayan na tama yung laman ng VAT returns mo, tama yung laman ng financial statements mo kung wala kang supporting documents? And that supporting documents are likewise regulated. Just like halimbawa, you declare sales in your income tax return. Pagtingin ng examiner, yung sales mo is 1 million. Tapos, halimbawa naman may books ka pero kulang. 5 million lang yung may resibo. So, ano mangyayari doon sa other 5 million? Non-issuance of receipts. No? So, meron kang corresponding penalty na kaagad per face of the return pa lang. No? So, ganun po ka-importante ang bookkeeping. And we have to follow the accounting rules and regulations, especially sa source document natin, that every transaction that we have, dapat nagre-record tayo. Huh? Okay. So, to know the different accounting softwares, yan po yung gagawin natin ngayon, no? Anyway, napakarami na pong accounting softwares ngayon, but we will discuss only a few, no? If you want to expand, then you can do it on your own, no? We're just giving you the overview, considering na 2 araw lang itong ginawa natin na seminar, no? So, we cannot cover everything. Expound nyo na lang po. To know the rules and regulations on using computerized accounting system, ito yung update, no? Ito yung wala doon sa mga previous natin na free bookkeeping seminars. Hari, tanggalin mo yung takip. Okay? And then we have the other objective to gain knowledge about record retention and management. Why? Because after you issue the receipts and then you record it in your books of accounts, you still have the responsibility to retain or to archive your documents, no? And how many years po nire-require kayo to retain your records? 10 years, no? Dati kasi 3 years. Ngayon ginawa ng 10 years. Okay. So, for the House rules, the clarification regarding the topic discussed will be entertained during the lecture. No? And the same pa rin po yung gagawin natin. All your questions and clarification, you just write it in the comment portion of our YouTube channel, and we will answer all your questions after the lecture in the afternoon. No? So, we will allot time to answer question. No? Napuyat kami dalawa ni Hari kasi nag-question and answer yung live streaming po natin kagabi, 8 to 10. Inabot tayo ng ilang oras sa hari? 10, quarter to 11. Sa dami po ng question, no? Siguro kung hindi natin yun in-stop, may mga darating pa. No? May mga pahabol pa. So, hindi kaya ng powers. Kaya, sabi ko, hindi kaya ng powers namin ni Hari. Tawanan kami kasi ang dami talaga, ang daming questions kasi tax season na po. And when we say tax season, malapit na yung ating filing po, the most awaited na April 15, yung ating annual income tax return. No? Okay. So, yun yung the most awaited na return eh. Kasi kahit na yung BIR, yun din ang hinihintay nila because that is the consolidated, no? Ng lahat ng mga pinafile nyo, nandyan na yung gross receipt nyo, na yun din yung pinafile nyo in your VAT returns, percentage tax returns, so much so with your withholding, nandun na lahat. Kaya dun mo makita sa income tax yung summary of your tax compliance, no? Okay? So, may natapos ka na? May nadagdag na participants? Akin na. Kasi idagdag natin dito.
So, baka mas-try na. Sinekan ko lang ulit eh.
Ay, malito na tayo dyan.
Lagyan ko ng ano.
X.
Sige na, ulit.
Oh, sige. Sige po, later na lang. Yung hindi po natawag kanina kasi mag-react sila dyan sa comment portion. Hindi po ako natawag, i-present naman ako. No? So, hindi pa po lahat na check considering na marami pang dumadating. No? Ng mga bagong participants. So, ngayon pa lang. So, we will just call again your attendance mamaya po after our break this morning. Okay? Say hi. Say hi sa ating mga YouTube. Meron kaming guest dito eh. Na magi-guest sa akin to doon sa smart tips ko eh. Sige, dito po. Oh, okay. Say hi.
Hello to all. Follow Mami. Marami kayo matututunan sa kanya. Even I.
No.
So, pag wala...
Your name.
my name is Elvin Villarama. No. So, one of Mami's client and also become a friend now. So, tawag ko sa kanya is Mami. So, I miss my mom. So, nakita ko sa kanya yung image ni Mami. So, Mami na rin ako. Okay, thank you po.
Okay, sige.
Thank you to all.
Thank you po. Thank you ha. Promise you na mag-guest ka doon sa Smart Tips.
Opo.
Yung topic natin doon still about time eh. Mamaya is
Time and personality.
Time and personality, no? And then bukas yung changing habits. Kaya nga, so magi-guest ka para anong tayo. Okay. So, yes. Thank you po. No, si Mr. Elvin po ay client natin, process po siya ng amnesty sa estate tax kasi namatay na po yung mother niya, no? Okay. So, let's continue with our discussion on the bookkeeping using new technology. So, we have the components of the computerized system. Although alam na to ng karamihan, but we will just discuss for the sake ng new technology, no? So, hardware means an electronic equipment. Ito yung may physical, no, na parts ng computer, no? So, kasama na dyan the computer disk, drives, the monitors, the computer itself, no, yung itong makikita nyo. the printers, the network that connects them, no? Most important talaga kaya nga kahapon when we start this program, ang sabi ko, good luck to your internet connection, no? Kasi during our live streaming, ang tagal-tagal mo na na-answer yung question. Tapos mamaya-maya magko-comment siya doon. Ma'am, pakiulit kasi nawala yung internet connection, no? And that's my experience not only here, no, sa Pilipinas, but also abroad, no? Kasi I also attended mga international na webinars, no, conducted by the WIPO in Switzerland. Ganun din, na kahit sa OECD, sa nawawala din yung sounds nila, may mga technical problems din. No? So those are things na hindi natin makontrol, but we can always provide. No? Kaya nga, nagba-backup kami dito, especially na ito na yung services natin. So anong ginawa natin, Hari? Nagba-backup tayo ng dalawang network, no? Dalawang internet providers. So dalawa yan, binabayaran namin monthly just to yung isa backup lang, no? Kasi pagka hindi gumana yung isa, hindi pwede. You have to look for a way. You have to maintain talaga na hindi ka ma-disrupt, no? So ganun din yung gagawin nyo. Since ito na yung new normal natin that we have to go through the internet. So, anong una yung i-secure? Yung inyong internet connection, no? Which is, since yun na yung, ito na yung buhay natin whether we accept it or not pero ako, no, I'm so happy na ganito kasi ganito na yung buhay ko even before the pandemic. No, hindi na ako lumalabas. Hindi ako pumapasok sa mga mall kasi nasusuffocate ako siguro because of my age. Susuffocate ako and I don't want yung maraming tao, no? Lalo na yung mga news noon na may stampede, no? I was here nung nagka-stampede sa ABS-CBN noon. Ano ba yung game nila noon na pinanganak ka na ba noon, Hari? Yung nag-stampede sa Pasig na daming namatay, no?
Parang wawawi yata kay Willie.
Oh, kanya yon.
Search ko, ma'am.
Sa dami nung mga taong umattend na naghihintay, yung iba doon na natutulog. No? And then, yung iba namatay dahil doon sa nagka-stampede. So, parang ayaw ko ng ganun. No? Kasi, you have a very precious life and then, masayang lang doon sa, dahil naghihintay ka lang doon sa kung ano ipamimigay sa'yo.
Wawawi nga lang kay Willie.
Oo, kanya pala yun.
Sa Philsport Stadium.
ABS-CBN yun
ABS-CBN.
Yes. So, ang daming gastos ng ABS-CBN doon kasi binayaran din naman nila yung mga namatay. Meron kaming kasama sa BAR, no, the driver, na yung nanay niya kasama doon sa na-stampede. No? So, nanghingi sa amin ng tulong para makauwi sa Bicol yung nanay niya. Kasi pumunta dito para lang makasama doon sa, ano yan, Wawawi, no? So, talagang, mayaman si, si Willie Revilla. Noon pa, marami na siyang nanonood sa kanya. Okay. So, the component of this computerized system is number one talaga, the network that connects them. No? Kasi, kahit meron kang computer, if you don't have the network, then hindi ka rin makakapag-connect. No? So the system require a network to link different computers sharing the same information. No? Okay. The software, no? So, kung mahalaga yung software, so much so yung kung mahalaga yung hardware, so much so yung software, no? Because if we have the hardware, ito yung nakikita natin ng mga physical na parts ng computer. Ito naman yung software, ito yung logic, ito yung program na nagpapatakbo or nagpo-process sa computer. No? This is a set of programs that drives the computer. No? So ito yung mahal, mas mahal pa to sa hardware. Accounting software reads, edits, or alters and stores transaction data. Kaya nga pag nag-computerize na tayo, yung mga debit, credit natin, posting, computer nang gagawa niyan. No? All we have to do is to input the data. How about the preparation of balance sheet? preparation of income statement, no? Kala na yung computer. Yun yung tulong na nagagawa sa atin ng computer, no? Kasi naka-program na siya to make it. It also generates the reports managers use to run the business, no? So many software packages operate independently. Small business may use software for employees' payrolls. Other parts of the accounting software for automated, no? Okay. Yung accounting software is integrated into the company's database or computerized storehouse of information, no? Some of the companies ganun ang ginagawa. Some hindi rin. May independent sila na accounting system, especially for tax compliance, no? Company personnel, ito na ang importante. Kasi yung sinasabi dito, component ito ng system. So we have the hardware, we have the software, and we have the company personnel. So hindi nawawala. Kaya yung sabi nila na yung computer, sila na yung magtatrabaho, mawawalan ng trabaho yung tao. Hindi pa mawawalan ng trabaho. Yung nawawalan ng trabaho, yung mga tamad lang yun, no? Pero yung masipag, hindi yan mawalan ng trabaho. Why? Kasi even if you are computerized, kailangan pa rin ng tao. And who are these tao? The company personnel who are competent and honest, no? Bakit? Bakit kailangan competent? Dapat marunong. And honest. Bakit kailangan honest? Kasi ang computer, nagpa-process lang ng information. The one who inputs or give the information to the computer are human being, no? And usually employees, no? So kung mali yung ibibigay niya sa computer, mali din yung ipoprocess ng computer, mali din yung report na i-generate ng computer, no? So company personnel are critical to success of our accounting system, no? So we're talking about accounting system this afternoon. Yung process naman paano magiging acceptable sa BIR or paano ipa-register sa BIR yung inyong software. Dati kasi kukuha kayo ng permit to use computerized accounting system. Ngayon hindi na. Pa-register nyo na lang kung ano man yung system na ginagamit nyo at kayo na yung bahala mag-evaluate or bibili doon sa supplier nyo na dapat compliant to BIR rules and regulations yung inyong system. Kasi kung hindi, it's a waste of money, no? And it's very costly. No? Mahal ang computer system. Tapos nabili mo na, hindi compliant, sayang lang. Kaya may mga naririnig ako nagsasabi na, Ma'am, may SAP ako. Ma'am, I bought it for 500,000, hindi naman nagagamit. No? So sayang. Kasi bumibili kayo ng software o ng accounting system na hindi nyo pa tiningnan kung compliant siya sa BIR or not. No? So, ipa-enhance nyo, that's another gastos, mahal din. No? So, anong gagawin natin? You purchase a system that is compliant to the BIR. Tanungin nyo na yung supplier nyo. Or, ang uso na ngayon, subscription. Ano yun? You pay monthly. So, wala ka na mabayaran na maintenance at a very low cost. Kaya ngayon, hindi na mahirap mag-computerize, no? Kaya hari, yun ang gagawin din natin. No. Kasi kailangan din nating mag-computerize so that yung mga gawa-gawa natin ng financial statements, no? I-go over mo yung pinagawa nating software noon na Excel. No? Di ba yung nagbayad tayo ng magkano yun? 30,000?
Yung kay
Sa Timog pa tayo noon. No? So, we also, nagpa-program din po kami ng software for accounting. No? Binayaran na namin yung programmer. At ganun din namin nagamit hanggang ngayon. So, ano dapat? Pag nagpagawa ng software, i-enhance mo. Kung may programmer ka, side by side, nandyan sa tabi mo yung programmer habang hindi pa gumagana yung system. No? Okay. So, dagdag po nung ating mga present na participants, no, tawagin ko ulit. We have Biblanias Harley. Wala siya kahapon, no? Oo, tama. Ilang-ilang street. putol eh. Ang ano eh. Alam mo, Hari, pwede mong i-extend ito eh. Yung address. Eh ano, mga putol o paano yan? Barangay. Saan yung barangay na yan? Pwede mong i-extend yan para makita. No? Anyway, sige. Tawagin ko lang yung mga present na hindi nang tawag kanina. We have Calma, Mayrin, May, Rojas. Putol din. We have Castillo Anthony from Trento, Agusan del Sur. No? Na-imagine ko yung mga lugar nyo eh. Na-imagine ko. Because I have been, for 17 years kasi I was trainer and speaker of the BAR. No? Na umikot ako sa buong Pilipinas. Kaya, nung medyo matanda na, ayoko na mag-travel. Why? Very risky na yung travel sa akin. No? We have Dakot Charis Raisa from Valencia, Bukidnon. No? David Maylin, Liliw, Laguna. We have De Los Reyes Famila Divina from Copang, Muntinlupa City. We have Del Pilar Maria Cristina. Yun, Purok Rosario, Purok 5 Rosario, hindi makita yung town. De La Cruz Maria Hisosa from Gayong Cordon, Isabela. Deliosa Marian from Maoban, Quezon. Disquitado Hanjin, no? Pangil, Laguna. Itong dalawang Deliosa, isa lang yung present ngayon? Yung ISIL, wala pa. Okay. Fernandez Maria Donali from Inayawan, Cebu City. Fernando Luis Ann Nicole, no? Sugar Town eh, hindi makita eh. Ha?
Batasan Hills, Quezon City.
Quezon City. Okay. Ito yung anak ni ni Ma'am Lilia. Kasi taga riyan sila eh, kaya pala hindi. Yes. Okay, so Puentes Roberto, Maambong Libona, Bukidnon. We have Hinko, Myla Grace, Pandi, Bulacan. Los 3, Maria Lizel Samson, Concordia, Barangay San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. We have Malat Abdul Mudin Jamal from Lamitan City, Basilan. Ganda ng mga lugar nila. Paradise ang Pilipinas eh. Kaya ma-imagine mo yung place natin. Talagang inaano to ng mga foreigner. No? Mulet Analisa, Opol, Pisamis Oriental. No? Okay. Nag-conduct din ako dyan ng seminar dati sa BAR. No? Dyan na-held. We have Oclaret, si Ma'am Ami. From, saan nga siya? Malbar Street Regency Subdivision sa Mindanao dito eh. Cagayan de Oro?
Opo, Cagayan de Oro.
Oh. We have Udolio Jenelin, no? Putol din. So, Imus Cavite siya. We have Peralta Joanna Margaret. Putol din. Peralta. Novaliches, Quezon City. We have Peras Alex, Lukban, Quezon. We have Kisay Darren, si Darren. Nueva Ecija siya. No? We have Rodriguez Kelvin, Ragansor, Delphine Albano. Saan yan?
Yun lang talaga yung nakain.
Okay. Ilocos siguro yan. We have Ruiz Hill, Sampaloc, Manila. We have Tabliago Visitacion, Kawayan City, Isabela. Tumbaga Ellen, Sampaga East, Batangas City. We have Wagan, Ana Katrina, Villamor, saan to? Barangay? Pasay City. Di Gracia Nele, walang address. Formigones Roldan. We have Delgado Chanti, Gumapak Gladys, Sanchez Crensif Ninya. Itong mga iba na to pahabol.
Opo, umattend ngayon pero kahapon wala.
Okay.
Sinulat ko na lang.
O, sige. O, kunin mo na yung listahan. So, those na ngayon lang umattend, at hindi nyo makompleto yung 2 araw, yung next po natin na free bookkeeping will be on June na po. Why? Kasi we post a while for the filing season po. Hindi kaya ng powers namin. Kaya nga, tawanan na lang kami kagabi kasi talagang nawawala na. Ganun pala pag napapagod ka, hindi gumagana yung utak mo. No? So, anyway, sabi natin, ito yung hanap natin. Gusto natin, marami tayong viewers. So, ito, pag marami pala viewers, hindi mo na kakayanin din yung mga tanong, no? Kaya minsan naghahangad tayo, no? Kaya tama-tama lang yung Panginoon, no? He's very intelligent. Bakit? Hindi niya, yung all the wishes of our hearts, hindi niya binibigay. Kasi bakit? Lalo na yung alam niya na nakakasama, no? Kasi minsan yung tao, ano yan eh, yung tendency ng tao, hangad pa ng mas marami, hangad pa ng ito yung gusto ko, no? Not knowing na yung palang gusto mo, nakakasama na sa iyo. Kaya, yun din yung reason na kahit na hingi ka ng hingi, hindi bibigay sa iyo. Dahil ayaw din ng Panginoon na mapahamak ka, no? Kaya natatawa na lang ako kasi sabi ko, yun, wish tayo ng wish na marami tayong viewers. Ito na maraming viewers, hindi na natin kaya. No? Kaya yung tamang-tama lang din pala talaga ang dapat. Kagaya ng gusto natin yumaman, no? Hindi madali ang magpayaman at lalong risky pag mayaman ka na. No? Ang dami mong gustong gawin na hindi mo na kayang gawin pag ikaw ang mayaman na. No? Yung mayayaman, di yan natutulog ng 24 hours. Samantalang yung mahirap, di ba? Pwede matulog ng 24 hours, kayang-kaya, ginagawa nila. Pero yung mayayaman, di yan natutulog, no? Ng 24 hours. Saglit lang. At saka very risky yung buhay nila. Hindi nila magawa yung lahat ng gusto nila because of the risk, no? Yung buhay ng mga anak nila, hindi na rin normal, no? Kasi ang dami ng bawal. Why? Kasi because of the risk na mamaya yung mga anak mo kikidnapin, o dahil mayaman ka, patubos sa'yo. So, yun yung mga risk that goes with our wishes, no? Kaya yung Panginoon, matalino talaga siya, no? Hindi niya ibibigay kasi mapapahamak lang tayo. Yung sound ko, okay lang? Okay. So since we're talking about the computerized accounting system and for your information, talagang our government encourage us to use computerized accounting system. Why? Kasi pag computerized accounting system yan, less error, less manipulation. So, we will compare now what is the difference between the manual and the computerized based system. So, for the manual books of accounts, ito yung pinakita ko sa inyo kahapon. These are the manual books of accounts. Ito, no? Yung mga cash receipts natin, no? Cash receipts, cash disbursements. So, these are what we call as the manual books of accounts. And if you are using the manual books of accounts, all you have to do is to write on this manually, no? On this books of accounts. Bawal na gagamitin nyo yung manual books of accounts, tapos kukuha kayo ng data o record sa computer nyo, Excel nyo, and then you print it, and then idikit nyo dito, no? Very clear na po ang provision ng train law natin na bago. Nilagay na talaga niya na bawal magdikit, no? Ang manual books of accounts kailangan nakasulat lang, and then yung ididikit mo na records mo, hindi mo sinulat, galing siya sa computer, pinrint mo, dinikit mo dito, it carries with it a very big penalties, no? Nandiyan yan sa bagong provision ng train law. Kaya, pagka ito yung ginamit nyo, sulat kamay lang talaga, hindi pwede yung i-print. No? Okay. So, clear tayo dyan, ha? So, for the manual books of accounts, the bookkeeping for small businesses usually began by writing entries into journals. Bakit sinabi niya dito na usually yung small businesses? Why? Because ang large taxpayers po natin ngayon, yung mga big businesses natin, it is mandatory for them to maintain a computerized books of accounts. No? So, hindi na sila pwedeng manual. Why? Because of the voluminous transactions that they have. No? Kailan pa sila mandated to computerize? 2009 pa, no? Okay. So, for the computerized-based system, hindi na kailangan magsulat. All you have to do is to input the information, yung mga sinasabi natin na day-to-day business transactions natin, i-input natin yan sa computer. At yung electronic speed, yun lang din yung isang I really appreciate the computer, no, and what the computer can do in our lives. Why? Because if you are an accountant, no, ang hirap magbalanse ng mga accounts. Pero ang computer, napakabilis na gagawa lang niya kaagad. No? Kaya, very, very big help to the accountants. Kaya yung sabi noon na ayaw kong maging accountant kasi ganyan kahirap ang trabaho ng accountant. Wala na ngayon yan because of the computer. No? Yung magbalanse ka na may kulang ka na 1 peso, ang tagal-tagal mong hanapin. Minsan, isang linggo hanapin mo, especially if there are so many transactions. Ngayon, wala na yan because of computer. No? For the manual books of accounts, journals were defined as the books of original entry. No? So, reduce the amount of writing in a general journal. Special journals or day books were introduced. Sa ano yan, sa manual, no? There are special journals or special books of accounts na we discuss kahapon. At ano yon? Yung mga special books of accounts or register for the hotels, no? Sa mga job order, sa mga machine shop, sa mga contractors, meron tayong special books of accounts to them. No? At saka, ito pa, another reminder ko sa inyo, meron pa tayong ibang mga special books of accounts just like special books of accounts for sale to senior citizen, sale to person with disability, no? Kasi exempt yan sila sa VAT at dapat naka-record yan sila hiwalay or bukod. And then we have the special books of accounts for representation expense, no? Required din po sa atin yan, and there are revenue regulations for that. No? Okay. So, ano yung mga specialized na journals? Ito yung sales journal, purchase journal, cash receipts, cash payment journal. So, pagka meron na tayong ganyan journal, hindi na kailangan i-record natin yan doon sa general journal. Why? Kasi special journal na siya eh. Kung ano yung nilagay natin doon, same as parang nilagay na rin natin yan sa general journal. But more specific lang siya because specialized lang siya on that account. No? Okay. Sa computerized based system naman, yung mga preparation ng invoice, no? Especially if kagaya ng large taxpayers, they are mandated to have a complete computerized accounting. So, pati yung issuance ng resibo nila dapat computerized na rin. No? So, automatic yan. Nag-update, no? Nagpo-post sa general ledger accounts, no? Yung, when I was still in the Bay Area, I was once an evaluator of the system, no? At yung pinakamagandang system na complete, no? Pati procurement nila, pati purchasing ng mga equipments nila are computerized. No? Yung complete financial system ng ABS-CBN and the group of companies. Kasi ito yung parent company, siguro mga 40 plus sila na companies will share on the system. No? So, pwede din yun. Kasi ginamit yun ng parents and its subsidiaries. Okay. So, for the manual books of accounts, the company's transactions were written in the journal in date orders. No? So, later, the amount to the journal would be posted to the designated account in the ledger. So, yun yung matrabaho. Why? Kasi magpo-post ka sa journal and then later magpo-post ka naman sa ledger. So, ang usually, ano ba yung usual natin na scenario sa isang accounting office, no? Or sa isang accounting department ng isang company. No? Hindi lang yan composed ng isang tao. Bakit? Minsan, isa, dalawang tao na sa payroll, isa, dalawang tao na sa accounts receivable, no? But with the use of accounting, mapapabilis lahat yan. Kasi kung manual, post mo sa journal, tapos ilipat mo naman sa ledger, no? So, minsan yung paglipat-lipat na yan, nagkakaroon pa ng error, no? So, may iwasan lahat yan if you are computerized, no? So, sa accounting naman na computerized, mamili ka ng software na gagamitin mo. That's why ito yung magiging recommendations natin sa inyo mamaya is how you are going to use the computerized accounting system. No? And what system to choose. No? Kasi ayaw natin na sayang yung pera nyo. Bili kayo ng bili ng software, tapos hindi nyo naman magamit. No? Sayang lang yung pera mo. It's an investment. No? So, since sabi na natin yung computerized accounting system is done electronically, kaya ang record ng accounting system are called electronic records, no? Kaya yung mga online sellers natin, ano yung dapat meron sila? Electronic books of accounts. Why? Because they are doing business electronically, no? Pero for a start siguro, pinayagan sila ng BIR to maintain a manual books of accounts. Pero para sa akin, dapat may threshold din sila na ito yung online sellers, dapat computerized books of accounts. No? Kasi nakalagay doon sa ibang regulations po ng BIR that if you have a transactions done electronically, you should maintain an electronic books of accounts. No? You should maintain an electronic records. Okay. So, electronic accuracy eliminates the errors occurred when amounts were manually written, rewritten, and calculated. No? Ang hirap kaya. Kasi ako, I was traditional na CPA because I took the board exam noong 1985 pa, no? Kaya nga may joke kami dyan eh, no? 1985 pa, yung ginagamit doon, yung mga fountain pen pa, yung mga ledger na yellow, no, unwritten pa. So, ang daming nangyayari dyan sa, during the time that I took the board exam, no, yung first take ko, sa UST ako kumuha, hindi ako pumasa. Yung second take ko, doon lang ako pumasa. No, sa Bacolod na ako kumuha, umuwi na ako ng probinsya. No? So, yung first take ko ng board exam sa UST, may uminom ng ink, no? Kasi yung ginagamit na fountain pen, ano pa, yung sinasawsaw-sawsaw mo dun sa ink. Siguro dahil sa tension, sa ano, at na frustrated ka kasi ikaw mismo during the time that you take the board exam, alam mo naman kung papasa ka o hindi, no? Ikaw mismo. Kaya yung iba, wag na lang lokohin yung sarili kasi ramdam mo naman kung ano yung performance mo during the exam. Ikaw mismo, feel mo na kung papasa ka o hindi. Kaya tanggapin mo na sa sarili mo. No? So yung may kasama kami, uminom siya ng ink. No? At saka alam nyo na yung ink nakakalason. Pero hindi naman siya namatay. Okay. So, dahil sa stress, no? Very stressful ang pagkuha ng exam. No? Yung very stressful ko pa na naranasan yung kumuha ko ng bar exam, no? And then hindi pumasa. My goodness. Pero hindi ako masyado na-stress nung lumabas na yung result. Bakit? Kasi ako mismo, nagigauge ko naman sa sarili ko kung papasa ako o hindi, no? Ang prayer ko lang talaga na babagsak ako sa ibang subject, wag lang sa taxation. Why? Because taxation has been my bread and butter for the last 30 plus years. And then babagsak pa ako. Sabi ko, I'm teaching taxation. Paano ako paniwalaan ng mga participants ko kung babagsak ako sa tax? Good enough. Pumasa naman ako sa taxation. No? And one of the reason na analyze ko bakit talagang hindi ako pumasa. Hindi ako legalist. No? Anong legalist? I use my own words. Hindi ako gumagamit ng mga legal terms, no? Kaya tuwan-tuwa sa akin yung professor ko kasi I like your words. He like my words. Pero yung examiner, hindi nagustuhan yung mga words ko kasi parang hindi siya legal terms, no? In my own words ko ini-express yung aking mga answers. Well, anyway, that was a good experience, no? Pumasa naman ako sa taxation, kaya it's good for me. Kasi ngayon hindi ko na kaya, masakit na mata ko, no? It's been an experience na malaki din naman yung naitulong sa buhay ng isang tao. Kaya yung mga bata-bata pa dyan, no? After na nakatapos na kayo ng accounting, you proceed with law, no? Kasi ang batas natin ngayon, sobrang dami na, and maganda na kasi very specific na ang crafting ng law. Hindi dati na very vague, no? Kaya ang daming loopholes. Ngayon, pati procedural, nasa batas na eh, no? Pati procedure. So, kaya sabi ko, ang ganda, nag-evolve na rin yung batas natin, no? And even itong paggamit natin ng computerized accounting system and ang manual books of accounts, may mga batas din yan, kaya yan ang dapat yung alamin. No? Everything in your lives na ginagawa nyo, alamin nyo na may batas yan at sundin nyo yung batas para hindi kayo mapahamak. No? Kasi kagaya ng libro, record ng record ng record, hindi naman nayon sa batas. Kaya yung compliance mo is not enough. No? Okay. So, handwriting many transactions in the journal, mali itong ginawa nila eh. Kaya nga, so may may comparison to eh, no? Anyway, yung manual books of accounts, required talaga yan, handwritten. Pero yung computerized books of accounts, of course, it's not handwritten kasi electronic records na siya. Okay, sa manual books of accounts, you determine whether errors had occurred, no? Sa computerized books of accounts, hindi mo yun ma-determine kasi tama yung i-process niya. Ang i-determine mo lang sa computerized system na tama yung in-input mo na information, no? Sa manual books of accounts, napakatagal before you can locate the errors and can correct it. Sa computerized books of accounts naman, halos walang error, no? Okay. Yung ano mo lang dyan, yung paggawa ng adjusting entries, no? And for the information of our participants, for the preparation of the adjusting entries, we have a video there sa atin pong tax training about how to adjust your books of accounts, and meron din yang how to close your books of accounts, no? If you have time, tingnan ninyo po yan in order to guide you and to reinforce your knowledge in recording in your books of accounts. Kasi hindi na natin yan ma-discuss, no? Okay, so adjusting entries in the manual books of accounts necessary for the following reasons. No? So additional revenues and assets may have been earned but were not recorded, or yung may mga expenses and liabilities, no? Pero hindi rin na-record. And then yung amounts na na-record ng bookkeeper have been prepayments, no? Pero hindi na pala sila prepaid kasi nagamit na. No? So you really have to adjust. And then depreciation and other non-routine adjustment needed to be computed and recorded. No? Itong mga adjustments, especially kung madalang lang yan na adjustments, no? Hindi siya regular. So, kailangan adjust talaga yan and then recorded to correct our financial statements. Because if these adjustments, no, accounts that need adjustments, hindi natin ma-adjust, then misrepresented yung ating financial statement. Okay, so sa manual, after all the adjustments were made, the accountant presented the adjusted account balances in the form of financial statements, no? Kaya yung matagal kasi mano-mano pang ginawa ng accountant. Pero if you are an accountant now, hindi mo na pahirapan siyempre yung sarili mo. Gumamit ka na ng software. Kung hindi ka bibili, then i-program mo yung Excel. Because Excel is a very powerful software, no? Na ginamit natin at meron tayo halos lahat yan sa ating system. No? So that can also be a good tool sa mga accountant, yung Excel. Okay, for the computerized books of accounts, the adjusting entries will require a person to determine the amounts and the accounts, no? So, the adjusting entries on the accounting software, incomplete pag wala yung adjusting entries, no? Kaya nga, ang sabi dito, misleading yung financial statements mo. Why? Kasi mali yung mga accounts na nandoon. So, after the financial statements are released, the software will transfer the balances from income statement to the sole proprietorship capital accounts. So, automatic na yan to the stockholders' written earnings account, no? So, sila na. And then, the income statement accounts will begin with zero balances, no? Alam na yan ng computer, hindi mo na siya pwedeng turuan, no? So, the balance sheet accounts are not closed as their balances are carried forward to the next accounting year. So, tingnan nyo yung ating how to close the books of accounts na we'll explain po dyan kung anong gagawin nyo, no? So, these are the example of different accounting softwares, no? So, first, what is an accounting software? Ito yung application, no, that allows an organization to record the flow of money for internal and external review and auditing. Yun yung software na nagpapagana, yung logic nagpa-process sa computer, no? It is the primary tool for assessing the financial health pagka meron na tayong accounting records, no? And then, modern implementation of the application expands to payroll. Kasi mga module yan, no? Mamaya, after break natin in the morning, magkakaroon tayo ng ready ka na dyan, Hari, yung mga softwares, no? Yung actual, kasi ibang-iba yung computerized accounting system with that of the manual. So, yung manual, may sample na akong pinakita sa inyo. This morning, magpapakita rin kami ng sample paano nagre-record sa computerized books of accounts. So, if you think na yung makikita nyo doon is same dito sa mga ledger na to na pinakita sa inyo, ang makikita nyo doon, yung mga columns na lang with the same information na nandito sa manual, no? Kaya ibang-iba ang mukha ng electronic books of accounts kaysa dito sa manual books of accounts, although their contents are the same. Kasi pag nag-deviate yan, hindi siya tatanggapin, hindi siya compliant, no? So, why do we use accounting software? For simplification, no? Bakit simplified? Kasi, kunti na lang yung gagawin mo, and then, tuloy-tuloy siya pag nagtrabaho, no? Okay. Ayaw na gumalaw. Okay. Cost savings. Bakit cost savings? Kasi yung gagawin ng 5 tao, pwedeng 1 tao na lang yung ilagay mo. Siya na lang yung encoder. All the rest of the process ng accounting is done by the computer. Kaya yung sabi ng iba, sabi niyo po, hindi papalitan ng computer ang tao. Ngayon, sabi mo 5 tao, 1 na lang, no? So, bakit 1 na lang? Kasi encoder na lang, no? Mag-i-encode na lang siya doon sa, so ano mangyayari doon sa 4? Yung 4 pwede mo na gamitin. Kung empleyado mo yun, pwede mo na siyang gamitin to discharge another kind of work to make your office more productive, no? So, nasa management yan. Alam mo, yung Smart Tips by Mami Elsa, no? I invite you to attend. Mamayang gabi, may live streaming din po tayo, 8 to 10. Ngayon at saka bukas, no? So, 2 nights yan. So, ang live streaming natin every Monday is basic transfer pricing, that is about international taxation. And then Tuesday, tax training. Wednesday, basic transfer pricing ulit. Thursday, tax training. And then Friday and Saturday, yun po yung Smart Tips by Mami Elsa, no? Yun yung mga experiences ko, no, nung nagkakandak ako ng values formation seminars, no, sa BIR. So, i-invite ko kayo para manood kayo, and then tingnan nyo na lang kung something na useful po sa inyo, no? So, that is tonight at saka bukas, no? So, sabi na natin cost savings ang paggamit ng accounting software, no? At sabi ko rin sa inyo, ang ma-save mo doon sa cost mo, and then you have additional employees na halimbawa na 4 na hindi mo na siya kailangan sa accounting, then you can always use that other employee to discharge another kind of work. And that's sabi ko, the work of management, to make the management, the company effective. Dapat yun ang nasa isip ng management, no? Kasi ang good manager daw, hindi yung hands-on ka na ikaw yung magtatrabaho. No, that is not effective. Ano yung effective? You see to it, if you are the managers, if you are the leaders, you see to it that the system works, no? At ano yung system? From the beginning of the transactions up to the whole cycle of the business, you see to it that it works. Pero kung halimbawa dito ka lang sa first cycle, tinutukan mo, how about the other cycle? Failure na, no? So if you are a good manager, you see to it na from the beginning up to the end, tinitingnan mo that it works. No? So, hindi na kailangan na ikaw pa yung hands-on na magtrabaho. Why? Kasi hindi mo nakakayanin to supervise the whole process kung nakafocus ka dito sa isang task lang. No? Kaya yun yung mga realization and learnings ko while nagre-research ako for the smart tips. No? Kaya nga, walang tapon ang learnings. Why? Because I want to learn. Isi-share ko dyan sa viewers ko sa smart tips. So, ano nangyari? Ako yung unang natututo. No? So, kaya walang tapon. Okay. So, for the cost savings, yun yung sabi ko na more effective. Gamitin mo yung ibang tao mo sa ibang work. No? Full financial transparency. This is the advantage of the computerized accounting system. So, bakit full financial transparency? Kasi, maiiwasan mo yung mga errors, no? The human errors na mangyayari during the transfer ng accounts, no? So, calculating inaccurate sums or failing to report data in time can easily lead to a business crisis, no? And pag na-automate ka, ano mo yan lahat, maiwasan, no? That's why yung full computerization or automation is to yung, di ba, ini-introduce din sa government para maiwasan yung mga graft and corruption, yung mga pinapatagal yung transactions, no? Para maging efficient sila. That's why the government agencies are required to automate, no, their services. Kaya yung nangyayari nga ngayon, ang kagandahan na, kasi online na lang, halos government agencies ngayon, you transact through online, no? Wala nang face-to-face. Accurate forecasting, of course, pagka-computer ang ginamit mo, accurate yung forecasting mo. Why? Because it can collate data, no, and information. And when you make forecasting, it is based on the previous, no, prior information that you have. Productivity, of course, na kasi very fast magtrabaho ang computer. No? Tax compliance, that's why you have to buy a software that is compliant. Kasi ano yung mga nakikita namin noon during the evaluation ng system, no? Kasi bago i-aprobahan 'yan, meron pa yung evaluation or yung tinatawag natin na CSET, yung Computerized System Evaluation Team. Titingnan ninyo 'yan. If the system is tax compliant. That's why yung iba bibili ng software and then pa-evaluate sa BAR. During the evaluation, malalaman mo na hindi siya compliant. They will enhance the system and then pay again to the supplier. So anong dapat yung gawin? See to it that you purchase a system which is tax compliant, no? Kasi halimbawa, bibili ka ng software from the UK, naka-program yon doon sa tax rates ng UK, no? So pagdating dito, of course hindi siya compliant kasi iba yung tax rates natin, no? But that is being solved now. Kasi ang daming software, mamaya ipakita ko sa inyo, na capable sila of multi-currency, multi-tax rates, no? So mas-switch mo na yung tax rates na gusto mo, and then yun ang i-compute ng computer, no? Dati kasi walang ganyan na feature ang computerized accounting system. Improve relationship with customers. Why? Because very fast na po mag-process ang computer, no? Security, no? So yun yung ano ngayon, yun ang malaking issues kasi security is very important because wala nang mga crimes ng face to face kasi hindi nang kikita-kita ng mga tao. Nasaan na ngayon ang crime? Nasa internet na rin. So security is a very important factor when we computerize. Otherwise, mahahack yung mga records mo, yung mga information mo magamit ng iba, and then later on, you're out of business. Why? Kasi naka-formulate na sila ng strategies against you because yung information mo nandun sa kanila. No? So, madaling-madali ka lang nilang tapatan. No? Saan ba na, bakit ba yung mga kingdom, nagkakaroon sila ng na-topple down yung iba? Because may mga strategies na ginagawa yung kalaban nila to may mga spy na in-employ para malaman kung ano yung mga information nila nang ginagawa and then strategize, no? So, ginagastusan talaga yung information para magkaroon ka. And security, of course, pag ikaw naman yung may-ari ng information, you see to it that your information is secured, no? Hindi basta-basta na-access ng unauthorized persons or nananakaw, no? Okay. So, dapat kasi mag-devise ka rin ng mga yung security features, no? Yung alam mong ninanakawan ka na ng information, then you devise a system na hindi nila manakaw yung correct information, no? Bigyan mo sila ng wrong information, yun ang ipanakaw mo. Okay. Pwede ba yun? That's a strategy. Nasa sa inyo yan, no? So, what are the types of accounting software? No? So, ito na yung ating accounting software. Ito mga modules to. Pag sinabi nating module, isang module lang yan na ng processing. No? So, just like billing and invoicing systems. Kagaya sa large taxpayers, they are required to maintain a complete computerized accounting system. So, starting from their billing and invoicing, issuance of the invoice, no, issuance of the billing statement, dapat computerized na, no? So, billing and invoicing system complete company's basic day-to-day tasks. Actually, yung billing and invoicing, that's the very important task na ginagawa ng isang company. Why? Kasi diyan manggagaling yung income niya. And of course, yung income, that is the ultimate reasons of an economic entity to engage in business, no? So, hindi mo isipin na bakit ka nag-engage in business? Wala lang, para mag-enjoy lang. No way. Why? Because the purpose of the going into business is to earn and to make profit. No? So, you start with the billing and invoicing system. Sino yung binibill mo? Of course, your customer. Sino yung ini-invoice mo? Yung nagbayad. At ano yung dala niyan, yung nagbayad? Na yan, that is income to your company. No? Para siya makasurvive. Why? Kasi may mga expenses ang companies that should be paid. No? So, they are important to preserve control over the accuracy of accounting figures and make service look more professional and credible to the end recipient. Alam niyo yung dumating ako from Bacolod, first time ako na-assign dito sa Metro Manila noong 1999. Umalis ako sa Bacolod, ang ginagamit ko kung typewriter, no? You fill up the forms ng BIR. Pag nag-file, mga reports, no? Yung mga reports ng transmittal, ano pa yan? Typewriter, no? Nung pagdating ko na dito sa Metro Manila, 1999, I do the same kasi may mga luma pang noon, typewriter sa BIR. Pero ngayon wala na, phase out na talaga. Ayaw ko na sanang sa junk shop na siguro ngayon yung mga typewriter. Alam ko meron pa ako eh. So nasa likaw-likaw siguro dalawa yun eh, no? So, bumibili pa ako ng typewriter. Naabutan mo pa rin? Oh, tama. Kasi may mga form pa tayo noon na we were using typewriter, no, when we file sa BIR. Pero ngayon wala na kasi EBIR na. And there is a requirement yung BIR na talagang lahat ng practitioners use the EBIR. Why? Kasi diretso na yan, hindi na sila mag-i-encode pa Doble-doble yung ginagawa nila pag manual eh. In-code pa sila ulit para papasok sa system ng BIR. Sa EBIR forms, diretso na yan sa system ng BIR. Wala nang intervention ang BIR employees, no? So, yung sabi ko sa inyo na pagdating ko dito sa Metro Manila, ang hinahanap ko, typewriter pa rin noon, typewriter ako, gawa na report, no? Binabalik yung aking report. Anong inalagay na note ng hepe? Use computer. No? So, I'm an old practitioner. Wala talagang computer during our times. Hindi ako marunong. So, it was the first time that I learned computer. And then I become the evaluator. So, lalo ako nahasa. Yung una, wala akong alam. So, I researched, no? Kasi yung mga bagay na hindi mo alam, pwede mo nang aralin yun, no? Do not wait for others na sabihin na, dapat alam mo to, alam mo to. Ikaw mismo, no? Alamin mo sa sarili mo. Just like itong mga computerized books of accounts na to, you can learn it by your own, no? Ang daming mga helps at saka mga tutorials dyan sa internet. That's why I'm very happy. Kasi yung gusto mong matutunan, there is a flood of information, no? Dyan sa internet. Of course, ikaw na rin yung critical enough to think kung ano yung kailangan mong information. Kasi sa dami ng information dyan, some are also not useful. So, anong gagawin mo? Doon ka sa mga useful na information. Saka hindi lang yun, huwag kayong maligaw pag upo nyo sa computer na pag pindot nyo pala, ang dami nagpa-plus dyan na mga advertisement. Naligaw kayo, no? Pinindot ninyo yun. Umabot kayo ng 3 oras, o kaya tapos na yung kalahating araw. Yung research nyo, hindi nyo nagawa. Bakit? Napunta na kayo dun sa Facebook. Kasi unahin mo yung Facebook eh. Kasi may mga messages ka doon. Tapos pag pindot mo, may mga advertisement. Pag pindot mo, may mga videos. Alam nyo yung videos na yan, pag inumpisahan mo, before you know it, wala na yung oras mo, ubos na. That's why yung ating smart tips is puro about time, no? About time management. Kasi akala mo, sinayang mo oras mo, buhay mo na pala yung sinayang mo. Why? Because your time is your life. No? Okay. So, enterprise resource planning systems. No? That's why tinutulungan tayo ng computer because our time here on earth is very limited. So, anong ginagawa sa atin ng computer? Binibilisan niya so that yung mga ginagawa natin na sobrang tagal ngayon, mabilis na. And even the transportation, communication ngayon, that makes our life easier. No? So, enterprise resource planning system is one of the most important accounting software categories. It combines all systems used for product planning. Pero matagal na rin itong enterprise resource planning. No? Sa ngayon, marami ng bago. No? Okay. Time and expense management system. These apps are designed, ang daming apps ngayon, no? Designed to help expedite billing cycles and approve expenses on the go. Di ba yung nag-i-install nga kayo ng mga apps sa, nyo lang, sa cellphone, no? So it helps a lot. Okay. Anong purpose niyan? Para mapapabilis lalo yung ating gustong gawin, no? So they are usually configurable enough for any business to adjust them to its operation pace, no? The core rationale behind them is to help collect payments faster and detect slow and ineffective practices that were visible before. So yun yung purpose, no? Their biggest advantage is being able to produce detailed graphical reports on how time and resources are being used in its company. So, usually, ang mga ginagawa, pinoprogram for accounting system ng mga programmer at saka yung mga commercial na talagang nag-develop ng system, yung mga nakakatulong sa business, no? Kasi sino yung target client nila? The businessman. So, lahat ng nakakatulong sa business, yun ang ginagawa nila. No? So, what does accounting software do? No? For accounting, the main component of its system in this category and the one you should be looking for first when choosing a reliable solution So, yun yung isipin mo kung anong klaseng accounting software ang kailangan mo, no? So, uh, yung billing and invoicing that will fit your purpose, no? And then sa budgeting and forecasting, the management of fixed assets, especially if yung company mo is asset intensive. Meaning asset intensive, you operate your business operations, kailangan mo ng maraming assets, no? Kaya you have also management of fixed assets in your system. Payroll management, very important, especially kung 1,000 na yung employees nyo. So, kailangan nyo na ng computerized na payroll system. Project accounting. Ang dami ngayon yung mga project accounting na software. No? Pag nasa advertisement, pag flash mo, nandyan na siya kaagad. No? And then we have the fund accounting. No? These features are to be found in accounting software. Ito yung mga ginagamit ng mga non-stock non-profit organizations. No? And one of the topics that we will discuss in the free seminar for tax preparers, itong sa mga non-stock non-profit organizations. Kasi, alam nyo, when I joined the BAR in RDO 39, the most number of non-stock non-profit organizations are registered. Pati yung accrediting institution, yung for NGOs, dito din yan sa RDO 39. So talagang pinroject ko to, no? Yung mga non-stock non-profit organizations, lahat ng mga requirements nila, lahat ng mga compliance, and there are so many non-stock non-profit organizations na hindi sila compliant, no? So we will discuss it para nakakatulong tayo for non-stock non-profit natin para maging compliant sila. Inventory management. Right now, very important and crucial that you manage your inventory. Nasabi ko, this is the favorite source ngayon ng audit. Okay, so what should you consider when getting an accounting system? Integrated invoicing module. Especially large taxpayers na required sa kanila yung complete system. So they start with invoicing. No? Customization, customize to your own needs, no? Because there is no one-size-fits-all accounting system, no? Kasi iba yung accounting system ng manufacturing, ng transportation, ng communication, magkakaiba yan. So, customize mo for according to your needs. Ease of use, no? Computer, ease of use talaga siya, no? Pero iba naman yung magiging exposure mo. Bakit? Siyempre, exposure mo dyan, yung maintenance mo, no? Pag hindi ka din marunong, trainings, no? Kailangan talaga ang training. Security, no? Dapat secured yung information mo. That's why during the evaluation, dati, ang number one na tinitingnan ng BAR to approve the application for permit to use accounting system, yung talagang security, no? Paano mo maging secured yung information, and the requirement yung backup, no? And everyday magba-backup ka ng files mo para hindi siya nawawala o makurap, no? Connectivity. So very important also the connectivity, just like what we are doing now. Kung wala tayong internet connections, we cannot make this seminar possible na we reach this all participants nationwide, no? So kung wala tayong connectivity, nandun yung isang participant natin sa Basilan, nandun sa Quezon, nandun sa Cebu, nandun sa Misamis, nandun sa Bukidnon. So how can we connect to them kung wala tayong connectivity? Also, very important ang connectivity. And in the choice also of these internet providers, tingnan nyo rin yung hindi kayo mangunsumisyon, no? Kasi experience ko rin yan dati na nawawala, no? And then, isa pa pala that you are going to consider, yung strong yung connection nyo. Ano yun, Hari? Mbps?
Ako MBPS.
Kasi baka, ano ba yung, di ba, may 20, may 50, may 100. So, doon kayo sa strong connection. Kasi, Kagaya yung umattend ako ng isang webinar na international ng WIPO. Tiningnan muna nila, kasi nag-register ako, tiningnan muna nila yung system ko, kung kaya. No? In-evaluate nila, nandun sila sa Switzerland. You can just imagine how computer works. Nandoon sila sa Switzerland, online, in-evaluate muna nila yung system ko, kung kaya. Kasi sayang naman na i-register nila ako, hindi naman pala po pwede yung aking connection. But good enough na nag-update tayo, no, ng system at naging ano siya, mataas na. So when they evaluate, nilagay nila doon na yung system strong, no? So kaya. So inaccept nila ako to register. Okay, so yun siguro yung connectivity is very important factor. Mobile usage, no? Pagka meron ka ng data and then you store it on cloud or kaya nasa internet na, kahit saan ka magpunta, pwede mo na siyang i-access, no? Pero sa ngayon, since bawal na yung lakad ng lakad, lahat ng pwede mong gawin mo na sa bahay, no? So, nakakatulong pa rin itong mga internet na connections na to, no? Itong sabi nila na most popular vendors nowadays offer native Android and iOS application for their users. Hindi ko to maintindihan, Hari. I-explain mo nga ano yung Android, ano yung iOS.
Yung Android po, ano yan, yung operating system ng mga cellphone. Tapos yung iOS naman, operating system din siya, pero para lang yun sa mga yung Apple na cellphone.
Apple lang?
Opo, sa Apple lang po yun.
Yung iba walang iOS. Yun
Po,
yung Android.
Po, Android yun. Sa mga smartphone, Android. Yung sa mga iPhone naman, yun yung iOS naman yung tawag dun sa
iPhone, so yung sa Apple yan.
Opo, sa Apple lang yan. Magkaiba kasi sila ng operating system.
Okay.
Kaya magkaiba rin sila ng compatibility sa mga application.
Okay. Sige. So, where operability is just about the same as with the desktop version of the system. So, yan yung sa mga cellphone. E, paano naman yung sa desktop or sa computer?
Yung po yung mga Windows. Windows naman yung tawag. Windows 10, Windows 7. Yun yung mga operating system.
Okay. Sige. Pricing. Okay. So, software logic applies again. No? The more a system can do, the more it will cost. Siyempre, mas maganda, mas mahal. No? Yun naman talaga eh. Gusto mo yung mura lang, tapos maganda. Ano yan? Hindi yan, hindi yan tama, no? Na gusto mo maganda, pero mura lang, no? So, you have to pay for it. Kung gusto mo ng maganda yung system mo, then there is a price. No? Reliable support. No? So, ano yung mga support? Yung accounting vendors, may mga after service yan. Maintenance. No? Doon sa software na binibenta nila. But of course, yung mga maintenance na yan, may bayad yan. No? Okay. So, what are the examples of the accounting software? These are just a few, no? Bakit few lang? Kasi mas marami pa kung titingnan ninyo, mas marami pa yung accounting software. Try to browse on the internet, no? These are just a few examples. So, QuickBooks. QuickBooks kasi, ito yung pinakamarami, no? So, easy to set up and use, and unlike spreadsheets, it does the accounting automatically. Ano po itong pinag-usapan natin? Ito na yung mga softwares, ito na yung mga programs na pwede ninyong bilhin para mag-computerize na kayo, no? So, these are the softwares that you are going to use to computerize, no? To computerize your accounting system. So, accounting system yung pinag-usapan natin. Ano yung system? Yun yung nagpapagana sa accounting. Na hindi na kayo magsulat sa manual books of accounts, ang computer na ang magre-record. Pero ano yung sabi natin? Electronic records. Hindi na yung manual na sulat-sulat. Dito, electronic na. That's why, kailangan nyo na ng computer, yung mga gadgets, para makapag-record, no? So, QuickBooks is a software. Ito yung magpapagana, magpaprocess ng accounting system mo. So, you have to buy this. May cost din ito, no? So, easy to set up and use, and unlike spreadsheets, it does the accounting automatically. So, automatic na siya. Pag post mo ng sales, ano na siya, no? Magpo-post na siya sa journal, sa ledger, and then kung gusto mo mag-generate ng report, mag-generate na siya ng financial statements. Gagawa na rin siya ng balance sheet, no? QuickBooks helps you keep track of the money coming in and out of your business, all in one easy-to-use place. So you always know where you stand and you're always ready for tax time. Kasi bakit ready ka for tax time? Kasi ang tax time natin is monthly for the VAT, no? And then there is a quarterly income, and there is an annual payment, there is an annual income tax return, no? So iba-iba yan. So you're always ready for tax time. Why? Because updated yung information mo. Don't worry about losing your laptop or important files. Kasi yun yung nangyayari nanakawin yung laptops mo. Just like what happened to me. No? Nag-hire ako noon ng mga programmer for my website. 3 sila na mga estudyante. Then hiniram yung laptop ko, ma'am, sa bahay ko na gawin. Yung iba may sariling laptop. Yung walang laptop, ginamit yung laptop ng office, hiniram. No? 3 silang may daladalang ano yun, yung sa backpack ba yan? Tama? Sa likod? Oh. Pagbaba nila sa office sa Timog, kinuha sila ng mga lalaki, dinala daw sila ko sa malayo. Kinuha lahat yung laptops nila. No? So, tiningnan anong ginagawa nila. Okay? Kinuha pati laptop. Pati yung laptop ko, nanakaw. No? So, in that case, kung mawala yung laptop mo, what happened? Pati yung important files mo mawala. Kung wala kang backup, that's why it's a requirement na once you are using a system, computerized accounting system, you must also have your backup. No? Ano yung backup? May nakastore ka rin na ibang files, hindi lang nandoon sa laptop mo or sa computer mo. QuickBooks automatically backs up your data with bank-level security, so it's always safe and always available from any device. No? So yung QuickBooks, yung kasama na yun dun sa system. Another software is the FreshBooks. No? So kanina QuickBooks. Ito naman FreshBooks. No? FreshBooks offer a subscription-based product that includes invoicing, accounts payable. If you try to think about it, yung accounting system, pare-pareho lang yan. Kasi isa lang naman yung report na kailangan natin, no? Pare-pareho lang yan, uniform. But as to the features, magkakaiba sila, no? Kasi yung iba, siyempre, to make their product competitive, lalagyan nila yan ng value added, no? So yun yung mga innovation sa bawat product. So ano naman itong innovation ng FreshBooks? Cloud accounting, o nakalagay. So FreshBooks offers a subscription-based product that includes invoicing, no? So yung ibang system meron din invoicing, accounts payable, expense tracking, no? Yung expenses tina-track down niya. Time tracking, no? So yun yung mga added features niya. Retainers, fixed assets depreciation, purchase orders, payroll integrations, no? Double entry accounting and industry standard business and management reporting, no? Kasi pag sinabi mong industry standard business, iba-iba yung industry, iba yung transportation, iba yung manufacturing, iba yung communication. So may mga industry standards yan. All financial data is stored in the cloud on a single unified ledger. No? So anong ibig sabihin niyan, Hari, na stored in the cloud?
Yun siya nagsisave sa online.
Online.
Database sa online. Yun po yung cloud.
Okay, so allowing users to access the same set of books regardless of location on desktop and mobile. No? It offers a free API. Ano ibig sabihin ng API? Automatic Program Interface. Tama ba?
Application Programming Interface.
Okay. Ano yun?
Application Programming Interface.
Okay, so ito yung mga middlewares actually. Enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external applications with FreshBooks. Ano yung external applications mo? Halimbawa, meron kang payroll system na separate, pwede mo siyang i-integrate sa FreshBooks. No? FreshBooks also support multiple tax rates kasi gaya ng sinabi ko sa inyo na the problem with purchasing a software in the UK is that it has a different tax rates. Ngayon, itong FreshBooks, multiple tax rates siya. So, ibig sabihin, hindi, and currencies. So, hindi ibig sabihin na London-based siya, ang pera niya is pound, and yung tax rates niya iba. Pagdating dito sa Pilipinas, you can still use it kasi switch mo lang, makukuha na niya, ibibigay na niya yung ibang tax rates, no? Capable siya. It also incorporates a payroll feature and a project feature, no? So, ito na yung mga improved na enhanced na feature ng system of FreshBooks. Zoho Books, no? Zoho Books is a cloud-based accounting solution suitable for small organizations. It features contact management, invoices, expenses, sales and purchase orders, project time tracking, and inventory management, no? So very important, sabi ko sa inyo, yung inventory management, especially if you are manufacturing, retail, no, or merchandising business, very important ang inventory. Why? Kasi ang buhay ng negosyo nyo nasa inventory. No? And your money is invested in inventory. Zoho Books comes with automatic bank feeds, collaborative client portal, accounting and taxing, online payment, no? So may online payment, capable na siya ng online payment. Invoice templates and analytical reports, no? So organizations can automate recurring activities such as billing, payment reminders, auto charge and payment, and may thank you note pa. So ito na yung good customer relations, no? Papa-thank you pa siya. Zoho Books allows users to manage multiple timesheets of different projects, so may project management, and tracking of reimbursable expenses. Organizations can also connect bank and credit card accounts. So, ganun na yung mga system, nag-i-evolve na sila, magaganda na. SAP, ito din yung pinakamarami sa manufacturing. No? SAP, System Applications and Products. No? So, SAP provides the right foundation for your accounting and reporting teams. Mahal nga lang. The financial accounting solution unifies robust financial accounting functionalities to help you manage the complexities of your company's global accounting and reporting requirements for greater efficiency and transparency across the enterprise. Record all your financial processes into a comprehensive general ledger. Very powerful po yung SAP. Mahal nga lang, no? But it can be used in any industry. No? Pwede siya sa manufacturing, meron din siya sa retailing, sa merchandising, no? Service. Okay. Support multidimensional reporting and parallel accounting standards. No? Get complete financial accounting by integrating assets, payables, receivables, and inventory. Use powerful management accounting tools for orders, project, cost centers, and profit centers. You can just imagine kung ano yung kaya niyang gawin. Ha? Leverage comprehensive functionality for closing, automation, reporting, and audit support. So, ang dami nagsasabi na marami silang problema daw sa SAP. Pero, yung what SAP can do, mas malaking solusyon yun sa problema, no? Kasi minsan, ang problema nila, maintenance, o kaya kulang sa training yung tao nila, kaya hindi rin maganda yung functions ng system kung hindi well-versed yung mga tao, no? Ito yung marami ngayon, no, na nagsasabi na maganda daw sa experience nila. Yung mga user na talaga ng accounting system. The Zero accounting software, no? Zero Single Unified Ledger allows users to work in the same set of books regardless of location or operating system, no? So, its key features include automatic bank feeds, invoicing, accounts payable. If you try to look at, ganito din yung ibang system, di ba? So, expense claims, fixed asset depreciation, purchase order, bank reconciliations, and standard business and management reporting. No? So Zero has more than 200 secure connections with banks and financial service partners around the world. Alam nyo, dun sa case ng Coca-Cola na dinidiscuss ko sa basic transfer pricing, no? Hanggang part 3 na kami, hindi pa tapos, no? Sa paggawa ng business, dapat meron ka ring connections, meron ka ring network. Kaya tingnan mo itong ginawa ng Zero na ang daming gumagamit sa kanya. Meron siyang secure connections with banks. Kasi ikaw mismo, para mas yung serbisyo mo effective, makikipag-network ka rin doon sa iba na alam mo, nakakonect doon yung trabaho mo. No? So, ito ang ginawa ng Zero Accounting Software. No? Meron siyang mga connections with the banks. So, ano yun? Nagpa-facilitate siya ng convenience sa kanyang mga customer. No? So, a free API, no? Ano yung API? Application Programming Interface, no? So, a free API, kasi ang mahal din to pag binili mo pa, ang API. Also enables customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external application with Zero. No? So, halimbawa, meron na silang ibang application, may module na sila, may accounts payable system na sila. Pwedeng integrate yan at tatanggapin siya ng Zero Accounting Software. Ibig sabihin, lahat ng mga information na nandoon na pa-process na ng payroll system, ika-capture yan ng Zero at isama niya, i-consolidate niya sa paggawa niya ng report. No? Zero has integrations with 700 plus third-party apps. No? Imagine that. And there are over 50,000 users of Zero's API developer tools. No? So, ganun. Kaya nga, yung feedback doon sa mga ibang participants natin dito sa free bookkeeping, na marami daw talaga gumagamit ng Zero ngayon. No? Brightpearl, omni-channel retail management platform for inventory management, no? Order processing and fulfillment, contact relationship management, and accounting automation. No? So it is headquartered in Bristol, UK, no? Privately owned. Sage Intact. It has a suite of subscription-based accounting products. This is another software, no? Its web-based applications are built on top of its internally developed platform. Alam ko marami din gumagamit nito. Sage Intact applications includes accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, collaborate, general ledger, order management, purchasing, and reporting, and dashboards. No? So, yung dashboards nandoon, isang click mo lang, makikita mo na kung ano yung mga information na nandoon sa dashboards. No? Casio. Casio is an easy-to-use accounting solution for freelancers, no? Small business owners and independent entrepreneurs to track income and expenses. No? So manage taxes, send invoices, and other accounting functions. So if you try to look at the software, we're talking of accounting software, halos pare-pareho lang sila ng features. May mga added services lang or features yung iba, kaya mabenta sila. No? At saka yun na nga yung sabi natin na ano sila yung may network sila that helps their customers magkaroon ng convenience, no? Yung kagaya na ginawa ng Zero at saka itong Casio, ganun din, no? Okay. So those are just a few of the accounting softwares na dinidiscuss natin. So these are just an example. If you want to expound, pwede na po kayo mag-research sa internet. Napakaraming accounting software dyan ngayon. But, syempre, ang unang titingnan ninyo, yung gamit na, yung, kumbaga sa tested and proven na yung kanilang performance. No? Para hindi kayo nag-i-experiment at nagsasayang, nagtatapon ng pera nyo if you want to computerize. Okay? So, let's have a break. No? And, we will be back at 10:30. No? So, as a way of review, what do we get on this morning seminar? So, we started with bookkeeping using new technology. We started with the components ng computerized accounting system natin. No, we have the hardware, we have the software, and we have the, ano yung pinaka-importante? The company personnel, no? Kasi hindi din maganda yung system mo, kahit meron ka pang magandang software, kung yung personnel mo hindi maganda. Kaya ano yung requirements for an employee na part ng accounting system? They must be both competent and honest, no? Sometimes, sisihin lang natin, ay, hindi maganda yung system na nabili namin. Why? Because your employees are not properly trained, no? Maalala ko pa ang sinasabi noon sa mga nagtuturo sa amin ng computer, no? Sa BAR, sasabihin nila na, use your computer, not use your typewriter. Kasi yung iba, ang computer ginagawa pa rin na typewriter, no? Ang computer kasi is powerful. Hindi yan typewriter na ito lang ang pwedeng gawin. Ang computer, ang dami pa niyang kayang gawin, kaya use it, no? And then we differentiate the manual books of accounts and the computerized based books of accounts. And then we discussed about the softwares, no? Kung ano yung mga software na pwede yung gamitin. No? So, let's have a break, no, for 15 minutes. And then let's be back at 10:30. No? Okay? Ganun pa rin yung gagawin po natin, ha. Pagdating ng hapon, doon natin we will answer all your questions. Kaya yung sa mga latecomers natin, you can write your questions at the comment portion ng ating YouTube channel, and we will answer that right after the lecture proper this afternoon. No? Ano yung mga ile-lecture natin mamayang hapon? Yun na yung hindi na yung dati, yun na yung bago natin lecture on the updates ng registration ng computerized accounting system, and then papaano kayo magbigay ng mga records when you are subjected to tax audit at ang gamit ninyo ay computerized accounting system. Kasi iba na yung mode of submission ng records kaysa sa doon sa hard copy. Kasi yung hard copy, pa-xerox mo lang, bibigay mo. Dito, electronic copy to. So, papaano, ano yung gagawin mo to submit your electronic records. No? So, with that, let's have a 15 minutes break.
Welcome to QuickBooks Easy Setup tutorial. We will be going over how to set up your business today and start using it on the desktop 2019. You can also use this tutorial for any versions going back through 2016. So let's get started. The first option we have is to set up the business quickly. We can use the Express Start. This gets the main information in there so you can start recording in your check register or invoicing. What I like to use is the Detailed Start. This way I put in the information once and I don't have to go back to it again. So this way I can set up the items that I need, customers, all in one sitting, which we'll do today. If you do have an existing QuickBooks, you'll go to other options and follow the instructions through there, or if you're converting your Quicken data and other accounting software, you can also look in the help menu to determine the software that does convert up into QuickBooks. First thing you want to do is get started by putting your company name, tax ID, and of course you can get this off your tax return or you're using your Social Security as a sole proprietor, your address, email address, and website, as these also show up on your invoices. QuickBooks gives you an industry type to choose from, and you want to choose the closest to your type of business. This way it sets up your chart of accounts for the most used chart of accounts in your industry. And it makes everything a little bit simpler because they've done all the hard work. We will be using a general product-based business chart of accounts today for you to review, but please select the one that best matches your company. In here, this will ask you for your type of tax form or business entity that uses, such as a sole proprietor, a 1040 form, or if you're a corporation, it's a Form 1120. So this can also be used to help guide you for exporting your books to TurboTax. You want to select the first month of your fiscal year. Some corporations, their first month is July, but in this case, we're going to use a calendar year, which is January. In here, it will set up your administrator password. This is very important because this is the one that can add users and has all access to the QuickBooks. So you want to make sure that you put in a password and keep that confidential somewhere. Now it's asking you where you actually want to add your file to. So it's saying you want to save it in company file on, you could say, your desktop or in your PC on your C drive. Usually it will give you a default folder, so you might just want to use that. Once you've selected the destination for your company, then it will ask you to customize QuickBooks for your business. In doing so, we're going to use both the service and products. I always say, why not get as much as you can in here in case I need to use it. But you can set up just for a service-based or a product only. It also will track your sales tax. If you are, you will select yes. In the sales, it will give you an option to create an estimate, and the estimate can be turned right into an invoice, so you don't have to type it twice. But if you are using estimates, you'll want to select yes. Okay, tracking the customer orders in QuickBooks. That's up to you if you want to use sales orders. Some businesses choose to use that, but that's an option for you as well. And then using statements in QuickBooks for billing. You may have some like a condo fees place that would want to charge a monthly fee, they could use statements for their billing. A lot of people use progress invoicing, and you can still just do an invoice every month and memorize it, or you can use a progress invoicing. That is an option mostly used by contractors. Managing the bills you owe. This is telling QuickBooks that do you like to enter the bills and pay the bills, so you would be creating accounts payable is what it's called. I just hit yes on this. Let's move through it. If you track inventory, we will be going over that in the next seminar, but for right now, I'm going to say no, we're not tracking any inventory. And time tracking, if you do have employees that work on jobs of yours, you can track their time in here. And if you do have employees, they have a beautiful payroll system that will give you a full service payroll, or you can actually pay all the taxes yourself and produce the reports. But I have used that for many years. Great program. And then we're going to set up the chart of accounts and see the accounts we want to use, maybe take out some. We also want to select the date to start tracking our finances, so you might want to go all the way back to 2018. And here's where we'll select the income and expense accounts. Over here to the left is an option to check off the accounts that you would use. And in some cases, in this case, they didn't want to use sales discounts. They don't offer that, so they didn't want that extra piece in the chart of accounts. And as you see scrolling down, there are different options again for the expense side of it. Maybe they didn't want to select business licenses and permits, but I certainly would. And then I might add equipment rental as well. So you're not going to find everything in here, but you should find 90% of the accounts you need to use. And this all translates back to, if you want to use this for TurboTax, all these are GAAP approved and move seamlessly over so you can file your own taxes. And then once you've completed that, you get a nice congratulations and go to setup. The first screen, so this is your opening screen here, and it's asking you, do you want to go ahead and set up the detail on adding people you do business with, products you sell, and bank accounts? And I say, yes, we do. So the first one we're going to add is the people we do business with. Now, to the left, it's saying you can import from Outlook, Yahoo, Gmail, or paste just from an Excel sheet. A lot of times, if you're importing the data in, you can use an Excel spreadsheet. Really simple here. This is the coolest thing, I think. When you're in here, you can determine if they're a customer, vendor, or employee. Now, you don't get to put as much information as you'd like, but you get the main information in here and can start using the system. And you'll notice we've got ATEC is a company that is a vendor, so people that we pay. And then we've got customer, which is our customer here. And of course, Tom Wade is our employee. Pretty easy to add all of that, and it adds it correctly into the system. Next up, we'll go to all the products and services you sell. In here, we're just saying that we're a service-based company, but you can also do non-inventory. That means you're not keeping a physical inventory of your parts, but you do sell a gadget. So in here, I want to go ahead and for a line item on my invoices, I would say I do labor, a consulting service, and I'm $150 an hour. I also have my products that I sell, so I'm saying gadget 1, gadget 2, and here's what I sell them for. So I'm adding all my products right here that I sell. I can also add them on the fly inside of the invoice that I'm selling, but it's really nice and simple because I can immediately start using these. And it tells me, all right, you've added 3 items. If they weren't correct, they'd make me go back and fix it. So it's a good way to make sure that you've done everything proper in QuickBooks. All right, last thing we're going to add is the bank account. In here, you want to add all of your bank accounts that will be going and bringing funds in for your business. So I've got my Wells Fargo checking, and the reason why I put checking on there is we may have a savings account, and then I have a PayPal account that also goes and has its own bank statement that I reconcile, and I have a merchant account. So I'm able to add all of these with the opening balance for my checking account. All these seem to get transferred into my checking account, so they all start at 0. But I've added all my bank accounts that quickly. Next thing we want to do is just start working. This is the dashboard or front screen of your desktop version. Very nice clear pictures here. If you want to enter a bill, pay a bill, here's the icons that you would select. We'll be going over that along with creating invoices, receiving payments, and also viewing our check register. These are main points I need to get started. I want to go over one more feature with you because I think it's very important. In these days, we can have a bank feed from our bank, and it's off to the left side of the QuickBooks, and you'll notice there's a little bank here called bank feeds. You can actually connect that Wells Fargo account by entering your bank's name here. It would be your login for your Wells Fargo, and it will download data daily, so you can actually use these bank feeds to bring all your information in if you're a really small company, if you're not using any of the invoices or bills. If you're just using a straight register, this is the way to go. So we're going to go into our register right now. There's an icon on here to the right, and this will ask you what account do you want to go into. We're going to go into the Wells Fargo checking. It will tell you at the top. And when we actually added the checking account, we told it the opening balance. So this is just like a check register in, at home that you keep, where you have the payments you've made and deposits brought in. This is the main place I go to make sure everything's recorded properly. I can add my transactions directly from this register. Again, just like your home register, you'll fill out the information, which is the name, the amount, and in this case, we're going to select the expense account, and this would be a cost of goods. I have now added this, and you can see this item at the top here. I can also add deposits in the same register, so I really don't have to go anywhere out into the forms. Here I'm going to select income account because these are the type of income accounts I selected on the chart of account. And now I can see my opening balance along with the transactions I just put in there and the deposit. Again, this shows me my ending balance. Next thing we're going to do is use the forms. We're going to enter bills. These are bills that you owe. A bill form makes you put in the vendor name, a reference number. The reference number then tracks, so you can't duplicate having the same bill number in there. You can set the terms, and the main part you want to get is the account, which in this case, cost of goods. If I have a customer, the customer then can be selected here, and if I need to bill this charge back to them, I can select this box right here. Next, I want to pay bills. In here, I want to select to the left here the bill that I want to pay. It's telling me it's going to come out of my Wells Fargo checking, and I can print a check. I can also just assign a check number. Here's where I can print the check, or I can pay more bills. Next, we're going to go over on how to create an invoice. We select the customer Z Company, and Z Company is the one we just put those charges to. It will say, do you want to select outstanding billable time? If so, it will actually show me the item and bring it in, and I can charge the customer the 40, or I can change the amount. Also, I can add new products. Say I want to add a gadget, it's 50 and it's taxable. I can also put my labor in. I can also put in gadget 2 at 5. And we end up billing the customer with the items we just added. Now I want to receive a payment. In receiving a payment, I'm calling up the name of the customer that gave me the payment. I've selected that it's a check, so therefore I'm putting the check number in, selecting the invoice to the left with a check mark, and I'm only going to pay $100 because the check was only for $100, but it was on this invoice. You can record the whole amount. I'm just giving you the option here. And last thing you want to do is record your deposit. You may have multiple checks you received in a day. Say you receive 5 at $1,000 apiece, you would have a deposit going into the bank for $5,000. So you can record one deposit that matches for your bank reconciliation. When I go to make the deposit, it says, is this the only check you're depositing? And I'll put a check mark right here, and yes. It will then select the deposit account, in this case, the Wells Fargo. Now, a lot of times you may receive, such as like a retail shop will receive a register. So when the client comes in and buys the product, they're buying it right then, and you don't have an open invoice. So in that case, they've created what is a sales receipt, where you can do all the transaction on one receipt. So in here, I want to go ahead and charge this customer sales tax because we did set that up. The main things that I need are the sales tax rate and who I pay it to. And once I do that, I have my sales receipt where the client's coming in, they're buying gadget 1, 2 of them, and it is taxable, and I've set up my tax rate at 8 1/4. This will track my sales tax that I owe for a period of time. Now I can go over to my check register and verify that I have all my deposits in, and also it seems I have a check to print still. There are 2 main reports that I use in here, but there are well over 365. The main ones I use are from the drop-down reports. Company and Financial Profit and Loss Standard is the first one. Profit and Loss Standard is a snapshot in time of your income and your expenses for a net income that you can pull and filter for date, or if you're cash or accrual. The next report is a balance sheet report standard. The balance sheet report, again, is through a snapshot in time, and this shows your assets and your liabilities. So it has your checking account, and again, like I said, we had charged sales tax, so we owe that to State Board. It will keep track of all of that, keep track of, again, what's in my Wells Fargo bank and who owes me money. and the company had just paid $100, so they still owed $350. Shows my opening balance I started with. Last but not least, to make sure and double check all the entries in your checking account, you want to go ahead and reconcile. So you'll reconcile your bank accounts, your PayPal, your merchant accounts, and that will be your double check. You'll go through from your bank statement and putting the statement ending date and the ending balance and hit continue. You will select all the items that have cleared the bank statement. The main thing is that you want to come down here and come to zero. This will show you, just like on your bank statement, how many deposits and how many checks, so you can verify where you're off. If not, come to zero, you can hit reconcile, and you are done. And know that your information has been double checked by your bank reconciliation and feel most comfortable sending those reports to a bank. I want to thank you again for taking the time to go through this. Please get started on your own. If you need any help, I am available for personal training. Thank you again for watching.
Hello and welcome to our Xero overview video. In this video we're going to take a look over different parts of Xero, such as the main menu, invoices, bills, payroll and more. By the end of the video you should have a good idea of the functionality Xero offers and whether or not it is right for your business. Once you've finished, if you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. And of course, if you got some value out of this free video, please like it or share it or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Finally, I just want to let you know to view this video at 1080p for maximum sharpness. So without wasting any more time, let's get going. Let's start off by having a look over the main menu. Xero's main menu runs along the top of the screen and gives you access to every part of Xero that you'll need to do the bookkeeping for your business. Let's start on the left hand side of the screen where there's a drop down menu, and from this drop down menu we can get access to a few crucial areas of Xero. The first one here is the files section, and in this files section we can store files directly in Xero without having to store them anywhere else. This includes files such as PDFs or images or spreadsheets or whatever else you like. There's a few different ways you can get files into this section. You can upload them by clicking on this button. You can take photos of documents by linking up your webcam and pressing this button. And you can even email files in. And as I said before, this section allows you to store files in Xero on the cloud without having to store them anywhere else. So let's go back to the main menu and have a look at the next section, which is the settings section. The settings section is divided up into a few different subsections, and when you first open your Xero account, you'll need to go into these subsections and set up your business properly. For example, you'll need to go into the organization details section and add details such as the name of your business, the type of business you run, such as a company, and the ABN number if you have one. And if you will be processing pay runs for your business in Xero, you'll need to go into the payroll settings section and make sure everything is set up correctly there before you do your first pay run. Likewise, if you send out sales invoices, you may need to go into the payment services section and set up accounts such as PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts so you can receive money from your customers. So that's a quick overview of the settings section, which you can find through the drop-down menu here on the left. The other items that you need to be aware of in this first drop-down menu are the link here to the app marketplace, where you can go if you need to buy third-party software that connects with Xero that you can use to manage things such as expenses or fixed assets or inventory, and also a link to the My Xero section where you can go to access the demo company, to reset the demo company, or to change organizations if you're managing more than one live organization. So moving along to the next item in the main menu, which is a link to the main dashboard. If you click this link, you will be taken back to the dashboard no matter where you are in Xero. So now let's have a look at the other drop-down menus in Xero's main menu. The first one here is the business menu, and from here you can see that you can access areas of Xero to do with invoicing to your customers, bills that you need to pay, expense claims, and products and services, which is another name for inventory. On the next menu item, accounting, you can see that you can access your bank accounts, you can access certain reports, and you can go to certain advanced functions such as the place where you go to manage the chart of accounts, your fixed assets register, and also to post manual journals. The next menu item is payroll, and if you have a Xero subscription with payroll, then this item will show up for you. If you do not have payroll in your Xero subscription, this menu item won't show up in your live account, but it will still show up in the demo company. So you can still practice doing payroll in the demo company, even if you don't have it in your live Xero account. And here you can see that we're provided links to all the different things that we need to do to set up and run our payroll. The next menu item is for projects. And the final drop-down menu here is for contacts. And in here you can manage the contact details of your customers and your suppliers and your contractors, and you can also create groups of customers that you can use to bulk send invoices. The final part of Xero's main menu are these icons off to the right. The first icon here, which is a plus symbol, just gives you quick links to certain things that you might use quite a bit when you're doing the bookkeeping for your business, such as creating invoices or bills, or going in and managing your contacts, doing quotes or purchase orders, or posting manual journals. And there's also links there to create spend money, receive money, and transfer money transactions. The next button along here is a search button that you can use to search for anything in Xero. And you can see here that it's not available when you're in the demo company, but it will be available in your live account. So if you need to search for anything in your live Xero file for your business, you can click on this magnifying glass here. The next icon here is a link to the notifications area, and this is the area where you will receive notifications from Xero if there's anything that they need to notify you about. And the second last icon here is to get to the help section. So if there's something you need help on, if you want to try and find an article on it, you can type some keywords into here, and you can see if you can find an article on it. If not, you can access the help center down here. There's a link, and if you're really stuck, there's a link here to find a Xero advisor. And the final icon on the main menu just gives you a link to your profile and your account, and also a way to log out. So that was a quick overview of Xero's main menu and how to access all the different parts of Xero from the main menu. So now let's have a look at some of those parts in a bit more depth. Okay, now let's have a look over the invoicing section of Xero. To get there, you just need to go to the business drop-down menu, and there you can see the top 3 menu items relate to invoices. There's invoices, quotes, and the sales overview screen. Let's go to the sales overview screen first. And as the name suggests, this screen gives us an overview of all the sales invoices that we have created and either sent out to the customers or are still waiting to be sent out. So if we start from the top of the screen, we can see there's a few buttons there. This first button you can click on to create invoices, quotes, or repeating invoices or credit notes. The second button you can press if you want to send statements to your customers for their outstanding invoices, to let them know just in one statement all the invoices that they've got outstanding with you. There's also a button here to import invoices, and over on the right there's a search button where you can search for invoices or quotes by the number or the reference number or the customer's name or anything else. So I'll just close that. The next part of the screen is a panel that shows the various stages of invoices and how many invoices there are at those stages. So the first panel here you can see is for draft invoices, and we can see here in the demo company there are 4 draft invoices worth a total of $2,200. The next panel along tells us that there is 1 invoice that's awaiting approval from someone who is allowed to approve invoices. The next panel shows us that there's $16,000 worth of invoices that we're waiting for customers to pay us for, and there's 10 invoices in total, and of that 10, 3 of them are overdue to a value of just over $7,000. You can click through to the invoices in these sections from these panels. So if I click on the draft panel, for example, we're taken to a screen where you can see all 4 of the draft invoices that total $2,200, and you can also see that a lot of the buttons and links on this screen are similar to the sales overview screen. So let's go back to the sales overview screen and continue to have a look at the sections on this screen. So the next section down is a little chart that just shows you the timing of money that you're expecting to come in, which is based on the invoice due dates, and you can see there's quite a lot there in December. And then to the right of that there's another chart showing you the customers that owe the most. So we've got Ridgeway University there owing us more than any other customer. And the final section on this screen is for quotes. There are no quotes created here in the demo company, so I can't really show you around that, but you may use quotes in your business, and if you do, then you can access information on those quotes via those panels down the bottom of the screen there. The next thing I want to do is quickly show you how to create an invoice. So you can do it by clicking on the button here and creating an invoice from here like we saw before, but instead of doing it from here, I'll show you how to do it from the main invoices screen, which is basically the same way anyway. So let's just go up to the invoices screen through the business menu there, and this is the main invoices screen, and from here you can see this is a list of all the invoices. So along here there's different panels that you can click on to see the invoices that are at various stages along the way, just like I showed you before on the sales page. So this panel shows you all of the invoices no matter what stage they're at, and then you can click on these panels to look at draft invoices, awaiting approval invoices, awaiting payment invoices, invoices that are paid, and also repeating invoices. So from here, let's have a look at how to create a new invoice, and to do that we just click on the button at the top of the screen here that's similar to the button on the other screen that we looked at before, and click on new invoice, and this takes us to the new invoice screen that we can use to create an invoice. So let's just do a very quick example. So in the first panel here, we just need to type in the customer's name. So if we just type in A, it'll bring up all the customers that start with A. So we'll choose ABC Furniture. This is the date that we're creating in the invoice. We just need to select a due date as well. So let's do in 2 weeks' time. The next box is for an invoice number, which has been automatically generated by Xero, which is fine. And then we can choose different ways of branding our invoices, and there are a few different branding templates set up in Xero. So we'll just leave it on the standard one for now. And if we click on preview, we'll be able to see the invoice at any stage. So we won't do that yet because we haven't finished creating it. And this button here, you can click on this button if you want to upload files to attach to this invoice, and the files will be saved in Xero. So if there's anything that you want to remain with the invoice forever, you can simply upload it through this button. So let's just quickly finish creating our invoice, and we'll do it for services rendered, the quantity of 1, and then we'll just put a unit price of $100 in there. There's no discount percentage. You can see Xero has defaulted to put it in the general ledger code sales. Sales has a default tax rate of 10% GST on income. We're not going to assign it to any region. So there's the total amount of $100 at the end there. And up here, you get to choose whether you want the amount to be inclusive or exclusive of tax, or if there's no tax. At the moment, you can see it's inclusive of tax, which means that when we put $100 in, that includes GST. So it calculates the GST down the bottom as 1/11 of the $100. If we change that to exclusive, we're saying that the $100 does not include GST. So now Xero calculates the GST on top of the $100, and the total invoice is now $110. So let's put it back to tax inclusive. And then from here, all you need to do is decide what to do next. So if you're an invoice approver, you can go straight into approving the invoice by clicking on this button. Or if you're not an invoice approver, or if you want to save it as a draft for any other reason, you can just click on the save button, or you can click on the drop down here and choose any one of those options down here. So let's just approve the invoice. And you can see there that we get a success message at the top saying that our invoice has been approved for $100. So let's go back to the invoices screen and see where it is. So I'll just click on invoices. So we're back on the invoices screen. And because we approved the invoice, it's in this awaiting payment section. And there it is at the top, ABC Furniture for $100. We didn't email the invoice to the client, so it's not marked as sent like these invoices down here. If we did email it to the client, then that would say sent. If you do want to email an invoice to a client, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. The first way is from this screen. You can just tick on the invoice here and then click on the email button, and it brings up a little send invoice box where you can put in the email addresses. You can put in more than one address there if you like, and then there's just a normal subject line and message area for the email. So I won't send it from here because this is the demo company. And you can also include files as attachments, and you can include a PDF copy of the invoice with the email. So I'll just cancel out of there. I'll just show you, you can also print the invoice from here after you've ticked it, and that will download a PDF version of the invoice in case you want to email it some other way or print it out. And the other way you can do both of those things is if you go into the invoice itself, and you can see there's an email button up here and a print PDF button, and they do exactly the same things as you could do from the other screen. So that's a basic overview of invoicing in Xero. Okay, now let's have a look at the purchasing and bills section of Xero. So to get there, we just go to the business drop-down menu, and these three items in the middle are for purchases and for bills that we need to pay. So the first one we'll have a look at is the purchases overview. And this is a screen that just shows us a summary of the current billing situation for the demo company. So if we start from the top, we can see there's a few buttons here. The main one is this new button that you can click to create a new bill, a new one-time bill that is. You can also create repeating bills, you can create credit notes, and you can create purchase orders. Over on the right here, there's also a search box. So if you need to search for a bill by reference number or a contact name or something else, you can use this search box. Next, we have this group of panels here that shows the timeline of the current bills that are sitting in the demo company. And you can see on this first panel here that we have one draft invoice for $115.20 that's been created. And then as we move along, there's one that's awaiting approval, and there's 12 that are approved and awaiting payment. And of those that are awaiting payment, 8 of them are overdue to a value of $5,600. And as we continue to move further down the screen, we can see that there's a graph here that just shows some dates and the amounts of bills that are due on those dates. So we can actually adjust that chart by just moving this along so we can see further into the future. And the way from the bills they have set up in the demo company here, you can see that there's nothing past due from the 24th there. If we slide along further into the future, there's nothing there, so you can adjust that if you like. And then down the bottom here, we have some similar panels to the bills section. These are for purchase orders. So if you use purchase orders in your business, you can have a look here on the purchases overview screen and see what the story is at the moment. So there's one draft purchase order, there's none that are awaiting approval, and there's 5 that are approved. The next thing I'm going to show you is how to create a one-off bill in Xero. You can do it from this screen if you click on the new bill button up here, but I'll show you that you can also do it from the bill screen. So this is the main billing screen where you can see all of the bills that are in the system, whether they're awaiting payment or draft or paid, whatever else. There's tabs along the top here that you can click on to see the bills that are in their various stages, just like you could from that main purchaser screen. So if we have a look at awaiting payment, we can see all the bills that have been approved and still haven't been paid. So let's go and create another one by clicking on the new bill button at the top here. So let's just create a bill for purchasing some office supplies. So I'll type in office here to bring up one of the contacts that we've already got in the system, and we'll choose the due date. You can put a reference number in if you like, and you can also attach files to this bill if you have anything that you might need to reference later on for this bill. So it could be a purchase order, or it could be an Excel spreadsheet or an email or anything else. So let's just put in the description of supplies for the office, and we'll say that we purchased 10 and they were $50 each, and they should go to the printing and stationery account. And you can see that that's automatically set up to have GST on expenses, which will be at a rate of 10%. So because we have this set to tax exclusive, the amount that we've got in here as the total is exclusive of GST. So Xero has added 10% GST onto it to make the total bill $550. If we change that to tax inclusive, it means that this amount is already inclusive of GST. So Xero will calculate 10% of that total, being 1/11, which is $45.45. So you can see the total bill is still $500. So that's the difference between the two. There's also no tax in there, but that's not relevant to this because stationery does attract GST. So once you've got it set up, you can save it as a draft by clicking on the save button over here, or you can approve it for payment right away if you are authorized to do that. So let's click on approve. And Xero has given us a success message at the top to say that our bill is approved. If you do need to, you can click on this button here to print a copy of the bill as a PDF. and if you've made a mistake, you can either void the bill or you can just edit the bill. So if you needed to change the amounts or the account code or something else, you can click on edit and go in and make changes. But we're happy with this bill, so let's go back to our billing screen, and here you can see that we're in the tab for bills that have been approved and are awaiting payment. And here's our bill at the top for our office supplies for $550. So that's how you successfully create a bill in Xero. So that's a one-off bill. If you have bills that you pay regularly, you can create repeating bills in Xero to save you from having to create the same bill over and over again, say monthly. So to do that, you just go up here and you just click on new repeating bill, and you can create a bill for your phone bill or your rent or whatever you like. But let's just have a quick look at any repeating bills that are already set up in the demo company. So we'll click on the repeating tab, and here we can see that there are some repeating bills set up. So this first one here is for the monthly bill to pay Xero for using the software. So if we click into that, we can see that all the relevant details are in, the description and the amount and the GL code. And we can see at the top here that the bill repeats every month, and when the system creates it, it goes straight into the approved bucket, so it doesn't need to be approved by anyone. It's already automatically approved, and it will show up in that approved tab ready for payment. So let's just go back and have a look at another one. So we'll just cancel out of here, and you can see what I mean here, that first bill is auto approved. If we have a look at another one that's saved as draft, so this particular repeating bill here, so this is for the monthly ADSL or internet connection, and you can see that instead of this one being automatically approved when Xero creates it, it actually saves it as a draft instead. So it still needs to be approved by someone. It'll end up in the drafts tab. So if we cancel out of there and go back to this main page, so that Xero bill will automatically show up here in this tab every month, and the bill for the ADSL will automatically show up in this drafts tab every month, and then someone will have to go and approve it. So that's how you manage repeating bills in Xero. And that's also the end of our look at the purchases section of Xero. So let's move on now to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at the expense claims section of Xero. To get there, just click on business in the main menu and go to expense claims. So the first thing we'll do is just have a quick look at some of the settings. So if you click on this cog up here, it'll take you to the expense settings section. And you can see here in the general tab, there's an option here to enable receipt analyzing. So if you click that, you will allow Xero to analyze photos that you or your employees take of receipts for their expense claims, and then the system will try to create an expense claim automatically so that you don't have to type in all the information. So we'll just untick that again, and then in the next few tabs you can control who the users are, you know, which of your employees are allowed to submit expense claims, and thirdly, you can control which general ledger accounts people are allowed to send expense claims to. So they won't all be appropriate. So for example, no one would should be allowed to submit an expense claim to the depreciation account or cost of goods sold account. So you can just tick the general ledger codes down here that you feel are appropriate, such as entertainment and advertising, etc. So back to the expense claims main screen here, you can see that there are various stages of expense claims. So in this incomplete section here, you can see that that it contains the expense claims that are in the draft stage still, so they haven't been submitted and they haven't been approved. If they have been submitted but are not yet approved, they show up down here in the in review section with the label submitted. And then if they have been approved, the label approved is applied, and they also Xero also will create a bill for that particular expense claim, so you can pay the person the money that you owe them. So that's an overview of expense claims in Xero. Let's move on now to the products and services section. The next section we'll have a look at is the products and services section of Xero, which is also the inventory section. So to get there, just go to the business menu and products and services. And here we can see that there are a few different kinds of products and services. So if we have a look here, we can see there's some golf balls and there's some t-shirts, and those are all products that have a buying price or a cost price and a sale price with a margin in the middle. So they're physical products. And there's also some services set up here. So services such as development work with hourly rates and day rates. And there's some more down here for project management and some half-day training and desktop network support. So some of these items here are products and some of them are services. They're not all physical inventory. So you can create new items by clicking on this new item button, and you can also import and export some of the data. Now, if you run a business where you do have inventory, you may find Xero's products and services section a little bit basic. So if you need something more sophisticated, such as the third-party add-on, you can go to this main menu and go to the app marketplace and see if you can find something more sophisticated and more appropriate for your business. And I'll just finish off by showing you what these item codes can be used for, particularly for services. So you can see here there's a DevD item code here. So if we do some development work for a client and we want to invoice them, we can go to the invoicing section. We can create a new invoice. And then when we go to fill in the line items, we can click on this item here, click on the drop down, and you can see here, this is where the products and services show up. So if we click on DevD that we were looking at before, that will automatically populate our invoice with all the information that was set up in the products and services section. So even though the products and services section is probably a little basic for physical inventory such as golf balls and t-shirts, it is pretty handy if you have particular services that you invoice people for over and over again. You can just set up the services here. So that was our overview of products and services and inventory in Xero. Let's have a look now at bank accounts. Okay, now let's have a look at one of the more important parts of Xero, which is how to manage your bank accounts. So no matter what kind of business you've got, you're likely to have at least one bank account or credit card or PayPal account or whatever it may be. And they're all controlled from the bank accounts section. So on the main dashboard here, you can see the two bank accounts that are set up in the demo company. There are a couple of panels here to show you the information on those bank accounts, and you can also see that you can click into those bank accounts by clicking on the names of them. If you want to reconcile this main account, you can click on the button, and you can also access a few things by clicking on the three buttons on the right hand side here. But let's go into the bank accounts from the main menu. So you just need to click on accounting and bank accounts, and here you can see the main bank account screen. And the reason I've gone in here instead of from the main dashboard is that there are some extra buttons at the top here that allow you to do a few things, such as adding a new bank account, which you'll have to do when you first set up your business on Xero. So if we click on that, you can see here that there's a process you need to go through to set up a bank account. So here in Australia, it's brought up some of the main banks here. So let's click on ANZ. Then you go to the next screen where you type in your account name and the account type. So let's just say it's an everyday bank account, and we'll just call it business bank account, business account 2, and then you can type in the BSB and account number. So I'll just put some pretend numbers in there, and if we go to continue, you can see we have a new bank account down here. Now, we haven't actually got any transactions in that account because we only just set it up. So you can click on here to import a bank statement, and that's a manual import process. So you'll need to download transactions from your online banking, put them into the template that Xero provides through the process, and then import them to get the transactions in here. Normally what you'd like to do though is set up automatic importing, and that's one of the main benefits of using Xero. So every day your bank transactions will be automatically imported into the bank accounts that you've got set up in Xero. I can't show you how that works in the demo company because it's not activated in the demo company. But if you can get that set up for your bank accounts, it's a real time saver. So let's just have a look at the 2 bank accounts that Xero has set up in the demo company here. And the first thing you'll probably notice is that the main business bank account has this button here saying that there's 28 items to reconcile, while the other bank account says that's reconciled. So if we go into this one and we look on the reconcile tab, we can see that there's no transactions to reconcile, and that the balance in Xero is the same as the balance in the online banking facility. So if we go back to the main bank account screen, and now we go into the business bank account, so we can either click on this button here to go straight to the reconcile tab, or we can click through the same way we did the other account and then click on the reconcile tab. And here you can see that there are 28 items that need to be reconciled. So on the left hand side we have the bank statement lines, and these are the transactions that are imported from your bank account, whether you manually uploaded them or whether they came through the automatic feed system that you hopefully can set up for your bank accounts. And then on the right hand side we have transactions in Xero, and the idea is that every single bank account item needs to match to a transaction in Xero. So whether that's a sales invoice or a bill or an expense payment to a client or something else, it needs to match, and then you can reconcile it. Xero will always try to automatically match your bank transactions with invoices and bills, etc., that you already have set up in Xero. And when that happens, it shows up as a match just like it has here, and this OK button will appear in the middle, so you can see the button is there for a few of the transactions that have matched and it's not there for others. So there's no matching general ledger transaction for this $15.75 spend at the bakery. Once Xero does match these things together, or you do it yourself, and the OK button shows up, all you need to do is click on it and that item is reconciled. So you can do that one as well, and as you scroll down you can see there's more of them. So for bank account transactions that come through on your feed that do not have a matching transaction in Xero, you need to create them. So you can do that manually by using this create tab here. So if you like, you can just create a spend money transaction for this. So we could say it's the Cooper Street Bakery, and we can say that that might go to, let's say, entertainment, and we can put a description in if we like, but we won't do it here. And you can see now that we've created a transaction, so the OK button appears, and if we click OK, then that item will be reconciled in our accounts. It will disappear from here. So likewise, we've got some money coming in here for $2,000, and we can create some sort of receive money transaction because it looks like it's not matching to a sales invoice. And the other thing you can do is to create bank rules, and the rules will look for certain information in your bank transactions and then try and create a general ledger transaction automatically. So you can have a look at the bank rules by going to Manage Account, Bank Rules, and we can see here that there's only one of them set up here in the demo company in this particular bank account called 7-Eleven, and it's a spend money rule. And what that's going to do is it's going to look for a payee that contains the word 11, and it will try and match bank account transactions and then create a general ledger transaction automatically. So if we go back to our bank feed and just go back to bank accounts, back into the business bank account and into the reconciliation tab, you can see here there's a transaction that does actually contain the word 11 for 7-Eleven, and Xero has automatically created a general ledger transaction to match it to. So we can just straight away click on OK, and that's reconciled. So that's just another way that Xero tries to help you to automatically reconcile transactions, and you can create as many bank rules as you like for whatever transactions you like. So for example, we could create a rule for Central City Parking, and then every time Xero spots Central City Parking coming through your bank feed, it will try to create a general ledger transaction for you. Then the OK button will show up, and then you can just go through and click OK, and it's reconciled. So let's just go back up to the top here and have a look at some of these other tabs. We can see there's a cash coding tab, and from here you can manually code the transactions that have come through on the bank feed to general ledger accounts, and it can be a faster way of doing it than using the reconcile tab. So it's just a matter of preference really as to which way you want to do it. The next tab just shows the bank statement transactions, and you can see here that some of them are unreconciled and some of them have been reconciled. There's also one that's been deleted there. And then finally the account transactions tab, which shows you transactions in Xero's general ledger. So that includes things like invoices and bills that have been set up. And again, you can see some of them have been reconciled to bank account transactions and some of them are still unreconciled. So that's a little overview of how to reconcile a bank account in Xero. If we go back to the main bank account screen, I'll just point out that if you have other accounts such as credit cards or PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts or anything like that, you still manage them from this section here. So you just go into add bank account, and if for example it's a PayPal account, you can just type in PayPal and then go through the process of adding the PayPal account through here. So that's it for bank accounts. Let's move on now to the next section. Let's have a quick look now at some of the reporting that you can do in Xero. So if you click on the accounting menu, you can see that there is a report section, and this is the favorites section. So these particular reports have been favorited, and they include the business activity statement and the balance sheet, cash flow and profit and loss. So you can go directly to those reports from here because they're favorited. If you want to go and look at a different report, you just click on reports, and from here you can go into any one of Xero's reports, and you can see the reports that have been favorited have a little star next to them that's been selected. So if we wanted to take the balance sheet off that menu, we just click on the star, and now you can see that the balance sheet no longer appears there. So we can put that back, and there it is again. So that's how you favorite and unfavorite a report for the menu. And other than that, really, you can just have a look through and see what kind of reports are here and what you may need in your business. So you might need to expand it out a little bit, and you can see there's financial reports and sales and purchases, inventory reports. There's lots of payroll reports as well, and then some reports for taxation and accounting and fixed assets. So that was just a little overview of the reporting section in Xero. Let's move along to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at some of the advanced accounting tools and settings in Xero. So to get there, we just go to the accounting menu, and you can see down the bottom here, there's a subsection of the menu with a few quick links to some of the advanced accounting areas. So you can use those links, or you can just click on advanced up here, and that will bring up all of the advanced features and the advanced settings just on the one screen. So just going down the list of advanced features here, and we won't look at them all, you can see there's a tool here to find and recode transactions if you've made a mistake and you need to do that. There's a section where you can go to post manual journals to the general ledger. So I'll just click in here and have a look, and you can see if we have a look at the list of all journals, there's a few in here in the demo company, one of which has been posted, a few of which are still drafts, and one has been voided. So if you want to create a new journal, you just click on the new journal button, and Xero always gives you a message recommending that an accountant or a bookkeeper create journals unless you have experience managing a general ledger. And then you can simply go ahead and create the journal down here. Xero will tell you if it doesn't balance. So if we go back out here and have a look at some of the draft journals, I believe this one here doesn't balance. It's $108 out because of the GST. So you won't be able to post that one until it balances. So when you do get a journal to balance and it's either saved as a draft or you're just creating it at the time, you can either save it as a draft or you can just post it right away and it'll just post straight into the general ledger. So that's a little bit about manual journals. So if we go back to the advanced section, next on the list is fixed assets. So if we go into the fixed assets section, you can see, similar to a lot of the other places in Xero, such as invoicing and bills, there's you can save drafts and then you can register them when they're ready to be registered. So if we just have a little bit of a look here at one of the draft fixed assets, and you can see that we've purchased some desks and chairs and furniture for the office, and it's being coded to office equipment, and there's a purchase price and an asset number, etc. You can also put some other details in here, such as a description, a depreciation start date, choose the depreciation method by rate or by effective life, and then when you're ready you can just click on the register button, and then it will show up in the registered assets list. So there's a few here that are already registered. So if we go into this one, we can just see the details of it. It's an LCD TV, 60-inch TV, diminishing value depreciation at 40%. And we have a look here, summary of the value. We can see it's still in at its book value of $6,500. So once you've got a couple of registered assets, or even just one, at some point you will run your depreciation, whether you do it monthly or if you just do one run at year end. You just click on this button and it will calculate and run the depreciation for you. And of course, if you want to add a new asset, you can do it this way. And there's a few other ways you can do it as well, but I won't show you those right now. But you can just press this button to create a new fixed asset. So if we just go back into the advanced section while we're on the topic of fixed assets, there's also under advanced settings, there's some fixed asset settings that you'll need to set up before you actually register any assets. So if we just have a quick look in there, and we can see that what we need to do is create the asset types for a start. So you might remember we just had a look at one that was coded to office equipment, so that's already been set up here in the demo company, and the general ledger accounts that the asset goes to and the accumulated depreciation goes to and the depreciation expense goes to. It's all been set up, and there's a default depreciation method here as well. So you can set up asset types, you can set up motor vehicles or heavy equipment, whatever you like, in here, and then there's a few GL accounts that you can select here if you're going to dispose of an asset, and there's some tax reporting settings as well that you can set up to do with pooling. So you need to set those up before you start adding fixed assets. So that's what I wanted to show you on the advanced features side. So on the advanced settings side, we've already looked at the fixed asset settings, but there's also some other settings that you need to go through when you're first setting yourself up in Xero. One of those is the financial settings. So obviously in Australia we've got GST, and you'll need to go through and set up your GST method and put some other details in here as well, such as when you calculate your GST and pay it. Same with your PAYG withheld and your PAYG income. And there's a few tax defaults here that you can tinker with as well, and lock dates for if you need to lock your accounts for posting to ensure that people no longer post to them once you're finished with particular periods. It's all in here. So the next one down is another really important one, which is the chart of accounts. So different businesses will have different charts of accounts. So you'll need to set one up that's appropriate for your business, but it's all in here. The assets and liabilities, etc. Each one has a different tab, and you can add GL codes, and you can delete them if you haven't used them. If you have used them, you may be able to archive them instead by just ticking there and clicking on the right button. So if we just have a look at when you add an account, you can see that there's a few things you need to fill in. Obviously the account type, so if it's a current asset, pick a unique code, give it a name, a description, and then you'll need to choose the way that it has tax calculated on it or not. So we won't set one up. I was just showing you where to go to do that. So that's a bit about the chart of accounts, except I should also point out that you can import a chart of accounts if you have one set up in another system and you want to bring it over to Xero. You can import it. And if we have a quick look at the tax rates, we can see here that there's some basic GST tax rates set up for the Australian version of Xero, with GST on expenses and income set at 10%, and all these other codes it's 0%. If you need more tax rates, you can click on change to advanced tax rates here, and I'll just click on it, and you can see now that the list of tax rates we've got is much longer, and particularly there's a few additional tax codes that have come through for things like exports and capital imports, etc. So depending on what type of business you run, you may or may not need to use those. So let's just go back to the advanced settings section and have a look at tracking categories. Now, tracking categories is basically Xero's version of cost centers or profit centers. So you can set up different categories, and you can have different categories within the categories. So this one, you can see here in the demo company, there's a region category set up, and there's east, north, south, and west coast. And I'll just quickly show you one way that you can use those. If we go into invoices, for example, and we just have a look at this first invoice here. If we edit the invoice, and you can see here there's a region column with nothing selected, but we can assign it to one of those categories that we saw before. So we could assign this to east side, and the next line, for example, could be assigned to the north side. We can update that so it saves. And all that means is that when you go to do some reporting later on, you can report by region, because you've got it set up as a tracking category and you've used it here. So yeah, so that's how tracking categories are a lot like cost centers and profit centers in Xero. And the final thing to show you here is conversion balances. And this is the place you go to if you're converting over from a different accounting package to Xero, you can put conversion balances in for all your general ledger codes. So you may not need to do it for the profit and loss codes if you're converting at a particular date, such as the first day of the financial year, because they will all be Xero anyway. But you'll certainly need to put conversion balances in for things like your bank accounts, because I'm sure they'll have a balance when you convert your accounting over to Xero. So that's where you go to do that. So that's a little overview of the advanced accounting section. And just to finish off, like I showed you before, some of these settings, etc., are down here on the drop down menu. If you want to put quick links to any of the others on there, you just need to favorite them, and there now you can see history and notes. So that's it for advanced accounting. Let's have a look now through the payroll section. Let's have a look at payroll in Xero now. If you're going to run payroll in your business, then before you add any employees or do any pay runs, you'll need to set up the payroll first. So let's have a look at where to go to do that. If we go to the main menu here and click on settings, and then click on payroll settings, we can see here that there are a few tabs that we need to go along to set up certain things for our payroll. So this has of course already been done in the demo company, so we can just have a really quick look through it. And on the first tab here, you can see that you can set up the accounts, the general ledger accounts that relate to payroll, such as where the bank account that the money is going to be paid out of, and the general ledger accounts for the PAYG liability and the superannuation liability and the wages expense and a few other things as well. You can also set up some payroll tracking, which you can do by region, because we have that tracking category already set up here in Xero, but we won't go into that too much here because it is optional. It's not something you have to do. And then there's a few payslip options down the bottom here as to whether you want to show the salary and the employment basis and put a logo on it. So once you've set that up, you'll need to go through and set up your payroll calendars. So you may have more than one payroll calendar in your business. There might be people that you pay fortnightly, there might be people that you pay weekly. You can also set up other pay calendars. If we click on the add button here, you can see that you can set up twice monthly, 4 weekly, monthly or quarterly as well. So you can set up basically whatever you need for your business. And here in the demo company, they've already got fortnightly and weekly set up. And if we have a look into the settings here, it just shows you a couple of things about when the next payment is to be made, and whether you want it to be your default pay calendar. So we can just cancel out of there. The next thing you need to do is set up holidays. So in Australia, you can set them up by state if you like. So you can set up the public holidays for things like Christmas and Easter and Labor Day and that sort of thing by state, because different states have different public holidays. And when you add employees, you can select which group of holidays is going to be assigned to those employees. So that's relevant if you have employees in different states. The next tab is for pay items, and here you can see that there's already quite a lot of them set up. So one of the main ones here is an earnings pay item for ordinary hours, which would be, you would think, what most people would have on their pay slip every time they get paid. But there's also other things such as termination payments for leaving, overtime hours, redundancy, etc. There's deductions as well. So people might have deductions for fringe benefits tax or lease payments or anything else. There's union fees, which are quite common. There's reimbursements as well, if you need to reimburse staff for travel or other things that they've spent money on in the business. And one of the most important ones is leave. And here, of course, you have annual leave, which for a full-timer, you can see it's been set up to 152 hours a year. If we click into that, you can see it's units, hours, normal entitlement is 152 hours a year. And this is selected to show the balance on each of the pay slips. So whatever balance the employee has left will show up on the pay slip. So here you can set up all your different leave types, like carers leave or sick leave, whatever you want to call it, parental leave, etc. It's all here. And for superannuation, this is where you go to actually set up the superannuation funds. So no doubt, if you've got a whole lot of employees, many of them will have different superannuation funds, and this is where you need to go to add them. You just click on this add superannuation fund here, and with the type you can choose whether it's regulated or self-managed, because some people have self-managed superannuation funds. So you'll need some extra details like the ABN and the ESA, etc., and the bank account. So there's no self-managed super funds set up here in the demo company, just a few regulated funds. So those are the payroll settings that you need to go through and set up before you do any pay runs for your business. And once it's all set up, then you can start doing pay runs as long as you've added employees. So I'll just show you all the different screens now that you need to go to process pay runs. So if we go to the payroll menu, and we can have a look at this overview screen, which just gives you a bit of a snapshot as to what's happening at the moment. So you may or may not really use this screen. There's a draft pay run set up, there's some leave to approve, and there's no timesheets to approve. And you can access all this information in the other screens anyway. So if we go to employees, this is where you'll go to set up your employees. You just simply click on add employee, and you can see in the demo company here, there's half a dozen employees already set up. And on the history tab here, this is where the employees will show up if they're no longer working for your company, if they have a termination date. So if we go back here and we have a look at one of the employees that's been set up, this is what you'll need to do for each employee that you've set up. You'll need to go along each of these tabs and fill in all the relevant information. So you can see here, this is just basic information such as their name and phone number, etc. In employment, there's a few key pieces of information you'll need to put in, such as their start date, what payroll calendar they belong to, and you might remember we just saw there was a weekly one and a fortnightly one, and there's employee groups as well, which you may or may not use. The holiday groups are what I was talking about before when I was saying in Australia you would probably set those up by state. So that could be a holiday group of Queensland if the employee is based in Queensland. And then their ordinary hours rate. Here you can see that pick the pay item of ordinary hours that I showed you before. And then there's certain authorizations here as well, which for most employees will be unticked. This is also the screen where you will choose what superannuation fund the employee belongs to. So you can just click on this add fund button here, and you might remember we just saw that there were two that were set up. So you just choose it here, and then usually people have an employee number with their superannuation fund that you'll need to add in here. So that's the employment tab. The taxes tab is also another important one. So this is a screen where you can submit the employee's tax details straight to the ATO instead of doing it the old paper-based way. So if you get the signed tax declaration off the employee, you can put their tax file number in here, and you can put their employment basis in, whether they're an Australian resident, and they will put on their form whether they're claiming the tax-free threshold, whether they have a HEX or HELP debt, etc. And then when it's all correct, this button down here that says file now, this will be colored green, and you just click on the button and it will ask you if you want to send the details straight to the Australian Taxation Office instead of having to mail the paper form. So that's pretty handy. So this is disabled in the demo company, which is why it's not coming up. The next tab is for leave. And no doubt all of your employees will be entitled to some kind of leave. So there's a little history here of leave that they've requested, whether it's been rejected, approved, or requested and it hasn't been looked at yet. But when you first set up an employee, this section here will have nothing in it. So you need to assign leave types by clicking on that button. And sometimes there's also an option there to just assign default leave types. So everybody might be entitled to just annual leave and personal and carers leave, and you can just click on the button and it just comes straight up, which is very handy. The next tab is for their bank account, and this is where you go just to put in their bank account details for where you're going to pay their wages to. So that's pretty straightforward. The pay slips tab just gives you a history of the employee's pay slips if you need to get in there and access them and have a look. If you click on these buttons here, they download as PDFs. You can't actually open them on the screen. And the pay template tab, this is the template, or the calculation, if you like, of the employee's standard pay, which I'll show you this when we go and have a look at pay runs. So you can see here that LeBron James has some ordinary hours, 38 hours a week, and he has a union fees deduction, and there's some superannuation down here as well. And then the opening balances tab, this is really only relevant in certain situations. So particularly if you're converting over from another piece of accounting software, you might need to put in some opening balances for the employee for these various things here. And then there is a notes tab as well, and you can see there's no notes there, but you can make notes if you need to. And if we just go back to we'll go back to the details tab, and you can see here there's a little options box at the top. If the employee has left the company or is leaving the company, you can set a termination date. If they've just started in the company and you've just set them up here, you can send them an invitation to the payroll section of Xero, and that will give them access to certain things such as being able to apply for leave. And another thing to note is that if you hover over these two bits here, the information, it's quite sensitive information, so it's hidden on the screen. So if anybody's walking past your screen, they can't see the information such as the salary, but if you hover over it shows up there. So that's the employee section of Xero, and there is another way I showed you before, how you can click on that button to invite new employees to payroll. You can also do it here by ticking that box and clicking on invite to my payroll. And like I said before, that will allow them to go in and do things like applying for leave. So the next item down is pay employees, and that's where you'll go to process pay runs, but we'll just go to leave first and have a look in here. And because we're set up as someone who can review leave, you can see we've got these items of leave that employees have applied for and they're up for review. So there's a bit of annual leave there. If you want to approve it, you can click approve. If you want to have a look at it, you can click in here and click in edit. So there might be something that you need to change in here, and then you can reject it or approve it, and you can also reject it here if for some reason you need to reject it. Upcoming, these are leave items that have already been approved and that will go into one of the future pay runs. And you can also have a look at the history here on this tab, and you can see all of the items in history there have been rejected. So that's a little overview of the leave section. If you want to apply for leave for yourself, you can click on the new button and you can put your own name in here. And if you've got permission to do so, you can also put in leave requests for other staff as well. So the timesheet section, not all companies will use this. You might not use it in your business, but this is where you can go to upload timesheets for staff, which is particularly relevant for casual staff. And then there's a process to go through to add timesheets and to approve them. And once they're approved, they can go into the pay runs. Now this last item here, superannuation, this is something that is disabled in the demo company, but in your live account, it will it may be enabled if you have payroll, and so you'll see a different screen when you go into here. And what this will allow you to do is to pay your superannuation straight from Xero through a clearinghouse that Xero are affiliated with. So that will save you from having to do it another way, such as through the ATO's business portal. So that's a pretty handy thing to know if you want a nice simple way to pay your employees' superannuation. So now that we've looked at all that, let's have a look at how you actually pay your employees. So we'll go into here, and we can see that there's a pay run history here of the weekly and fortnightly pays that have gone through lately. And you can see there's also a draft pay run. So a draft pay run is one that's already been set up, but we haven't actually processed the pay run yet or paid anybody. And you can only have one draft pay run per calendar, so we can't add another fortnightly draft pay run at the moment. There's already one there, but we can add a weekly pay run if we click on here and we click on weekly, and those are the employees that are in the weekly pay run. So if we just close out of here, now we can see that we've got a fortnightly and a weekly in draft. So the other thing you can do is you can process unscheduled pay runs, and they're handy if you just need to make an adjustment to, say, one employee. You may need to adjust their pay or their leave balance or something like that. So you can just process an unscheduled pay run. So let's just have a quick look inside the fortnightly pay run. And you can see here we've got 3 employees listed. It gives us the totals at the top of the earnings and taxes, etc., that are adding up from here. They're all ticked to be included in the pay run, and there's a few different options down here, such as adding a message. You can delete the pay run if there's some problem with it. You can reset the pay run if you've gone in and tinkered with some of these things and you need to reset it back to its original state because it's incorrect. You can just click that. There's also some reports here. You can look at pay slips. You can look at the journal that's going to be posted to the general ledger accounts, and you can look at the bank payments that are going to be made to each of the employees. And then when you're happy, you can click on the post pay run button here. But before we do that, let's just have a look at one of the employees. So before, when I was showing you the pay template, this is basically the same thing. So this is LeBron James's pay template, and every time we go to post a pay run, his pay template will come up just like this, and then you can go in and you can make changes if you need to. So perhaps LeBron didn't work 76 hours that week and you need to change that. So there's the union fees we saw before, and down here are the superannuation payments we saw before, and here you can see it's also calculated the PAYG tax, and there's no HEX or help on here either. So this just gives you the overview of all of LeBron James's pay for this particular fortnight. So we can go back by just clicking here. We can see all the others. We'll just assume that we're happy with all of them, and then to post the pay run, we just click on post pay run. Yes, we're sure. And it's just telling us that it's been posted successfully. And now you can see we've got this pay run options drop down menu here. So now we can download an ABA file, which is a text file that you can upload straight into your online banking to help you process the pays a lot quicker than going in and manually typing them in. And you can also email pay slips directly from Xero to the staff members, as long as you put email addresses in each of their profiles. And if you've made a big mistake and you need to undo it, you can revert to draft. So once you've clicked on email pay slips, these little buttons here come up green, but I won't do it here because it's the demo company. So if we close out of here, we can now see that that fortnightly pay run that we've just posted has come down into the history, and the only draft we have up here is the weekly one that we added before. But now that we've posted a fortnightly pay run, we can add another one, because you can only have one draft of each calendar at any one time. So just close out of there, And now you can see there's another one there ready for posting, which is 2 weeks after the one that we just posted. So that's an overview of payroll in Xero. Like I
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome again to our afternoon session of the second day of free bookkeeping seminar. And this afternoon, our topic would be on the computerized books of accounts, no? Kasi we have done with the manual books of accounts. Today, our discussion would be on the computerized books of accounts. So we will start with the new policies of the BAR for the application for registration of computerized accounting system, CAS, computerized books of accounts, and its components, including the electronic storage system, the middleware, and other similar systems. No? Na, yun yung mga sinasabi natin kanina doon sa morning natin discussions about the software. No? So, yung software na yan, pinaparegister po yan. No? Kasi ano ba yung nagpapagana sa computer, nagpa-process the software. No? Okay. So this is embodied in Revenue Memorandum Circular Number 5-2021 dated January 2021. Wala na namang date. Ari, sabi ko linalagyan ng date. Wala na naman, no? Okay. So, simplified policy po itong sa registration ngayon, no? Okay. Ano ang nakalagay dito? Kaya yung may na-question sa atin na yung PTU, this suspends the requirements for permit to use PTU, Computerized Accounting System or CAS, Computerized Books of Accounts and or components thereof, and allow their use subject to compliance requirement on certain portions of Revenue Memorandum Order number 29-2002. Yung 29-2002, ito yung inamend nitong simplified registration ng computerized books of accounts because this RMO 29-2002 deals with the procedure of the computerized accounting system, no? Yung permit to use. Okay. Also, inamend din niya yung RMO 21-2000. Okay. So, number one, ano na ngayon yung simplified na policies, no? So, all taxpayers intending to use computerized accounting system or computerized books of accounts and or its components, including the, ano nga ang ibig sabihin ng ESS. Basahin mo dyan, yung ESS. Hindi, nandyan lang sa una na page. Yung sa title.
Electronic storage system.
Yun. Electronic storage system. So ito yung memory, no? Kung saan pwede siyang hard drive, pwede siyang USB, no? So depende dito sa sinasabi dito sa regulations, no? Electronic Storage System, ESS, no? Middleware and other similar system shall not be required to secure PTU or permit to use. Instead, shall registered subject to the following policies. Okay. So instead na permit to use yung gagamitin, ito na yung gagawin ngayon. Oh? So if you are intending to use computerized accounting system, ito na. Register the system by submitting the documentary requirements stated in the checklist. Meron tayong checklist mamaya na isa-isahin, no? Of documentary requirements, Annex A, to the Revenue District Office or RDO where the taxpayer is registered, no? So ito, maliwanag na, BIR Form Number 1900, application for authority to use computerized accounting system or components thereof or loose leaf books of accounts shall no longer be required for the submission of application for registration of the system. Kaya yung isang query natin, no, dun sa live, Hari, na yung tanong niya is, di-require daw siya na gumawa ng 1900, BF Form 1900? I don't think so. Kasi, base dito sa RMC 5-2021, di na kailangan yung BIR Form 1900. But according to him, may BIR pa rin na nagre-require. Sabi ko, ipakita nyo yung RMC. ipinakita na daw, ayaw naman daw maniwala sa RMC. Sabi ko, wala na ako magawa dyan, no? In that case, kasi ayaw maniwala sa RMC, hindi ano palang kwenta nitong RMC kung hindi sundin, no? Okay. Taga-BIR din sila. Okay. So the system shall comply with the standards set forth under Annex B hereof. So we will go over the Annex B, no, mamaya kung ano yung mga standards na required. Otherwise, when discovered to have violated the said standards during post-evaluation or audit, the taxpayer user shall be subject to penalties provided under RMO number 7-2015. Ano yung mga penalties doon? Malalaki ha, may 25,000, 50,000, 100,000, no? So, upon submission of complete documentary requirements, an acknowledgement certificate, Annex C, shall be issued within 3 working days from receipt of the complete documents by the RDO where the taxpayer user or the system is registered. So, ano na yung ibibigay ngayon? Acknowledgement certificate, no? Hindi na permit to use. Okay. Permit to use CAS, computerized books of accounts or components shall no longer be required, yan na, for the use and registration of the system upon approval of this circular. Kaya I don't know kung anong nangyari doon sa kawawa naman yung taxpayer, no? Kasi iba na yung procedure. Ayaw daw i-honor, no? Ano pa rin siya ng BR Form 1900. So that's the old requirement kasi. So, itong 2021, hindi na kailangan yun. No? Okay. System demonstration or pre-evaluation shall not be required, no, prior to the use of the system. However, post-evaluation shall be conducted by the concerned RDO to determine compliance of the system registered with the Bureau to the standards set forth in Annex B. So, wala ng system demo pero may post-evaluation. No? Okay. All taxpayers with existing permit to use PTU or CAS, CBN or its components shall not be required to apply for registration. Kaya, ito ang liwanag ha, that the approved PTU previously issued by the Bureau shall still be valid. No? So, kailan lang siya hindi valid? Ito yung except. When the PTU or the permit to use was revoked, no? Na-revoke na yung permit to use mo, of course, hindi na siya valid as if wala ka ng permit, no? Upon discovery of its non-compliance with existing revenue issuances during the conduct of authorized audit activity, tax compliance verification drive, TCVD, or post-evaluation. Existence of major system enhancement or upgrade which will require the filing of a new application for registration of the system. Okay. Taxpayer must submit a new application for registration in case of major system enhancement, such as but not limited to any of the following. No? Ito na yung new application ng registration, no? Kung may system enhancement. Pero kung wala, hindi ka rin required na mag-submit. If there is change in the functionalities of the system, particularly on enhancement that will have a direct effect on the financial aspect of the system that includes modified computations and other financial related issues that were considered. No? So, yun lang kung may change ang functionalities mo ng system, then mag-submit ka ng application for registration kahit meron ka na dati na permit to use. Pero kung wala ka namang change in functionalities, then valid pa rin yung previous na permit to use. Or there is an addition or removal of modules or submodules. Ano yung mga modules or submodules? Ito yung payroll system, billing system, no? May tinanggal ka doon. Within the system that will have a direct impact on the financial aspect of the system. Letter C, change in the system software, version or release number. Kasi yung software na yan, may mga version number yan, paiba-iba yan. Kaya bawat version, iba-iba ang features. That will have enhancement on the financial aspect of the system. And all other enhancement that will be deemed as major system enhancement based on the recommendation of the technical evaluators after the comparative functionalities of the old and upgraded system were presented by the taxpayer. No? So recommendation to nung nag-evaluate. Yung mga technical persons ng BIR usually coming from the RDC, no? Galing sila sa revenue data center po ng BIR. Okay. May mga na bagong na attendance ng hapon? Sige, shout out muna natin, no? Shout out muna sa mga bago nating attendees. So, hindi kayo nakakomplete, attend na lang kayo doon sa next na ano natin. Saan sila?
Yung may PM.
Oh, ang dami. Hindi, lahat sila. Yung bago lang.
Ay, yung ano ma'am, ito, binilugan ko lang. Iba na.
Isa. Isa lang? Dalawa, tatlo.
Yung iba ma'am, pag wala sila ng AM, nandito sila ng PM.
So ito yung mga PM.
Tapos yung mga nasa.
Okay. So ito naman, merong AM, walang PM.
Walang PM.
Sige, yan pa naman yan sila. So, ano ko lang yung hindi na shout out kanina, no? Okay. Sana siya, no? Lee Sean Kendrick Cunanan from Caloocan City, no? Martinez Maida, no? Holy Spirit. Sana Holy Spirit yan, dyan sa Quezon City. And then we have Moreno Beatrix Eugenie. Ang ganda. Bagong Puok, Lipa. Saan yan? Lipa, Batangas ba? And then we have Ramos Roan, Australia, Malig Isabela. Rosales Sander Bialin from Pulumulok? Pulumulok, Cotabato yan, no? And then we have Lumayo Maria Sinde, no? Yun lang yung mga bago natin, no? So, yung mga hindi siguro, we will resume with our free booking sa May na to give way on the filing, no, ng ITR. Right now, ang dami na nagpapagawa, no? So, since busy months na yan, January, February, March, April, May na po ulit, no? Mga katapusan ng May ulit, no? End of May. Yung last Thursday and Friday of the month, no? Diyan kami palagi naglalagay ng seminar for the free bookkeeping, no? Okay. Ito na yung violations na sinasabi ng BIR. In case a taxpayer is found to have used an enhanced or upgraded system or software application without registering with BIR prior to the use of such enhanced system, the PTU or the permit to use originally issued shall be automatically revoked, no? Or registration shall have no effect from the time the enhanced upgraded system or software or application is adopted by the taxpayer and may still be subjected to applicable penalty under existing revenue issuances, no? So, yun yung 7-2015. Nandoon yung mga amount of penalties, no? Okay. So, bago nyo i-enhance yung system nyo, once na approve na ng BIR, kuha kayo ulit ng permit, no? Or ipa-register nyo ulit. Do not enhance your system without asking permission sa BIR, no? It has to be approved. Otherwise, yung existing registration nyo will be revoked, no? And you will be penalized. In case of any minor system enhancement, user interface modification, bug fixes, performance improvements, and other, taxpayer must submit written notification to the registered RDO or large taxpayer office stating the specific minor enhancement on the system, no? Okay. The detailed guidelines and procedures shall be provided regarding the registration of the system in a separate revenue issuance. No? So may guidelines and procedure pa. Ito RMC, no? But meron na tayong mga annexes, nandoon yung mga technical descriptions that we will also discuss. No? Hanapin mo dito yung mga necessary. CR lang ako. buksan mo yung lahat ng annexes.
Annex A.
Okay. Let's discuss the Annex A, or the checklist of documentary requirements, or CDR, no? For this registration of your accounting system. Bakit po natin dinidiscuss ito? Because, di ba sabi natin, we are urging you to use a computer system in recording your books of accounts. But, of course, you cannot just use a computerized accounting system. It has to be registered with the BIR, and it has to be evaluated later if your system conforms with that, with the requirements of the BIR. Oh? Patayin mo na. So these are the checklist of documentary requirements. No, we have the name of the taxpayer, the TIN, the RDO or the software name or version number. No, so you have to provide in this checklist. Saan mo nyo nakikita yung software name or version number? That is provided by your supplier, no? Kung sinong gumawa, kanino nyo binili. Halimbawa, QuickBooks yan or SAP, no? Sa iba-ibang version yan, yung software nila. Kaya tatanungin nyo sila kung anong version nyo nabili nyo and then dito nyo ilagay, no? And then the requirements, may box, no? Nakalagay kung complied, no? So put check in the check box if requirements is or are submitted. Put X on the item still for compliance. No? So sino yung magagawa nito? Kayo. Kasi kayo mag-a-apply, no? General requirements. Number 1, sworn statement if system is used and maintained by taxpayer. Meron Annex A1. Tingnan natin mamaya yan, no? Yung sworn statement. Herein as Annex A1 or joint sworn statement if system is outsourced or used and maintained by service provider instead of taxpayer. Attached herein as Annex A2, no? Whichever is applicable with attached duly accomplished summary of system description, and then the commercial or invoice receipts or document description, the forms, records, and reports specification attached herein as Annex A3, no? So, kung kompleto na siya, lagyan nyo ng check, meaning complied, no? Sample printout of principal and supplementary receipts or invoices compliant with revenue regulations RR number 16/2008, 18, and other accountable forms that will be used if applicable as declared on Part 5 of Annex A3. Ano yung mga requirements ng receipts and invoices? No? So, receipts and invoices, ibig sabihin official receipt and the sales invoice should conform with the mandatory requirements if you are VAT or if you are non-VAT, no? Standard na yung resibo ng VAT. Nakalagay na dyan yung name ng taxpayer or ng corporation, the address, and then nakalagay na yung VAT registration number TIN, and then nakalagay yung business type ng taxpayer, the address, then ng customer, and then nakalagay din yung kung exempt sale ba siya o zero-rated sale or batable sales, no? Nakalagay doon, and then the unit, the description, the unit, the price, the quantity, the amount, no? So yun yung mga requirements, and then yung information about the printer. The printer should be accredited by the BAR, and then there is a statement at the bottom of the receipt that this receipt is valid for 5 years from date of ATP, no? So 5 years lang ang validity ng resibo ngayon. So ganyan din kahit na computerized ka, the same requirements, no? Number 3 is sample printout of books of accounts compliant with revenue regulations RR number 9/2009. We will discuss also this revenue regulations 9/2009 after this topic, no? Kasi very important yung 9/2009 for those who will computerize their books of accounts. And other reports that can be generated from the system and will be used if applicable as declared on Part 6 of Annex A3. No? So, titingnan natin lahat yan ng mga annexes and we will explain to you. Printed copy of audit trail, no? Activity log generated by the system. Yung sample ng audit trail, no? It is a mandatory requirement. Duly accomplished and signed Annex B standard functional and technical requirements. No? So, sino ang gagawa nito? Dapat yung service provider nyo. Kasi sila yung mas nakakaalam dun sa technical functions ng system. No? So, kung complied lahat yan, you put a check. And then we have the letter B, if the software license of the software to be used is under the name of the parent or affiliate. Excuse me, Hari, may mga lamok. certification from the purchasing company allowing the taxpayer applicant to use the same system. No? Must be submitted in addition to the documentary requirements listed under A. No? General requirements. Not, okay. So, nakalagay dito, submitted by the taxpayer applicant's name and then the date, received by the BIR receiving officer and then the date. And then merong return slip, no? Ano tong return slip? Ito yung pinaka-claim stub nyo, no? Acknowledgement by the taxpayer applicant authorized representative. I, blank of legal aids, hereby acknowledge that the items marked with X are lacking documentary requirements and as such accept the documents being returned by BIR. Imagine, no, kayo pa yung acknowledge. I understand that the registration of the system software I intend to file will only be processed upon submission of complete documents. No? So, kaya nga, masakit mga gat, dami pala. No? Name of taxpayer applicant representative, signature over printed name, and then the date. Yeah. Next na tayo.
Close nyo lang yan, ma'am.
Sige.
Naka-open na tayo.
Sige na, ikaw doon. Okay. Oo, ang dami talagang lamok, no? Malamok dito sa amin. Annex C ito eh. Next is Annex B. A1. A1 muna. Okay. So, Annex A1. No? So, Annex A1 is about the sworn statement. No? Sworn statement ng Revenue Memorandum Circular A 5-2021. No? Ito yung Annex A1. No? So, since this is a sworn statement, nakalagay dito yung Republic of the Philippines, Province of, City, Municipality of, and then nakalagay dito yung I, name of authorized representative, the nationality of legal aids, designated as yung position mo, kung ano yung position mo sa company, duly representing the registered name of the company or corporation, with business address located at, do hereby voluntarily post and say. Pero kung kayo yung owner, then state nyo dito na kayo yung owner of the single proprietor, no? Okay. So hereby do hereby voluntarily yan dapat eh. Do hereby voluntarily depose and say that the software system to be adopted as the functional and technical feature or description as shown in Annex A3 hereof. And then the subject computerized accounting system or CAS, the computerized books of accounts or CBA, mamili lang kayo dito, hindi nyo ilalagay ito lahat. Yung applicable lang sa inyo. Kung computerized accounting system siya din ilagay ninyo, yung computerized accounting system. Kung books of accounts, din ilagay nyo books of accounts. Or its components, kung meron, no? May middleware halimbawa, may electronic storage system, din ilagay nyo. Pero kung wala, then do not put. Complies with the applicable requirements prescribed under existing revenue issuances and as declared in Annex B hereof. No? The CAS, CBA, and or its components, middleware, or ESS can produce, yan ha, sworn statement na to. Ibig sabihin, lahat ng requirements ng BIR, state sa'yo na na-comply mo. So, yan ang ibig sabihin nito. No? Otherwise, huwag mong ilagay dito kung hindi mo na-comply. No? Kasi this is an affidavit already and this will be notarized. No? You can be prosecuted on this because hindi totoo yung nilagay nyo, no? Sinumpaang salaysay. No? So, can produce audit trail. No? So, see to it that your system can produce audit trails. Activity logs that can be generated and printed anytime showing information such as stamp date and time, users who created and or updated the data, activity performed, and values of data involved. So if you intend to have a computerized accounting system, then ipakita nyo itong Annex A1 doon sa service provider nyo or kung kanino nyo bilhin yung inyong software. So that, pag nakita na niya itong mga technical descriptions lahat, at alam niya na kaya ng system niya, then go for it, no? Since kayo magsasalaysay, no? Parang protection nyo rin, pagawin nyo rin ng affidavit, yung supplier nyo, na lahat ng technical descriptions dito and functionalities, meron yung system niya, no? So in that case, ano kayo, win-win, no? Hindi yung, pag hindi yan compliant, kawawa ka kasi yung pera mo, sayang. Okay. Another requirement is can provide archive or restore procedures, no? Kasi kung halimbawa may na-cancel ka, may meron kang gustong tingnan ulit or balikan, no? So may restore procedures siya. Can provide comprehensive system documentation. Okay. The CAS, CBA, and or its components, middleware or ESS, is integrated with effective security controls, no? So, specify mo yung security controls nila, mga firewall, kung ano yung security features ng system. There is no suppression of sale. Ito na, no? Kasi yung iba, sabi ng isang vendor, naku ma'am, kung yung system mo such that hindi mo maiba yung sale, walang bibilis. Ayan ang system mo, no? So ano nakalagay dito? Kayo na mismo ang magsabi na there is no suppression of sale, income, and or other technical scheme within the system that may affect the correctness of the sales for purposes of taxation. So kayo mismo ang nagsasabi na yung system ninyo, hindi niya iibahin yung inyong data or information like yung sale, which is very important. The target system implementation date shall be, kayo na rin maglagay kung kailan ninyo i-implement yung target system nyo. The system application and database backup shall be preserved for a mandatory period of 10 years pursuant to Revenue Regulations number 17-2013 as amended by 5-2014. No? So ano yan? Yan yung mga regulations that requires retention of record for a period of 10 years. No? And then ano itong RR 5-2014? Ito yung after 5 years, pwede nyo nang i-produce ang soft copy ng documents nyo at yun na yung i-archive nyo. No? Okay. Another statement, no? The system application can be accessed and viewed by revenue officers of the BIR for purposes of authorized audit activity, post-evaluation or tax compliance verification drive. So, pag merong door-to-door sa inyo na mga BIR officers, pwede nilang tingnan yung system, no? Pwedeng magbigay ng access sa kanila. Sa authorized lang, authorized na mga personnel ng BIR. The company as a user of the software or system shall be responsible to provide the BIR with sales and other financial data from the software or system relevant and necessary in the conduct of the audit, post-evaluation or TCVD, and shall require its software provider to assist in extracting the required data as deemed necessary. Kasi experience ko yan, no? Pagdating nyo na sa business establishment, mag-i-evaluate kayo. Ay, ma'am, wala yung technical namin, hindi namin mabuksan. Pero yung totoo, ayaw talaga pabuksan, no? So, ma'am, bakit? Bakit nasaan po siya? Ay, ma'am, hindi namin alam, ganun. So, anong nakalagay dito? Kayo na mismo, since you are the user of the system, kayo na mismo yung magpo-provide, no? Ng person, no, na marunong sa technical para i-provide yung mga information nila ng BIR, no? Okay. In case of violation of existing rules and regulations, I hereby undertake to face any legal sanctions and pay corresponding penalties thereof as provided for under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and relevant revenue of issuances. So, ikaw mismo or ikaw na applicant, payag ka na mag-impose ng penalty ang BIR pag meron kang nagawang violations, no? That's why, ano ang pinaka-importante, why is it that we are studying these bookkeeping regulations? Para iwas penalty, no? And then para proper compliance tayo. That's why the purpose po of our tax training is for you to have a better tax compliance. No? Kaya nagtatyaga tayo dito sa YouTube, no? Thank you very much sa YouTube for giving us this opportunity. Kasi ano ba ang dapat gawin kung computerized accounting system ka? So pwede ba na the computer is very powerful, kahit anong utos mo dyan, susunod dyan. Anong command mo, susunod dyan. So, ginawa ng BIR, nilagyan kayo ng responsibility, no? As system owner, na kayo yung magpo-provide ng mga correct information sa BIR. And in case of violations, mape-penalize kayo, no? So, it's very clear in this affidavit. I hereby declare under the penalties of perjury, no? So perjury is a criminal case, no? Na ibig sabihin, niloko mo yung mga information na nilagay mo dito, no? So the penalties of perjury that the foregoing attestations are true and correct, no? So name of the authorized representative, signature over printed name, and then the tax identification number, no? And this should be notarized, no? By notary public. Okay, so yun po yung laman ng sworn statement. So very complete na siya. Kaya nga natutuwa ako kasi as nakikita ko ngayon, very specific na pag gumawa ng mga rules and regulations, hindi ka na mangangapa on how to implement, no? Kasi kagaya nito, lahat ng mga annexes naka-explain, pati yung mga forms, no? Okay. So that is the sworn statement to be executed by the owner, no, ng computerized accounting system. Okay. Next is we have the Annex A2. No, ano naman atong Annex A2? This is also the joint sworn statement by the system owner and the software owner. The software will be outsourced, no? Pinapa-outsource yung software. So, Republic of the Philippines, Province of or City Municipality of I, name of affiant, and then the nationality, of legal aids designated as kung ano yung position niya, duly representing the name of the company or corporation, the user of the computerized accounting system and or its component thereof, with business address located at engaged in line of business and existing under business name with VAT or non-VAT registered or tax identification referred her to as taxpayer client, no? So ito yung joint sworn statement na to ng taxpayer, the one who apply, no, for the use of the one who registered the accounting system, no, and the service provider, no. So yung taxpayer client and the service provider, dalawa silang pipirma sa sworn statement. Bakit? Kasi pina-outsource ng taxpayer yung computerized accounting system niya sa service provider, no. Okay, so sino kasama dito na paperma din? The service provider. I, name of affiant, nationality of legal aids, designated as position duly representing name of company or corporation, the developer, provider of the computerized accounting system, and or its components thereof with business address located at, engaged in, an existing under business name with VAT or non-VAT registered, referred her to as the service provider, no? So ito na yung affidavit nila. Do hereby voluntarily say that as taxpayer client, ito yung taxpayer client, shall be responsible to have the system be registered with BIR prior to its use. So, meron ka accounting system. Pwede ba gamitin mo lang kaagad-agad yan? Pwede, no? Pero, hindi mo pa siya na-register sa BIR, no? So, the system owner or the taxpayer client, siya yung may responsibility na iparegister muna sa BIR bago gamitin, no? Kasi kung ginamit mo na at saka may mga laman na yan, yung system, mape-penalty ka. Kasi ibig sabihin, ginamit mo yung system na wala ka pang registration, no? Name of user contracted the services of the name of developer and the service provider for the kung anong service to be rendered niya. And will use the CAS or CBA and or its components, middleware, and ESS owned, developed by the latter. No? So, siya yung gagamit ng system. So, anong sabi na ng client? Shall maintain all accounting records and other relevant financial data which can be accessed and will be made readily available to BAR as requested during audit, no? Post-evaluation and tax compliance verification drive. The system software has no suppression. Yan na ha. So kung ano yung affidavit kanina nung individual or corporation, ganun din dito sa joint, no? The system or software has no suppression of sales or income and or other technical scheme within the system that may affect the correctness of the sales for purposes of taxation. That all reports, accounting records, and other relevant financial data shall be retained for 10-year period pursuant to Revenue Regulation 17-2013 as amended by RR 5-2014. No? And shall notify the RDO having jurisdiction over our place of business prior to the expiration or termination of contract with the developer or provider. The expiration or termination of contract shall be tantamount to the cancellation of the registration of CAS. No? Kasi expired na nga eh, or terminated na, so wala na siyang force and effect. No? Ito naman yung sa service provider. No? A service provider shall provide the service, the name of user, for the indicate service to be rendered. No? And will use the CAS, CBA, and its components or middleware or ESS with its functional and technical features or description as shown on Annex A3. No? So the system software complies with the applicable requirements prescribed under existing revenue issuances. No? Okay. Kasama yan sa affidavit ng service provider. Ha? Yan ang pinaka-importante. Ano yun? Yung system or software complies with the applicable requirements prescribed under existing revenue issuances. So, compliant daw yung kanyang system. Okay. Shall not in any way allow the system or software to have sales or income suppression and or other technical scheme within the system that may affect the correctness of the sales for purposes of taxation. No? Excuse me. Ilan pa yung viewers natin?
55 po.
Mas marami kaninang umaga? Okay. Sige. No, continue po tayo ha. Okay. Ano pa yung nakalagay dito sa affidavit ng client at saka ng service provider, no? So the CAS, CBA, and or its components, middleware, or ESS can produce audit trail, activity logs with substantive compliance, produce standard unit audit file, provide archive, restore procedures, and provide comprehensive systems and documentation. No? So these are very important. Kasi ito na yung parang certification mo na compliant yung system. So technical na to no? So ang nakakaalam talaga dyan is the service provider or yung may-ari ng software, no? Okay. So the CAS or CBA and or its components, middleware or is integrated with effective security controls. Ano yung security controls? Specify mo, no? As developer or provider, we shall provide the taxpayer client the access to its books of accounts and other accounting records anytime during business hours except when the contract is terminated. Yan yung sabi ng developer or provider. And then the system software database backup shall be preserved for a mandatory period of 10 years pursuant to Revenue Regulations 17-2013 amended by RR 5-2014. No? And authorized revenue officers of the BAR shall be provided with access to view and provide data record that may be requested for purposes of authorized audit, post-evaluation, or TCVD. No? TCVD is tax, ano yun? Yung verification drive ang VD. Okay, tax compliance verification drive. No? So both of us, kasama na yung client and provider, shall be responsible to assist the BAR in the extraction of sales and other financial data from the software or system that is relevant and necessary in the conduct of the audit and then the post-evaluation or TCBD. No? Shall not make any change, upgrade, or enhancement on the original system or software without prior written notification to the concerned RDO. So, walang enhancement, walang upgrading kung walang permit, no? Notification. Shall be presumed to have knowledge in the event that sales, incomes, operation shall be found in the system, no? Software during audit, post-evaluation, or TCBD, and shall face any legal sanctions and pay corresponding penalties thereof as provided for under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and other relevant issuances in case of violations thereof. No? So yun yung nakalagay dito sa affidavit natin. No? So this is punishable under the penalties of perjury. Kaya dapat lahat ng information dito is true and correct. No? Signature over printed name, no? Taxpayer user, and the system software developer. No? And then it should be notarized. Okay. So, if mayroon kayong mga system na at daan nyo muna sa BR, pa-register nyo sa BR so that yun na, hindi na kayo kailangan mag-maintain nitong mga books and accounts, no? Kasi sinasabi natin. Kasi ang mangyayari po dyan, halimbawa, ay meron kayong system, no, nakabili na kayo and everything, ginamit nyo na, wala namang permit, you are still required or mandated to maintain these books of accounts, and it's very, parang na-mess up ka kasi meron ka namang computerized accounting system. No? So, kung walang permit yun, ang default mo is manual. No? So, kailangan talaga na mag-submit ka sa manual. No? Mag-maintain ka pa rin ng manual books of accounts mo. And then, napaka-topsy-turvy yun, especially kung voluminous yung transactions, ang dami mong i-record manually. No? So, ang sabi ko na sa inyo, the government encouraged the use of this accounting system. Hari, dami pang lamok. No? So, doon na tayo sa annex. May A3 pa pala. Okay. So, dito na po tayo sa Annex A3. Okay. So, for the Annex A3, this is about the summary of system description, commercial invoice, receipts, document, description, no? Forms, records, and reports certification, specification. No? So, yun yung summary ng system description. Registered name, taxpayer's registered name, registered address, TIN and branch code, no? So, registered RDO, kung saan kayong RDO naka-register, makikita yan dun sa certificate of registration ninyo. Dun sa taas nakalagay yung number ng RDO, no? Part 1, software or system description, no? So, old software or core system if applicable, no? Software name, version number, release number, and or date, no? Okay. So, main new software core system to be used, no? So, we have here the software name, version number, release number, or date, type of software, database platform, and version number, software provider's name, software provider's address, TIN, and branch code, no? So, note indicate whether the system software is in-house developed or imported or off-the-shelf or customized and others, no? So, yun yung pwede nyong pagpilian, no? In-house developed, imported, off-the-shelf, or customized. Okay. So, for the list of the system-generated accountable forms or documents with approval serial numbers and or manually issued receipts or invoices, a system-generated forms or documents, no? Separate matrix yan for head office and each of the branches, no, if any. Main software or core system, name of form or document, prefix or suffix, range serial number, no, so running digits only, from, to, and then the external or internal document, no, with printable form, yes or no, module used to generate, and then the global use, no, series, yes or no, or the description. Okay. So, components, middleware, interfacing software system. For applications with any other system linked, integrated with the core system being evaluated, no? So, we have the name of form or document. We have the prefix or the suffix, the range of serial numbers, the running digits only, from, to, no? Internal or external document with printable form, yes or no, module used to generate, globally used services, yes or no, and then the description. For those who are manually issued forms or documents, the name of form or documents, internal or external document, and with authority to print, no? Okay. All rows, if necessary, indicate NA if not applicable. Okay. Okay, so financial statements naman, ito yung description, and then method or manual electronic, no? So, description to be generated at the head office, no? To be generated at the branches. Other accounting records, description, and then the method, no? Manual electronic. To be generated at the head office, no? To be generated at the branches, so the manual or electronic, no, na method. Note, list all documents and or reports used by the company. Number 2, add rows if necessary, indicate NA if not applicable. And number 3, if there are branches, state the accounting records or reports that will be generated in such branches using the matrix above, no? So, yun yung mga documents that should be generated, no? So note add rows if necessary, indicate in not applicable if not applicable, and if withholding tax certificate, state if signature is manual, no? E-signature or digital signature, and the manner of transmission of the certificate to the income recipient, manual or email or others. Okay, so part 7, we have the server specifications or the technical infrastructures. No? So we have hardware, serial number, hardware brand model, hardware type, server or PC, and then we have the processor capacity. No? Storage capacity, no? Date acquired, date installed, nandun the location, type of connectivity, no? List line. Ito yung mga connection ng internet, no? Major application kasi remember ang recording natin dito is computerized. So we cannot do away with these internet connections. Note add rows if necessary, indicate NA. If not applicable, align information as declared on the technical checklist, no? Cloud-based. Date retention or retrieval or prevention, hardware network maintenance, in-house or outsourced, service and maintenance agreement, no? Maintenance service provider. Okay, so ito yung part 8, important also. And that can be ground sometimes na hindi na ma-accredit yung inyong software, no? Or ipa-revoke yung inyong permit. Part 8 is the backup procedure and disaster recovery plan. No? So, dapat meron talaga kayo niyan. So, backup procedures. Backup, frequency, daily, weekly, or monthly, annually, automated, manual, external, media, used, USB, CD, DVD, or HD. No? Okay. So, yung pagba-backup nyo, dito nakalagay na daily, weekly, monthly, or annually. Yung iba talagang ginagawa yan daily. No? Restoration procedures. Restoration procedure and time, frequency within which report and accounting records can be stored for BAR audit purposes. No? So yung restoration procedure and the time frequency kung kailan ka magre-request ng reports or accounting records. Retention period or the time frame, no? So, physical location of backup media on-site within the office or vicinity and or off-site outside the office vicinity, no? So, doon mo ilalagay yung mga retain mo na records, no? So, this is still under the penalties of perjury and this can be signed by the taxpayer authorized representative or the TIN and the TIN, no? And then the joint sworn statement, taxpayer, user, and the developer provider. No? So these are the affidavit, no? Joint affidavit. Joint affidavit, no? A summary of system description. So bakit nasabi natin na under the penalty of perjury pa rin siya? Kasi ibig sabihin, dito sa summary of system description, ang nilagay niya dito, lahat are true and correct, no? Kaya under the penalties of perjury pa rin itong form na to. No? Okay. So let's continue with our discussion on the Annex B. Okay. So last na ba itong Annex B?
May isipa po.
Wala na, off na. Di bale?
Kaya kailangan na.
Hanapin ko na lang. Okay. So itong standard functional and technical requirements, may mga may mga catch, no? So Annex B, standard functional and technical requirements on the use of computerized accounting system or the CAS, computerized books of accounts or CBA, and or its components including the electronic storage system, ESS, middleware, and other similar items, no? So, ganun din yung instruction niya. Put a check in the box if compliant. Cross X, yung sa box, lagyan mo ng X, if not compliant, or NA on the remarks column if not applicable, no? Okay. Dami talagang lamok, hari. Nangagat pa. No, ang dami nila ngayon ah. Ngayon naglabasan ah. Kahapon. Kahapon wala. Ulan kasi ngayon eh. Okay. So, description. At then nakalagay dito yung boxes na complied. And then the remarks, no? So, number 1, the system generates receipts, invoices, and the serial number is generated from the system. The following information must be reflected on the face of the system-generated principal and or supplementary receipts or invoices. No? So, letter A, seller's registered name. Halika pa, Hiram. Kasi, excuse lang po ah. Talino yung mga lamok eh. Alam nila saan sila magtatago eh. Parang wala nang ano. Sige. Kati. Pag nangangagat. Yan. O, nandun sila. So, pasensya na po. Istorbo itong mga lamok. Ang dami. Sabi ko na nga eh. Diyan sa mga ilalim dyan. O kaya dito. Sige. Then we have the okay, ulitin na lang po natin ha, yung ating description, no? May commercial tayo na lamok, no? So, number 1, the system generates receipts, invoices, and the serial number is generated from the system. Ano tong mga receipts or invoices at saka serial number? Ito yung bawat page ng resibo, di po ba may number yan? So, yun yung tinatawag niya na serial number, no? Resibo, pahingi na resibo. Tawag mo yan mo. Diyan pala yan, kunin mo. Sama mo doon sa files. Yung 6,000 ba yun na yan?
Anak ko na hanggang July at August.
Magkano?
30 plus pa yun.
Oh my gosh.
Pero wala daw sila pang
Okay. So, ito po yung sample ng ating resibo, no? Yung sabi dito na the receipts, invoices, and the serial number is generated from the system. Ito yung sabi natin na number, no? This is the serial number. Ito po yung serial number ng resibo, no? Yan. Tingnan nyo. Kung computerized kayo, computerized system, itong resibo na to, yung number niya is generated by the computer. And the serial number should also be sequential, sunod-sunod yan, no? Kaya every time mag-print ka ng resibo, nandyan yan siya, no? 1, halimbawa, na-issue mo na yung 1, dapat yung kasunod nun 2. No? So, ito yung tinatawag na serial number. Okay? Okay. So, ito yung mga information na reflected in the face of the system-generated principal and or supplementary receipts. Nandyan yung seller's registered name, seller's business name, and then the style, seller's registered address, where the machine will be used, the phrase, VAT, registered TIN, or non-VAT registered TIN, whichever is applicable, followed by the 9-digit taxpayer identification number with 5-digit branch code of the seller, whichever is applicable. So, ito yung sinasabi niya dito, no, sa example. Kasi dapat, ang resibo na generated by the computer, mandatory yung mga information, halos pareho lang din doon sa manual na resibo, no? So, ito yung mga information niya, no? So, nandiyan nakalagay kung anong klaseng resibo siya, and then the sold to, kung kanino yung customer, the TIN, no? And then the address, and then the business style, no? And then the date ng resibo, no? So, ito yung sinasabi dito na VAT registered TIN. Kung non-VAT yan siya, nakalagay din non-VAT registered TIN, no? And then, nandyan yung followed by the TIN of the taxpayer, no? Nakalagay dyan yung TIN. Okay. Kung branch, kung head office, nakalagay po lahat dyan. Okay. Kung head office, 00 po yung dulo, no? So, ito yun, yung dulo. Since ito, 001 na siya, ibig sabihin branch, no? Kasi kung 00 yan, ibig sabihin head office, hindi siya branch. Okay. So, serial number of the receipts or invoices printed prominently with minimum of 6 running digits, no? Padded with zeros or leading zeros are shown, no? So, define the numbering convention if applicable and indicate the number of running digits in the remarks column, no? So, may sample kang ipakita. The date of the transaction, and then the space provided for the customer, buyer, or details as follows, no? So, ito yung buyer's registered name, no? Sold to, the address, no? Ito yung address, and then yung TIN and branch code ng customer, no? The buyer's business name and the business style, ito yun, no? Yung business style, if any. Then the quantity of the goods sold, okay? So, description of the items, no? Or the nature of the services. The unit cost, ito yung unit. And then the retail price, no? Or for the sales of goods or the amount, no? Total cost amount. And then, VAT amount is transaction subject to 12% VAT. So, kadagay dyan yung VAT inclusive, and then the VAT, and then the net of VAT, no? Okay. So, kung engaged naman siya sa mixed transactions, the amounts involved shall be broken down in the following. Nandito yun, no? Batable sales, exempt sales, zero-rated sales, nakikita, no? So, i-check mo yan kung ano yung applicable, no? Kung batable sales siya, then batable sales. Kung exempt, then lagay mo dito siya sa VAT exempt. The word exempt must be prominently shown on the face of the receipts or invoices for taxpayers whose transactions are not subject to both VAT and percentage. Okay. Another is sa Annex B naman to. Put check in the box if compliant or cross X if not compliant or NA on the remarks column if not applicable. So description, for transactions related to senior citizen. No, for your information, meron po tayo dyan na video on how to compute the senior citizens discount. No? So, ang susunod natin na gagawin dyan, Hari, yung books of accounts, special books of accounts for sale to senior citizen, kung paano i-record. No? Okay. Description. For transactions related to senior citizen, person with disability, the following details or information must be reflected on the system-generated receipts or invoices if applicable. No? So, kailangan naka-indicate ito. The senior citizen or the person with disability TIN or tax identification number. And then the OSCA, no? Or ECID, yung senior citizen ID. OSCA is the Office of Senior Citizens Affairs, no? ECID is the Senior Citizens ID number or the person with disability ID number, no? So, is the PWD discount showing detailed breakdown of the 20% and 12% VAT exemption or 5% discount, whichever is applicable. No? So, nandoon po yun sa video natin on how to compute the senior citizens discount. No? Naka-breakdown lahat. Provision space for the signature of the senior citizen or person with disability. The following information must be printed at the bottom portion of the receipts or invoices. Acknowledgement certificate and date issued. No? Series range to be used. No? The phrase, this invoice or relief indicate whichever is applicable shall be valid for 5 years from the date of acknowledgement certificate for principal receipts or invoices only. The phrase, this document is not valid for claim of input tax in bold letters conspicuously printed on all supplementary receipts or invoices or purely exempt transactions. No? Pagka purely exempt transactions ka, hindi ka nakasama doon sa batable. The word reprint must be reflected on the face of the receipts or invoices for duplicate of or subsequent printouts, no? Similar template and contents, no? Kasi yung computer, kung may report man yan siya, pag-generate siya ng ipiprint niya. Pag nag-request ka the same document na i-print mo ulit, reprint na po ang tawag doon, no? So you can identify the original document and the reprinted documents. No? The system-generated books of accounts must reflect the mandatory field stated on Revenue Regulations RR 9-2009, such as but not limited to the following. Anyway, nandun yan sa 9-2009, we will discuss it again. No? So in the general journal, there is the date, reference, brief description or explanation, account title or account code if chart of accounts or master file is available, and then the debits and the credits, no? So yan yung general journal. Okay. So, sample ko lang to pero di masyado nakikita, no? So, ito yung general journal, no? So, we have the date, we have the reference, no? Dito, maglagay kayo ng ano dito na referensya. And then, ito yung description, no? And then, ito yung mga account title, no? And then, ito yung debits and the credits, no? So, yan po yung sa journal natin. Ibalik mo yung upuan dito sa tabi ko, Hari. Yun, no? Tsaka yung mga books, lagay mo dyan. Yan. Ikanon mo. Yun. Okay. Para isang abot ko lang. Okay. Okay, for the general ledger, we have the date, reference, brief description or explanation, account title, account code if chart of accounts, the master file is available, and then the debits and credits, no? So, yun naman yung sa ledger. Yung sample po na pinapakita ko sa inyo is the manual na sample, but since ang sinasabi dyan about the information, same lang po ang information for manual and computerized books of accounts, no? Kasi kung standard yung accounting natin. Kung mag-deviate yan sila, hindi na sila compliant, no? Okay. So ito po yung ledger natin, no? So this is our ledger. Anong sabi niya diyan sa ledger? No? So, example lang to, no? So, ito lang yung example ng ledger. Nandiyan yung account, nandiyan yung may brief description or ano pa yan dito, yung explanation. And then the account title, master file, the debits and the credits. No debits and credits. And then we have the sales journal, same lang, no? Ang kailangan, the date, customer's name, address, not necessary if customer master file is available. Ito yung mga regular na customer, no? So, nasa master file na. Description, reference document, the amount, the discount, the VAT amount, and then the net sales. Okay, so for the purchase journal, we have the date, supplier's TIN, supplier's name, address, no? Description, reference document or sales invoice number, the amount, discount, VAT amount, net purchases. For the inventory book, we have the date, product name or product code or product description, unit, price per unit, and then the amount, no? And then the system reflects the following on the printout and electronic copy of the books of accounts, no? So financial statements and other system-generated reports. Okay. Taxpayer's registered name, registered address where reports are generated, the phrase VAT, registered TIN or non-VAT registered name, whichever is applicable, followed by the 9 digits taxpayer identification number or TIN with 4 digits or 5 digits branch code of the seller. The software name and version number, username, ID of one who generated the report, date and time stamp when the report was generated. Ang dami requirements, no? The system is capable of saving books of accounts, financial statements, and other system-generated reports in .csv or .file, no, format in compliance with RR number 16-2006. Actually, itong dalawa pa na to ang i-discuss natin 16-2006 and 9-2019 na natin kung kaya, no? Hari, anong pagkakaiba ng .csv at saka ng .file? Kasi isi-save mo daw siya eh.
Yung CSP ma'am ano yun eh. Wala pa lang. Yung CSB ma'am, na-open siya through tawag dito, Excel file.
Okay.
Tapos yung file naman, parang specific lang siya na data eh, na na-generate ng isang system.
Okay, sige. Sige, no? Pero tingnan pa natin itong compliance ninyo with 16-2006. Maingay. Ewan ko kung narinig nila yung ingay, no? May ingay kasi malapit po tayo sa MRT, no?
May kumakanta pa.
No, may kumakanta pa kasi may kumakanta sa MMDA banda. No, malapit po tayo. Yung location po natin ngayon, dito tayo malapit sa GMA, corner EDSA and East Avenue. Across lang po namin yung GMA. And then nandyan sa ilalim yung MMDA na office. No? Tapos mayroon pang mga daanan ng MRT, kaya may mga ano naman, may ano tayo, yung intervention na may mga maiingay, no? Okay. Okay. So the system can generate the following BIR withholding tax certificates, no? Yung BIR form 2306, 2307, 2316, no? So we have the certificate of compensation, yung 2316, no? Withheld for compensation. Okay, specify how the system generated withholding tax certificate is transmitted to the employees or payees under the remarks column. Okay. So the complete audit trail of the system must have the following functionalities. The system controls the receipt numbering, no? So yung numbering, kasi sabi natin kailangan sunod-sunod yan. The system generates the posting date of the receipt transactions as the date it entered into the system. No? The transaction can be voided but not modified once posted. No? So the run date is the date the report was generated. No? Users are prevented from editing data within the system-generated reports. No? So i-refrain mo talaga yung i-edit mo yung data ng system. No? Kasi pag nag-edit ka, kaya may nakalag na activity, nakalag yan doon sa record mo. No? Okay. So, description, the system prevents users from having the capability to override edits within computer programs. Also, transaction record is stamped with the user ID of the individual that created the transactions. And the system automatically totals and double checks, cross-checks, no, totals of all accounts, transactions, and report an out-of-balance condition or incorrect computation of transaction. No? So, yun yung sinasabi dito sa annexes na to kung na-comply natin. No? So, ano dapat ang nakalagay dyan? Dapat check yung complied para ma-register na kayo. So, the system security framework must meet the following. No? So, there is a standard procedure and approval in security access for users. Users are restricted from being active on multiple terminals at the same time with the same user identification code. No? Okay. Use identification codes are deactivated. User identification code are deactivated after unsuccessful attempts to sign on the computer. No? Security features din yan. No? So, password is required to be changed every 30 days. No? So, hari yung password natin. 30 days lang daw yan, dapat sine-change. No? Users other than system administrators and security administrators are prevented from accessing sensitive operating systems command. No? We have passwords required a combination alphabetic and numeric characters. No? I-check nyo dyan yung box kung okay yan sa inyo. Users are prevented from accessing accounting information except through authorized transactions with the system. No? Kasi confidential po yan. User access rights can be eliminated or revised upon termination of employment and transfer of employer responsibility. Okay, so computerized audit trails are protected from modification and description. Yan. Server rooms and data centers are kept locked and access controlled with an authentication mechanism. So these are the security features. Server rooms and data centers are equipped with air conditioning, no? Bakit air conditioning? Kasi masisira yung computer pag mainit, no? Server rooms and data centers are protected against power failure and fire. So how will you be protected ng power failure? May sarili kang generator, no? Specify how the server rooms and data centers are protected under the remarks column. No? So sa remarks, lalagyan nyo kung paano pa yung backup ninyo. Napoproteksyonan yung inyong data centers. No? Server rooms and data centers, cables are properly installed under the room or into the walls and not left on the floor. No? Okay, so yung ating mga cables, sorry, not left on the floor. Diyan lahat sa floor. So, unused network connection points are disabled. Okay. Yung sky cable, na ano mo yon? Na-disable mo yon? Okay. All incoming dial-up uses a strong password authentication system. No? So, may password. Remote accesses via internet are encrypted. No? Yun, encrypted, hindi basta-basta nakaka-access. Accesses to external networks are occurring over a firewall, and the same are monitored and audited. No? So, yun yung mga security features po dapat ng system. The application access is protected with an authentication mechanism. Database record modification is flagged for critical applications. No? For adjustment to sales revenue, the following must be available within the system. There is a mechanism within the system that enables the adjustment to sales revenue, such as supplementary documents generated and issued to other parties. Specify the process of the document that will be used generated under the remarks column. So, bago pa kayo pumunta sa BIR, itong mga sinasabi dito na security features, dapat sine-check nyo na to with your internet providers, no? Or with your service providers or yung kanino nyo binili yung system nyo. Kasi, pag hindi siya compliant, then huwag ninyong bilhin, no? So, the supplementary documents must have a unique serial number. No? Specify the numbering convention under the remarks column. Okay. Accomplished by the name of the taxpayer or applicant or representative, and the taxpayer user, and the system software developer or provider. No? So, tatlo sila. Apat, no? May applicant representative, and then the user, kasama pa, and then the software developer. No? Kasi ano to security features ng system. No? So, ano yan, medyo maselan. No? And this is the reason na during the post-evaluation, ipa-enhance sa inyo yung system. We still have Annex 3. Okay. Ang init, Hari. I-on mo muna yung ano. Bakit ang init? Naka-on ba yun doon? Ilan yung ano doon? Ay, sus, kaya naman pala. Saan mo doon i-20 mo? Kasi hindi na nga direct dito, maainit pa. Okay. So, we have Annex 3. This is about summary of system description, commercial invoice receipts, document description, forms, records, and report specification. So, if you try to look at very specific na po yung mga RMC or mga circulars ng BIR, na hindi ka na maligaw. Why? Because sa mga annexes pa lang, sa mga forms that you are going to fill up, nandyan na, may guide na. Annex 3? Diyo.
Si Annex B na tayo kanina, madam. So, Annex C na po. A3 po yan eh.
Oh, A3.
Annex C na po. C.
Oh, tapos na nga to. Tapos na nga yan. So, anong Annex C? Okay. Ayun. Acknowledgement certificate, no? Sinong gagawa nito? Ito na yung acknowledgement certificate ng BIR, no? Sila na to, sa kanila na to, no? Okay. So, acknowledgement certificate, control number, date issued, taxpayers details, system software details. Pag ginawa to ng BIR, kumpleto na yung requirements nyo. Why? Because the information na ipi-fill up dito, manggagaling doon sa application nyo or sa documents that you submit. No? Okay. So this is to acknowledge the receipt of the complete documentary requirements submitted by the above taxpayer for the use of the aforesaid, ayan, may MRT na naman, no? Software system effective, may ano pa, may ambulance pa, no? Kaya yung aming lugar talaga pong maingay, no? So, effective based on the provisions of Revenue Memorandum Circular Number and other existing revenue issuances, no? Any system enhancements, modifications, and/or upgrade of the aforesaid system shall require a formal written notification to the Registered Revenue District Office or RDO, no? Together with the required documents mentioned under RMC number and comparative matrix for the changes of the current and upgraded system. So, comparative matrix, ano yung hindi pa siya na-change and then yung na-change na siya. Okay. Summary of brands or branches that will use the above declared system, if any, and system generated manually prepared commercial invoice or receipts, no? Or document description, forms, records are hereby listed in the attached as an integral part of the acknowledgement certificate, no? So, acknowledged by. Summary of brands or branches and the commercial invoice receipts document, description of forms, no? So, list of branches that will use the software system. Okay. Yan. List of system-generated accountable forms, documents with approved serial number or manually issued receipts or invoices. No? System-generated forms or documents, head office, and also the branches. No? So, name of form or documents, prefix or suffix, range of serial numbers, internal or external document with printable forms, module used to generate globally used series, yes or no description. Itong prefix or suffix, ito po yung number before the serial number. No, halimbawa, yung number mo is, di ba sabi nila at least 6 digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, A, no? Or pwede din siya na suffix, no? Or prefix, A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no? So, ganon. So, the range of serial numbers, from to, no? So, internal or external documents with printable form, yes or no? Module used to generate, no? Kung payroll siya, halimbawa, kung accounts receivable, anong klaseng module? The globally used series, yung global na system, no? Globally used. Kasi pagka globally used series yan, yung hindi yun lahat ng number generated pertains to the record here in the Philippines, no? Kasi halimbawa, yung 001 issued the Philippines, yung 002 issued sa Singapore, 003 issued ng US kasi globally used siya, naka-series, no? That is also acceptable pagka global yung system mo. And then the description, no? Yun yung list all documents with the series ranges generated in the system, add rows if necessary, indicate NA if not applicable. So these are the informations required, no? And then for the manually issued forms or documents, the name of the form, the internal or external document, and with authority to print, yes or no, no? So add rows if necessary, indicate not applicable if not applicable. Signature over printed name, sino ang magsasign dito? The RDO na, no? Or yung chief ng Large Taxpayers Audit Division, or the Excise Large Taxpayers Division, or the Large Taxpayers District Office. Nasaan yung Large Taxpayer District Office? Nasa Cebu po at saka nasa Davao. Itong Excise Large Taxpayers District, nasa National Office po ng BIR, dito po Yan, malapit lang din dito sa amin, no? Walking distance lang, dyan sa Agham Road, no? Dito sa Quezon City. And then, LTAD, Large Taxpayers Audit Division, nandito din po sa National Office, no? So, dyan lang po sila. Okay, sa second floor po ng BAR building. Okay? So, more or less, we have tackled the ano natin, yung ating RMC 5-2021, which is the bago po. Bagong-bago lang yan kasi 2021 lang. Itong January lang to. The new procedure in registering your computerized accounting system. No? So, ganyan na, para magamit ninyo yung inyong computerized accounting system, you have to go through this process. No? Kung titingnan nyo, napakaraming requirements. But, kung magaling yung service provider ninyo, sila yung magpa-facilitate niyan. No? So, ikaw na bibili, magbabayad ka na lang, no? Convenient ka lang. Sila yung mag-provide. Kasi usually, yung mga seller ng mga accounting software na yan, alam na nila yan, madali na lang yan sa kanila i-comply. No? So, let's have a 15 minutes break. No? Balik tayo lang 3 o'clock. Pahinga lang sa lalamunan po. Okay. Sige. Okay. So, good afternoon again. Oh, ang bilis na ang oras. Kala ko 15 minutes pa lang. Okay. Nagbabayad kasi ng registration fee ngayon, no? Ang hirap pa. Hirap magbayad sa bangko. Lima-lima lang tatanggapin. So, balik-balik ka sa sa GCash, ganun din.
Oh, isa-isa kada oras.
Isa-isa ka bawat oras. Kaya ang tagal, no? Okay. Anyway, siguro nag-a-adjust din sila kasi bago. Okay. Sige, let's now go to the discussion on this Revenue Regulations number 9-2009, no? Kasi ano ito, this is the maintenance, retention, and submission of electronic records, no? Kaya if you try to look at yung ating free bookkeeping seminar is not just an ordinary na bookkeeping, no? This is masasabi ko advanced bookkeeping because this deals already with the requirements, no? So hindi siya kaya gusto ko baguhin ang ano dito ang title, no? Kasi kung sinabi mo na bookkeeping, ang expectations ng iba nagrereklamo kasi akala nila yung puro bookkeeping lang, debit credit, ang tinuturo natin dito is yung batas na ng bookkeeping no? So siguro yung next time babaguhin namin yung title dito, the advanced bookkeeping seminar, no? Kasi advanced na yung pinag-usapan natin dito technical pa, no? Just on time for the new normal natin na digitized world, no? So yung mga manual noon wala na yun, no? So we have to do away with it kasi ang tagal pa, no? Na we have a tool naman. If you want to start with your accounting na computerized, may mga software naman ngayon na accounting na free. Or you can start with Excel, no? So, this Revenue Regulations 9-2009 is dated December 23, 2009 pa. Yung isang regulations na i-discuss ko sa inyo, 16-2006, but because of our limited time, marami bang question, Hari? Okay. Sa bagay, wala na. Bakit? I-invite ko na lang kayo sa mga live streaming natin yung Tuesday and Thursday, no? So, in that live streaming, pwede din kayong umattend sa mga bahay nyo. And kung may mga questions kayo, you can post dun sa YouTube channel natin, no? Okay. So this Revenue Regulation 9-2009 deals with maintenance, retention, and submission of electronic records. Hindi na yung records na mga hard records na hard copies, no? Ito, electronic records, soft copies ito. No? Okay. So what is the purpose of this revenue regulations? No? To define the requirements, obligations, responsibilities imposed on taxpayers for electronic record keeping and maintenance of electronic records, electronic books of accounts, electronic records, other sources of information under the National Internal Revenue Code of the Philippines as amended, no? So, kung tutuusin mo itong free bookkeeping na to, kung bookkeeping lang talaga, hindi ito tinuturo sa iba, no? Purely or exclusively dito lang po sa atin. Why? Kasi hindi naman nila i-discuss sa inyo yung mga rules and regulations ng bookkeeping, no? So, another purpose of this regulation is also to address the requirement for retention, no? Retention, yung archiving, o kailangan itago mo yung records mo of records through various processes and systems, including but not limited to computer, electronic, and imaging processes. Yung halimbawa, scan mo na yung mga hard copies mo, no? Gagawin mo siyang soft copy through scanning the document. These regulations also provide the requirements for the access and submission of electronic records to the BIR, no? So, yung submission ng electronic records to the BIR, especially kung under audit na kayo. Okay, so ito pa, these regulations make it mandatory for large taxpayers classified under Revenue Regulations number 1-98 to maintain and or adopt a computerized accounting system. When we say computerized accounting system, it is a complete system. Hindi siya CBA, hindi siya CBA na computerized books of accounts lang. Ang sinasabi sa large taxpayer, computerized accounting system. So it is a system. No, from the issuance of receipts hanggang sa generation of reports, the whole accounting process should be computerized. For purposes of these regulations, this term shall be defined as follows. No? So dito muna tayo because sa law, sa batas, very important po yung definition. Why? Kasi in case na may mga ambiguity or hindi clear yung definition of law or yung case will be resolved using the meaning as provided for in the regulations. No? So database management system means a software system that controls, relates, retrieves, and provides accessibility to data stored in the database. Kasi pag sinabi natin na electronic record, saan siya nakastore? Doon sa database. No? Kasi yung mga records na yan, na may mga medium tayo or mga facilities ang computer kung saan niya itatago yung mga data na pumapasok. No? So, paano yan i-retrieve? Kaya yun ang tinatawag natin na database management system. No? Paano mo yan i-retrieve? Especially kung kailangan mo na yung mga records. No? Electronic Data Interchange or EDI technology means the computer-to-computer exchange of business transactions in a standardized, structured electronic format. No? So, yun yung electronic data interchange. Computer-to-computer exchange of business transactions. No? Okay. Hard copy means any document, records, reports, or other data printed on paper. Ang tawag doon, hard copy. No? Electronic record means a collection of related information in an electronically readable format. Or, electronic records do not include hard copy records. No? Kasi ang hard copy, papel yan, printed yan. Yung electronic records na soft copy yan. No? That are created or recorded on paper or stored in or by an imaging system such as microfilm, microfiche, or storage-only imaging systems. Electronically readable format means information supported by a system capable of producing an accessible and usable copy. No? So, accessible copy means that the taxpayer must provide an acceptable copy of the electronic records in an electronically readable and usable format to Bureau of Internal Revenue tax auditors. Ito yung mga examiners, no? Or investigators to permit them to process and analyze the electronic records on BIR equipment. Ibig sabihin na accessible copy, mababasa, magagamit. Kasi there are times na yung records mo hindi nababasa ng user, especially kung hindi inaalaw, no, ng administrator ng system. Letter B, a copy is usable if the electronic records can be processed and analyzed with BIR audit software. So ito po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na ang BIR meron din siyang sariling audit software, no? Meron siyang computer audit aided tools and techniques, yung what we call as CAATs. So, ang National Office ng BIR ay meron siyang CAATs Laboratory. So, ano yung CAATs Laboratory? Lahat ng computer records ng taxpayers during the tax audit, dadaan po yan sa CAATs Laboratory. No? Anong gagawin? Ang soft copy ninyo, ipasok yan doon sa system ng BIR audit. And then, siya mismo mag-scan, siya maghanap ng mga discrepancies, no? And then, mag-generate siya ng report. So, yung report na i-generate ng system will be signed by the administrator. May administrator po yung CAATs. And then, i-attach niya yan doon sa docket ng case ng isang taxpayer, no? So, sa large taxpayer, hindi pwede na tapusin ng examiner ang kaso without passing through the docket sa CAATS. No? Dadaan talaga yan sa CAATS. Okay. Patayin mo na tong aircon, Hari. Kasi malakas yung hangin. Okay. So the usable copy must be in a non-proprietary. No, non-proprietary. Kasi pag proprietary yan, bawal mo gamitin. Commonly or kailangan pa may mga yung approval, no? Non-proprietary, commonly used data interchange format that is compatible with BIR software. Electronic files retained in an encrypted or proprietary backup format must be able to be restored at a later date to an accessible and usable state to meet BIR requirements, no? So yung mga highly sophisticated na mga software na ginagamit, kailangan yan kaya ring basahin ng BIR, no? Okay. Storage-only imaging system means a system of computer hardware and software that provides for the storage, retention, and retrieval of documents originally created on paper. No? So it does not include any system or part of a system that manipulates or processes any information or data contained in the document in any manner other than to reproduce the document in hard copy or as an optical image, no? So yun yung sinasabi na storage only imaging system, no? System din yan ng computer, hardware and software, no? Ano yun? Storage, retention, retrieval ng documents. Okay. Taxpayer. Ano ibig sabihin ng taxpayer? Means corporation, companies, partnership, or person. So, ito yung taxpayer. Pag sinabi mo person, pwede siyang individual, natural person, or juridical person. Pag juridical person siya, naging tao lang siya by operation of law. So, ito yung mga partnerships, corporations, no? And they are required to keep books of accounts, no? Kasi yung mga corporations nga natin, di ba, ang sabi dun sa Revenue Regulations with us one, hindi sila pwedeng close or dissolve without clearance first from the BIR. And para makaroon sila ng clearance, is surrender na nila yung kanilang mga records. And usually, kasama na yung kanilang mga resibo, mga accounting records, at they will undergo investigation with the BIR, no, bago ma-dissolve. Okay. Electronic record keeping means those electronic business systems that create, process, store, maintain, provide access to the financial records of a person. So yun yung electronic record keeping, no? So yun yung sinasabi natin na computerized accounting, no? Na kasi ang bookkeeping nasa loob ng accounting. Okay? So including but not limited to custom and commercial accounting software, points of sale systems, and internet-based electronic commerce business system, no? So ito yung mga point of sale machine or system, ito yung karamihan ginagamit ng mga businesses na nag-i-issue ng resibo, no? Computerized din yan. Media refers to the physical forms of recorded information. This includes paper, film, computer disc, computer tapes, and other materials which information can be recorded, no? So yun ang tinatawag na media. CDR or compact disc recordable, ito yung preferred ng BIR kasi once na recorded mo na sa CDR, hindi siya nababago, no? So means an optical data storage written and read using lasers that can be read or viewed only but cannot be modified, deleted, or written over with new data recordable CDs are warm, write once, read multiple, no? Write once kasi hindi na siya pwedeng baguhin. DVD-R or digital video disc recordable refers to a new generation of optical disc storage technology which holds more data than the CDR, no? Yung DVD-R. So, kung mapapansin ninyo, yung mga ginagawa nating summary list of sales and purchases, yung mga soft copy na nire-require ng BIR na reports sa DVD linalagay, no? So, anong gagawin nyo? I-record ninyo, i-save ninyo doon yung electronic records ninyo, and then pinapasa yan sa BIR at, ang bilis, pinapasa yan sa BIR at tinatatakan, no? Okay. Electronic record keeping requirements in general, no? Taxpayer shall maintain all records necessary for the determination of correct tax liability under Section 232 of the NIRC. If mapapansin ninyo doon sa Revenue Regulations B-1, yung discussions natin kahapon, ano yung purpose? Bakit kailangan ng taxpayers na mag-keep or maintain ng books of accounts, no? In order to ascertain, no? In order that the government can ascertain the correct tax liability of the taxpayer at any point or period of time, no? So, kaya dapat siya may record, no? So, ano yun? Yun yung supporting documents niya to prove na tama yung kanyang nire-report ng tax. If the taxpayer retains records, so in this case, kasi nag-i-evolve na yung technology, so instead na manual noon, computerized na ngayon. Kaya mag-i-evolve din yung record-keeping processes or requirements natin. Kaya ito yung mga dinidiscuss ko sa inyo, ito na yung mga regulations pertaining to the electronic records. No? So if the taxpayer returns records required to be kept under this regulation in both electronic and hard copy formats, the taxpayer shall make the records available to the BAR in electronic format upon request of the commissioner or its authorized representative. So usually, kailan nagre-request ang BAR ng records during the tax audit or investigation. At kailan nangyayari yon? Kung meron na kayong letter of authority subjecting you for tax audit or investigation. No? So nothing in this regulation shall be construed to prohibit a taxpayer from demonstrating tax compliance with traditional hard copy documents or reproductions thereof in whole or in part, no? Whether or not such taxpayer also has retained or has the capability to retain records on electronic or other storage media in accordance with this regulation. However, this subsection shall not relieve the taxpayer of the obligation to comply with subsection 3.2 of this regulation, no? So, dapat mag-retain ng electronic records sa media. At saka, di ba yung sabi pa natin doon sa requirement para maging compliant yung system, dapat mayroong mga backup, no? Yung records mo, everyday, nagba-backup ka, in-store mo siya sa USB or record mo siya sa DVD, and then linalagay mo doon sa ibang lugar na hindi doon sa lugar mismo na office mo. Para kung may mangyari man doon sa isang lugar, meron ka pa somewhere na nandoon yung records mo, can be retrieved, no? So, electronic record keeping requirements for large taxpayers, no? Ito na yung sa large taxpayers. Sino itong large taxpayers? Ito pong large taxpayers, sila yung paying 80% of the taxes ng Pilipinas, no? How much is the collection target ng BIR ngayon? 3 trillion. 80% of that is how much? 2.4 trillion. Large taxpayer po ang nagbabayad yan. No? Kaya itong matira, yun na lang yung pinaghahatian ng mga small and medium taxpayers or regular taxpayers. No? Kasi sila itong mga malalaking taxpayers na kung tutuusin mo sila talaga yung inaasahan natin para magbayad ng malalaking taxes. No? Okay. So, required sa kanila na to maintain the records in electronic format or computerized accounting system. No? So, lahat ng large taxpayers, sila yung pinadalhan ng commissioner ng sulat or notice na kinaklasify sila as large taxpayers. And may mga criteria po dyan. At iba po yung database nila. Ano yun? Yung registration nila, hindi sa RDO, kung hindi sa national office, no? May sarili silang database. Okay. So large taxpayers classified under Revenue Regulations 1-98 required to maintain computerized accounting system or components thereof. All books of accounts and accounting records shall be in electronic formats, no? So yan ang requirements sa large taxpayers, lahat. All large taxpayers who are currently maintaining their books of accounts and accounting records in manual form are required to register their computerized accounting system not later than December 31, 2009. No? 2009, ano na ngayon? 2021. Ilang years na? 12 years na. No? Ang dami pa rin large taxpayer na hindi nakapag-comply. No? They're just paying penalties. A large taxpayer using commercial and/or customized software to keep books and records electronically is not relieved of the responsibility to keep adequate electronic records because of deficiencies in the software. No? Kasi yung may mga books lang and records, pero kulang, kailangan daw dagdagan niya, no? Kasi deficient siya in the use of software. No? Electronic record keeping requirements or the electronic records, no? They are used to establish tax compliance. Kasi pag wala kang records, ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, your income tax return, your VAT returns are just a mere scrap of paper if you don't have the supporting documents. No? Kasi how can you prove to the government that your payment of taxes are correct kung wala kang documents to support it? No? So, the electronic records used to establish tax compliance shall contain sufficient transaction level detail information so that the detail underlying the electronic records can be identified and make available to the Bureau of Internal Revenue upon request. No? So kahit na accounting electronic record siya, it also comply with accounting standards. No? So taxpayers' discretion to discard duplicated records and redundant information provided its responsibilities under this regulation are met. No? So, may discretion naman na binibigay ang BIR sa taxpayers. At the time of an examination, during the examination, may letter authority ka na, no? Napadalang ka, na-receive mo na. The written records must be capable of being retrieved, converted to a standard record format in accordance with Revenue Regulations number 16-2006. No? Nasabi ko na sa inyo, hindi na natin kayang i-discuss yung Revenue Regulations number 16-2006 because of limited time at saka may information overload na tayo sa dami ng na-discuss natin. So, all you have to do is you read Revenue Regulation 16-2006 in relation or in connection with this 9-2009. No? So, basahin nyo yung 16-2006. Taxpayers are not required to construct electronic records other than those created in the ordinary course of business. No? Taxpayer who does not create the electronic equivalent of a traditional paper document in the ordinary course of business is not required to construct such a record for tax purposes. No? Bakit i-construct mo pa during the yung mga records mo? Yun lang yung during the ordinary course of business. No? Electronic data interchange requirements. So where taxpayer uses electronic data interchange processes and technology, the level of record detail in combination with other records related to the transactions must be equivalent to that contained in an acceptable paper record. No? So kahit sabihin na natin na electronic ka, computerized books of accounts ka, kung ano yung mga, yan, MRT na naman yan. No? So kung ano yung mga information na nandito sa manual books of accounts, ganun din yung information na nandyan sa electronic records. Huh? So the written record should contain such information as vendor name, invoice date, product description, quantity, purchase price, amount of tax, indication. So you have seen kaninang umaga how the computerized accounting system looks at saka paano sila nagre-record. No? So yun yung last session natin in the morning. No? Yung actual na recording na sa electronic records. No? So provided that the taxpayer shall provide a method which would allow the BAR to convert the coded information into an auditable data. Halimbawa, coded yung information ng taxpayer. Dapat daw sabi ng regulations, pwede siyang convert into auditable data, no? Kasi halimbawa naka-PDF file siya. So pagka gamitan ng software ng examiner, halimbawa check niya yung sum or yung total. Pag PDF yan, hindi mo siya pwedeng magalaw, no? Kaya dapat auditable, no? The taxpayer may capture information necessary to satisfy Section 5.2.1 at any level within the accounting system and need not retain the original EDI, electronic data interchange transactions records, provided the audit trail, authenticity, and integrity of the written records can be established. No? If you try to look at yung electronic commerce law natin, may mga requirements doon on how to authenticate, no, the electronic records, no, and that electronic commerce law are also being followed sa mga system or procedures during the tax audit, no. So pina-follow din po yung electronic commerce law natin. Okay. Taxpayer using electronic data interchange technology receives electronic invoices from its suppliers, no. Kaya itong mga online sellers na sabi ko sa inyo, dapat electronic books of accounts ang mini-maintain nila, no? Kasi nakaka-receive sila nito mga electronic invoices, no? So how do they record that sa manual, no? Okay. Taxpayer decides to retain the invoice data from completed and verified EDI transaction in its accounts payable system rather than to retain the EDI transactions themselves. Since neither the EDI transactions nor the accounts payable system captures information from the invoice pertaining to product description and vendor name, they contain only codes for that information. No? So the taxpayer also retains of her records such as its vendor master file and product code description list and makes them available to the BAR. Especially kung yung mga information na yan, may master file at naka-coded, no? So, dapat pati yung code available din siya sa BAR. Kasi paano niya maintindihan, no? So, taxpayer need not retain its EDI transaction for tax purposes. Okay. Electronic data processing system requirements. No? So, ano yung mga requirements naman sa electronic data processing? The requirements for electronic data processing accounting system should be similar to that of the manual accounting system. So, yun yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na isa lang naman yung ating accounting standard. So, whether you are maintaining a manual books of accounts or this computerized books of accounts, same requirements lang po, same recording. In that, an adequately designed accounting system should incorporate methods and records that will satisfy the requirements of this regulation. The information that is required to recreate a sequence of events related to a business transaction must include sufficient detail to substantiate summarized information. No? So the electronic records must show an audit trail from the source documents, no? Whether paper or electronic, to the summarized financial accounts. No? So in addition, the trail may also include a number of links to other associated processes and events such as front-end system, e-commerce, point-of-sale receipts, no? Payments, stock inventories, all of which may have their own system audit trails. No? Kasi halimbawa yung mga malalaking stores na, no? Meron silang inventory system kasi halimbawa supermarket with more than 100,000 items, no, na binibenta. So meron silang inventory management na software. So that yung sinasabi dito, yung EDI, no, electronic data interchange, pwede silang mag-connect at na ka-capture pa rin yung records, no? So transactions covered by trading partner agreement of electronic data interchange, the electronic records including functional acknowledgements have to be kept, no? So taxpayers' responsibility to ensure the reliability and readability of these transaction records, no? So taxpayers, no, itong sinasabi ko po sa inyo ngayon, this is the law, this is the rules and regulations, no? Kaya I'm very particular. Sabi ng iba, ma'am, huwag mo nang basahin. Hindi pwede. Why? Kasi batas ito. At hindi ko ugali na magdagdag, magbawas pagkabatas, no? Kaya nga nung nag-expert witness ako, nagreklamo yung lawyer, na opponent. Objection, Your Honor. The witness is just reading reading, sabi niya. Hindi ko naman masagot kasi may lawyer din naman ako. Na, what I'm reading is the law. Bakit bawal babasahin yung batas? Sinustay naman ako ng lawyer. Hindi siya pinakinggan, no? So taxpayers keeping electronic records must also retain source documents, no? So ano itong source document? Ito yung includes items such as sales invoices, no? So pag sinabi natin source document, kaya nga magkakaroon ako ng isang seminar on how to document, pero doon yun sa transfer pricing, no? How to document yung related parties transactions, which are very very important nowadays, no? So ang pinaka-importante doon yung source documents of the transactions, no? Kasi without that, yun ang sabi ko sa inyo, kung wala kayong document to support your transactions, you are at the mercy of the taxpayer. Especially kung questionable yung inyong transactions, no? So includes items such as sales invoices, purchase invoices, cash registered receipts, formal written contracts, credit card receipt, delivery slips, deposit slips, work orders, dockets, checks, bank statements, tax returns. So tax returns are also documents, no? Ang laki. Ang daming uses ng tax returns actually. And could also include emails, no? So never estimate the emails. Akala natin yung iba hindi seryoso sa email. Ang laking pakinabang niyan. Why? Because they are also official documents, no? Kaya nga tingnan niyo ngayon yung SEC already requires an emails of every. Natapos ba natin yun, Hari? Yung emails ng requirement ng SEC?
Opo, na-send natin.
Lahat yung mga companies na binabayaran natin ngayon ng 0605? Very good. So nasaan na yun? Dapat may master list ka noon.
Hindi, makikita naman dito lang saan.
Sa?
Sent items mo.
Okay.
Sa email.
Okay, sige. Kaninong email yung ginamit mo?
Ano ba? Kanya-kanya. Kasi di ba gagawin siya ng sarili?
Yes, correct. No?
Yun din yung gagawin.
So do not underestimate the emails kasi ngayon, kung dati hindi pinapansin yung email, ngayon meron ng sa rules of court, yung notification through emails, kaya official emails na is tantamount to notification through courier or post office, no? Pagka pinadalhan ka na ng email at pumasok na sa email address mo, parang pinadalhan ka na rin ng post office and that is binding already, no? Kaya do not underestimate the emails. And other general correspondence were relevant for tax purposes, no? Okay. Business process information. Upon the request of the Commissioner of Internal Revenue or its authorized representative, the taxpayer shall provide, no, description of the business process that created the written records. Ilan pa yung ating viewers?
48.
Okay. So, hindi lahat yan mabigyan ng certificate, Okay. So, yung ano lang, yung iba pa naman, ang kulit. Hindi naman nakatapos.
Checklist ako dito nga doon.
Ha?
Yung checklist natin, agenda.
No.
Kaya, check ko kung sino nagbibigyan.
Okay.
Saka yung sasagot sa valuation.
Okay. Sige. Such description shall include a relationship between the records and the tax documents prepared by the taxpayer and the measures employed to ensure the integrity of the record. So, yung integrity of the records is very important. May way or may means dun sa electronic commerce law na ma-ensure mo yung integrity ng records, no? So, taxpayer shall be capable of demonstrating among others the following: the functions being performed as they relate to the flow of data through the system. The internal controls used to ensure accurate and reliable processing. Internal controls used to prevent unauthorized addition, alteration, or deletion of written records. Tingnan nyo kanina, i-relate nyo to doon sa technical descriptions, doon sa RMC 5-2021. So if you try to look at it, lahat ng mga sinasabi doon sa requirement at pipirmahan ng affiant, no, ng taxpayer, nandoon to nakalagay, no, yung mga addition, alterations, deletion ng written records, dapat nakikip track yon. Hindi naman bawal mag-alter, hindi naman bawal mag-delete, but provided nakalagyan sa system, nakikita, no? Pwede ka namang mag-cancel din ng transactions kasi kung hindi talaga natuloy, but it should be recorded by the system or nakikip track siya ng system. No? Yan. Ano na namang ingay yan? Helicopter na naman po yan. No? Helicopter ni Willie Revillame. No? Kasi katabi namin siya dito. Okay. So, the documentation required for electronic records retained shall, among others, include the following. No? So, record formats or layouts. No? So, yun yung electronic records. Field definitions, including the meaning of all codes used to represent information. Sino nakakaalam niyan? Siyempre, yung user. No? File description, dataset name, and detailed charts of accounts and account descriptions. So, napansin nyo dun sa requirement kanina sa RMC 2021 na during the TCVD, may access yung examiner, no? At saka during the audit, and then merong technical persons na kasama para tumulong sa mga examiners, no? Kasi nagiging practice siya noon na pag dumating na yung mga examiners, hindi ma-access yung system kasi daw wala yung technical persons nila at yung mga naiwan hindi alam, no? So, naranasan ko na yan. Kaya nandito na sa, anong tawag dito? Nandito na sa regulations. So, the following fields are mandatory for the following, no? So, these are the information sa mga fields, no? Ng information or sa records, sa report. No? For the general ledger, there should be a date, reference, brief description or explanation, which is exactly the same sa mga pinapakita ko sa inyo kanina sa manual, books of accounts, no? Account title, debits, and credits, no? So, general journal. Dito sa account title, meron siyang or, no? Pwedeng account code lang kung merong chart of accounts. But, dapat merong master file available for the chart of accounts. Kasi, yung chart of accounts, code yan eh, at saka yung title ng account. No? So, general journal, dapat meron siyang date, reference, brief description, account title, debits, and credits. Likewise, yung sales journal, may date, customer's TIN, customer's name, address, description, reference document number, or sales invoice. And then we have the amount, discount, what amount, net sales. Then we have purchase journal, date, supplier's TIN, vendor's name, address, description, reference, document number, sales invoice, amount, discount, what amount, and then the net purchases. Inventory book, we have the date, product name, description, unit, price per unit, and then the amount, no? So the Commissioner of Internal Revenue or its authorized representative can prescribe additional fields when needed, no? So transaction integrity and security system controls. Ano tong transaction integrity and security system? Ito yung mga feature na sinabi din kanina doon sa RMC 5-2021, no? So, taxpayer carrying on a business with an electronic business system must ensure the adequate controls are in place, no? So, ano yung mga controls na kailangan? Excuse me, Harry, yung mga email handouts na padala na lahat sa kanila. Okay. So, pati yung luma, yung 29-2002, napadala sa kanila yun. So, okay lang yun. Pero, at least na, na-amend na yun ng 5-2021. Kasi, nandun nakalagay yung record retention, which we'll discuss after this, no? Meron pa tayong isang topic after this, no? So, what are the security, no? Kailangan? Access control to ensure that only authorized users can have access to a computer system to process data. So, authorized users lang. Input and output controls that ensure the accuracy and security of the information created, received, and transmitted. No? Kasi anong silbi kung mga mali naman yung information na ibibigay ng computer? Processing controls that protect and ensure the integrity of the information sa process. Backup controls guarantee the retention of backup copies of electronic records, computer programs, system documentation, and recovery of electronic records in case of system failure. So, yun po talaga ang purpose ng backup, no? There are some, especially yung mga big companies, na ang kanilang mga backup controls nandun sa ibang bansa, no? And sometimes, may backup sila sa US, may backup sa Australia, may backup sa US, UK, may backup sa Singapore, no? Hindi isa lang. Controls to ensure there is no accidental or intentional editing or deletion of recorded or completed transactions. Okay. Changes to any recorded transaction must be made by journal entry, be adequately documented, and ito yung dapat napakita ng system na kung sino yung persons making the modifications. Yun nga sinasabi ko sa inyo na nakalag sa system, no? The date of change, the previous transaction details, the current transaction details, and the reason for the change or deletion. No? So, very important yan, especially sa sales. Pero mo, i-delete mo yung million-million na sales. No? Changes to business system. If changes to the operating and or electronic business system occur, the capability to access and retrieve data must be preserved. No? So, kahit mag-enhance ka pa ng system, yung access at saka retrieval ng data must be preserved. No? Changes must not result to a loss. No? Dapat hindi nawawala yung data. Distraction or alteration or binago yung information and the data. No? Adequate documentation must be retained to preserve accurate chronological record of the changes. Chronological, sunod-sunod, including any changes to software or systems and the format of the files. These changes must be reported to the BIR before implementation of such changes. No? So, before implementing new business system, the taxpayer must ensure that, no? So, ito yung bagong business system, dapat ensure ng taxpayer na there is a sufficient detail that will be captured and produced to ensure proper determination of internal revenue taxes administered by the BIR. So, yung source document or tax base ng taxes should be preserved. No? Audit trail of the transactions preserved. Adequate internal controls incorporated in the system, no? To ensure all transactions are recorded accurately and completely. No? So, sa 5-2021, ginawa na to ng taxpayer. Siya na mismo nagsabi, apayan, pinadeclare sa kanya, and then pinirmahan niya, pinanotarize, no? So, ito mga sinasabi dito sa 9-2009, nandun dito sa 5-2021, sa technical description. The system ensures transaction integrity and security. The system will capture and save readable format the information required by BIR. BIR auditors will have access to all information. No? Naalala ko to. nung nag-evaluate kami ng isang system, which is global, the country manager here in the Philippines has no access and they are not given access by the parent companies, no? So, anong ginawa namin? Hindi pwede bigyan ng permit. Kasi permit yung binibigay pa noon, no? Hindi sila pwedeng bigyan ng permit to use computerized accounting system without giving access to the BAR, no? Since in that case, kahit nga country manager nila walang access, no? So, hindi sila binigyan ng permit. Pag hindi ka binigyan ng permit to use computerized accounting system, balik ka sa manual. Kasi the manual books of accounts is the default. Kung wala kang loose leaf, kung wala kang computerized, then doon ka sa manual. No? Ano naman pala itong loose leaf? Itong loose leaf, ito yung pwede mong gamitin yung mag-print ka lang sa Excel, mag-print ka sa computers, and then, but you must have a permit to use loose leaf books of accounts. And after that, at the end of the year, yung mga loose leaf books of accounts mo, i-arrange mo yan, i-print mo sila sequentially, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, and according to the date. And then, i-book bind mo sila, bigyan mo ng affidavit as to how many pages yung books of accounts mo, the kind of books, and then yung transaction date mo, and then, permahan ng authorized person, i-book bind, no? Parang libro siya. And then, dalhin mo sa BIR 15 days after the end of your taxable period. And then, tatakan niya ng BIR. Pag tatak ng BIR, ibalik din yung book sa'yo. No? So, hindi yan sinasubmit sa BIR ang books, ha? Ang books nasa inyo yan. Isubmit nyo lang ang books ninyo pagka hiningi during the tax audit. But, after the tax audit, it should also be that your books should be returned to you. No? Hindi yan sinasubmit sa BIR. Pinapatatakan lang. And even itong record retention natin dito, na ilagay mo sa CD yung records mo, yung CD na yan, tatakan lang yan ng BIR, after that, ibalik sa'yo. Hihingin lang yan ulit during the audit. No? So, BIR auditors will have access to all information produced by the system. No? So, kasi pag hindi nga siya binigyan ng access, wala ring permit. No? Adequate backup and restore procedures will be in place to safeguard information required by the BIR. System will continue to offer capacity to export the required information into a commonly used non-proprietary format. Why? Para magamit siya ng BIR, no? Ma-apply yung audit software ng BIR. Ito na, electronic records maintenance and location requirements, no? So, maintenance, very important. Taxpayers' computer hardware or software shall accommodate the extraction and conversion of written electronic records. No? Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, basahin nyo yung 16-2006. Conversion niya ng electronic records. Records that are retained by copying or backing up data to another medium must be done in accordance with the manufacturer's suggested procedures. No? Kaya yung sabi ko sa inyo, yung mga DVD, CD, i-record ninyo dyan yung inyong business transactions or electronic records and then patatakan yan sa BIR. No? So, taxpayers' responsibility, ensure current and prior period data files has been archived. And how many years nang po ngayon ina-archive? 10 years, no? Or back up properly and adequately to meet books and record-keeping obligations, no? Okay, so when backup of electronic files are being used, no, the method of record retention procedures, no, ensure that the backup data files can be restored in format that will be accessible and usable by the BIR, no? Hindi coded o kung coded man nandun yung master file. No? Ensure that the intended data is actually being written to the medium being used, no? Dapat na hindi nabura, no? Ensure that the backup procedure does not overwrite prior period backups or logs, no? Destroying them. Kasi may ano din yan yung paglalag, malaking memory yan nire-require ang system. Kaya karamihan, dito sila bumabagsak sa yung memory nila na maliit lang, hindi nakaka-log lahat ng activity. No? So ensure that the medium is uniquely labeled in a readily identifiable manner. No? Ensure that the log is prepared to identify what records and data have been recorded on such medium. Ensure that the log states how long this medium is to be retained before it can be overwritten or discarded. Also, ensure the name of the software and the version number used to create the record are noted on the medium label and in the log. Ito yung version number ng software na binili mo. No? Kasi sa supplier, napakarami nilang software. So, dapat yung sa'yo is specified kung anong version number. No? Ensure that the proper electronic business system software and operating system are available to restore the backup files to their original environment. Also ensure that there is periodic testing of backup records to verify that the backup records can be restored into an electronically readable format. So, wala na yung reason ng taxpayer na kasi po nasunog yung aming computer, kasi po nawala kasi nanakaw. No? So, andyan, responsibility niya yan. Ensure lahat. Location, records must be kept at the taxpayer place of business in the Philippines or another place designated by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. No? So, upon request, be made available to revenue officers for audit purposes na. Yung under audit na siya. No? Yung pag-request dyan during business hours. Records kept outside the Philippines, accessed electronically from the Philippines, are not considered to be records in the Philippines. Siyempre, hindi siya record in the Philippines. Nasa abroad siya. However, whose records are maintained electronically in a location outside the Philippines, the BIR may accept a copy of the records provided these are made available in the Philippines in an electronically readable and usable format for BIR officials. No? So, lahat ng records must be kept clearly labeled and stored in a secure environment in the Philippines. No? Backup of electronic records stored at a site other than the business location. Kasi, paano ka makapag-backup kung yung backup mo nasa same business location? So, pag may nangyari dun sa location na yun, wala na. No? So, it must be stored somewhere. Okay. It is the taxpayer's responsibility to produce the records for inspection no matter where those records are located. So, yung records mo, nilagay mo sa Mindanao, nilagay mo sa Manila. No? So, kung kailangan na ng commissioner at papapresenta yung mga records nyo, then, make it available. No? Otherwise, you will be penalized. No? Businesses that operate via the internet are hosted on a server located outside the Philippines should be cognizant of their responsibility to maintain the records within the Philippines. Internet-based businesses have the same responsibilities related to record retention as all other business operations. So ito na yung basis ko na dapat yung mga online sellers, no? They have to maintain electronic records, no? Ito yung basis ko sa Revenue Regulations 9-99, 2009, no? Ano sabi dito? Internet-based businesses. Ano tong internet-based businesses? Online sellers, no? Have the same responsibilities, no? Yung same obligation related to record retention as all other business operations, no? So, dapat retain talaga sila ng records electronically. No? Use of third party. Use of third party for electronic record management. No? Taxpayer may engage the services of a third party to provide custodial and or management services of the record and shall notify the BIR prior to such arrangement. No? Such utilization of a third party shall not relieve the taxpayer of its obligations under these regulations. No? Ito na yung importante pa na isa, no? The access and submission of electronic records. No? Taxpayer may arrange to provide BIR with hardware, software, personnel resources to access the electronic records. Kaya tingnan nyo may tao talaga na kasama. So, wag din kayong papayag na during the audit, walang taong kasama yung mga BIR, no? Kasi, to safeguard also your system. The taxpayer may arrange for a third party to provide the hardware, software, and personal resources necessary to access the electronic records. O, kaya nga kailangan may appointment, no, date para lahat may personnel na mag-a-assess, no, provided sa taga-BIR. Taxpayer may convert the electronic records to standard record or format specified by Regulation 16-2006. No? Kasama na yung copy of files, magnetic medium, agreed by the BIR. Taxpayer and the BIR may agree on other means of providing access to electronic records. Alternative storage media. Ito yung sa retention sa record retention So, ano yung kailangan? Hard copy documents received for produced in the normal course of business required to be retained under this regulation to microfilm, no, microfiche or other storage only imaging system, and may discard the original hard copy of the documents, no, provided the conditions enumerated are met. Documents which may be stored on this media include general books of accounts, journal, voucher registers, general subsidiary ledgers, supporting records of details. Okay. So microfilm, microfiche, other storage image systems shall comply with the documentation, no, establishing the procedure for converting the hard copy documents to microfilm. Procedures must be established for the effective identification, processing, storage, and preservation of the stored documents. Okay. Okay. So, person in authority within the organization has confirmed in writing that the program will be part of the usual and ordinary activity of the organization's business. No? Also, upon request by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, taxpayer must provide facilities and equipment for reading, locating, and reproducing any document maintained on microfilm, microfiche, or other storage only imaging. No? Okay. Displayed on such equipment or reproduced on paper, documents must exhibit a high degree of legibility and readability. So, dapat nababasa siya. No? Okay. Legibility is defined as the quality of a letter or numeral that enables the observer to identify it positively and quickly to the exclusion of all other letters or numerals. No? So, all data stored on microfilm, microfiche, other storage only imaging system must be maintained and arranged in a manner that permit the location of the particular record. No? So, anong isang requirement? Yung logbook, no? So, logbook shall be maintained to include the following, no? Date of the imaging. So, kung scan ka na ng mga copies, signatures of the person authorizing and performing the imaging, the description of the record's image, the written source documents, no? are destroyed or disposed of after imaging and the date a source document was destroyed or disposed. No? Prior permit from BIR is required before use of microfilm, microfiche, and other storage-only imaging system. Effect on hard copy record-keeping requirements. Okay. So, ano yung effect ng hard copy record keeping? Okay. So, taxpayers are not relieved of their responsibility to retain hard copy records that are created or received in the ordinary course of business required by existing law and regulations. No? Hard copy records may be retained on a record-keeping medium as provided in Section 8. No? So hard copy records are not produced or received in the ordinary course of transacting business when the taxpayer use electronic data interchange technology. Okay. Hard copy records generated at the time of the transaction using credit card or debit card must be written unless all the details necessary to determine correct tax liability relating to the transactions are subsequently received and retained by the taxpayer. No? So computer printout created for validation, control, or other temporary purposes need not be retained. So electronic records retention or time period. All records required to be retained under this regulation shall be preserved pursuant to Section 235 of the NIRC unless the BIR has provided in writing that the records are no longer required. No? So registration requirements, all computerized books of accounts, electronic records, record keeping, electronic business systems, and components thereof shall be registered with the Bureau of Internal Revenue in accordance with RMC 29-2002 and all others pertinent issuances. Penalty, doon sa RMC 5-2021 yung 7-2015 na yung penalty, no? Okay. So, yan po yung ating discussion on 9-2009. Yung sunod po natin na discussion sa inyo is about the record retention and management. No? Hmm?
236. Yeah.
Okay. So, let's continue, no? Tuloy-tuloy na natin kasi 4 o'clock past na, magpa 5 o'clock na. Tuloy na lang po natin itong record retention and management, no? So, ano yung document retention, no? It is a retention program that includes systematic storage, tracking, and destruction of business document and records. So, ito yung paano natin minamanage. So, anong gagawin natin doon sa records, no? It identifies the records that need to be kept and outlines guidelines for how long different record types should be stored and how they should be destroyed. So, ang dito sa atin, ang requirement ng BIR at least 10 years, no? Okay, so why record retention matters? Disclosing too early, no? Because it will help you from litigation. Ang dami talaga kasi yung record retention, yan yung records mo. Once na accurate yan, you can be protected by that records, no? Okay. Hanging on too long, be careful not to share or destroy the right record, no? Na important, no? So, every record will eventually pass its retention period, which is when it becomes important to be sure you're clearing out clutter, no? Okay. So, the more sensitive records you have stored, the more sensitive information there is to lose. Okay, also you can avoid running the legal risk kung meron kang documentation, no? So, example in this 2017 banking giant Morgan Stanley was fined $13 million partly because of poor record retention and management, no? Kahit na yung sa BIR, nagpa-penalty din sila yung walang records na pinoproduce, no? So, improperly storing client information are shredded or destroyed records before the required retention period, bringing swift legal punishment for disposing too early. No? Basta early ang disposition mo, wala pa yung limit na, in this case, 5 years, then you will be penalized. Exposing to data theft and breaches, no? So, ma-avoid natin yan if we computerize. Okay. Excuse me. Morgan Stanley daw, learn the hard way. Kasi pagka wala kang system na gagamitin, you learn it the hard way. No? May mga trial and errors. So Morgan Stanley learned the hard way about how important proper record retention is, but detention is a double-edged sword. No? If record past the retention periods and start to accumulate, the danger is increased. Chances for information to be stolen or lost. No? Business records retention time sa atin, 10 years. No? So, tapos tayo dyan. Okay. So, what is this program retention program? Records retention program. Provides for the systematic review, retention, and destruction of documents received or created in the course of business. Systematic review, retention, destruction. Okay. Record retention program will identify documents and business records that need to be maintained and contain guidelines for how long certain documents should be kept and how they should be destroyed. Okay. So why create a program record management? Important, no? For many reasons. Record retention program can protect you in litigation and help ensure compliance with federal and state laws and regulations. Okay. So yung ibabasahin nyo na lang yan kasi that is for your eyes only. No? I-highlight ko na lang sa inyo yung mga importante. How long to keep a document, how to store the document, how to dispose of the document, no? Will depend on the type of document. Okay, so question number 1, is there a legal requirement for keeping the documents? Kung yes yan, then mayroon ka talagang gagawin, no? After the document is passed its useful life, what other purpose could it serve, no? Could it be used to support or oppose a position in an investigation or litigation, no? So yung document daw wala nang silbi, no? So ano yung purpose na masiserve niyang mga document na yan, no? Okay. What is the consequence of not being able to locate the document? Penalty, no? Pag na-tax audit kayo. Can the item be reliably reproduced elsewhere if needed? Yes, no? Okay. How do I implement a record retention program? Okay. Once you have the record retention program, you have to communicate it with your company. No? How do I store the records? Ito yung ilagay mo siya sa CD or DVD-R and then patatakan mo siya sa BIR. No? Okay. So business record retention times, type of record, articles of incorporation, permanent. No? So always yan. Bylaws, permanent. Capital stocks, permanent. Contracts and agreements, permanent. Legal correspondence, permanent. Minutes, permanent. No? Okay, so financial records retention times. Ito sa US po kasi ito, but I just show this for you as an example. No? So, sahin nyo na lang yan. Electronic document management system, ito yung mga retrieval, no? And then the safekeeping ng mga records. Okay, so what are these record storage facilities? No? So usually, ano to, yung building na safe, no? However, creating in-house storage area waste space and is cost prohibited, no? Prohibitive. Okay. What to keep and what to shred. Oh, you have to determine, no? Kasi yung hindi kailangan, i-shred mo na yan. And then yung kailangan, you have to keep those records. Okay. Records management is a must-have function of companies, non-profit organizations, government agencies, social agencies, medical, commerce, financial, and then schools, colleges, and universities. No, they generate information that needs kept for a defined amount of time. No, individual households also need to practice good records management. Okay. Okay, so records management addresses the three phases of life cycle. First is the creation or the receipt of the record, then the maintenance, storage retrieval of general use of record, and then the third one is the disposal of record. No? Creation of receipt or records, no? Kung sa system yan, system na yan nag-generate. No? Okay. Maintaining and storing records. Develop operations to store the record. No? Okay. When is the record is out of storage? It is vital to good records management to have a system in place to determine who has the record, where they have the record, and when they intend to return the record. No? Okay. Safe storage of records, kailangan safe po, hindi yung ay nawala, ay nasunog, no? Kailangan safe. Archiving of records, no? So very important. The archival processes are part of the maintenance phase of record management. No? So determining when a record becomes eligible for archiving is part of record management. Selecting where the records are archived and how long the records are archived are also part of this function. Okay. Disposing of records, no? So, kung ni-require kayo to keep that for 10 years, after 10 years, saka ninyo i-dispose. But, there are records na in perpetuity, no? Perpetual, walang katapusan. You have to keep them. Ano yon? Yung mga SSS, no? Ng tao. Kasi, benepisyo nila yan. So, hindi pwedeng i-discard. Other consideration for records management, basahin nyo na lang po yan. And then the role of records management in the organization, very important po. No? Kasi when you arrange your records such that malaking tulong po siya pagkailangan. Okay. Statistical assistance to decision making. Of course, kapag meron kang complete na data about how to make the decision, meron kang basis. No? Avoiding information loss, yes, very important yan. No? So, parang walang information loss, dapat yung place mo is such that secured yung place mo. No? Okay. Records management, make sure there are preventive processes in place. No? Okay. Organizational benefit of good records management, it improves efficiency. No? And then it was found to be faster, easier, and decision making is improved by immediate analysis and information retrieval. System na yan. Okay? Outsourcing as an option. Pwede din ipa-outsource ninyo yung inyong retention ng mga documents, no? Kasi kung marami na, it can be outsourced, no? But be sure na ginawa nyo yung kontrata sa outsourcing on a legal way, no? Para to pinpoint responsibilities. Okay. The service ensures stored information is collected and maintained as the client needs it for decision making. No? So, with that, I would like to say thank you. Kasi we have discussed this afternoon yung registration of computerized accounting system, and then we discussed the Revenue Regulations 9-2009. We also discussed the record retention management, no? So, record retention management is very important, especially kung nandiyan na, tapos na yung records mo, how you manage it, how you retrieve it, how you dispose it, lahat yan may mga requirements, no? And hindi tayo basta-basta shred ng ating mga records, no? Okay? So, on the first day, ano pong nagawa natin during the first day? We have the accounting equation, the debit and the credit, followed by the bookkeeping regulations V-1, which is the mother of all bookkeeping regulations na sabi ko sa inyo, 1947 pa, meron na tayong revenue regulations V-1. And then, in the afternoon, the preparation of the financial statements, you just expound. I give you already the pro forma, no? Expound yun na lang. And then, ngayong day, the second day, we discussed about the accounting softwares or the computerized accounting system, no? So, that was in the morning, we have a lecture and then video showing on how the electronic record keeping are processed, no, ng different softwares. And then in the afternoon, we discussed about the registration of the computerized accounting system, computerized books of accounts, yung ESS and the middleware, no? So we discussed about that. And then itong Revenue Regulations 9-2009, that in case na you will be audited and you are having a soft copy or computerized accounting system, then may mga format po ang BAR na dapat sundin, no? And we also discussed the record retention and management, which is 10 years now, no? So with that, I would like to say thank you. May mga ano pa, Hari? May mga comment, may questions?
Meron mga konti.
Oh, sige. Sige. So, yung kanilang evaluation na padala mo na? Please send back your evaluation and we will send you also your certificate. Pero yung doon lang nakakomplete, yung mga hindi, pasensya na kayo, but just attend our next free bookkeeping na gagawin po natin this coming May. Okay? So with that, I would like to say thank you and we will answer now questions.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Start na, ma'am.
Sige.
Opo, yung tanong po ni Arlie Garcimo.
Okay.
Paano daw po pag walang filing ng 1601C from January to December?
Oh.
Need daw niya mag-submit ng 1604C at ng Alpalis?
Anong ilalagay niya doon? Puro none.
Hindi daw siya nag-submit, ma'am, wala ng 1601C.
Kaya
buong
nga.
taon.
Kaya nga, so anong ipapalaman niya doon sa 1604C? So pwede ba yon? Ikaw, sa iyo yan eh.
Depende po ano yung nasa COR nila. Tsaka, kasi kung meron, dapat mag-file. Tapos kung meron
yes.
man, may penalty na siya kasi isang taon siya hindi nag-submit ng
Oo.
1601C.
I-file ninyo late lang, late filing. Para magkaroon kayo ng palaman doon sa 1604C nyo.
Pero kung wala naman sa COR,
hindi na kailangan.
Hindi na kailangan.
Sige, next.
Tapos, yun nga ma'am, kung pwede daw i-file ngayon yung 1601C from January.
Pwede.
Late
Pwede
na nga
po.
lang, para lang makasubmit
Pwede.
ng 1604C.
Pwede.
Opo. Tapos kay Ma'am Donnelly Fernandez, kung wala daw po bang deadline sa filing ng books of accounts?
Wala pong deadline. Ang hindi filing ang ano diyan ang tawag diyan, pagpapastamp o magpapareceive ng books of accounts. Wala pong deadline. But for the manual books of accounts, dapat hindi pa ubos yung iyong books of accounts, nagpagtataka na ulit ng bago, no? Sa computerized accounting system, wala po. Ang pinag-uusapan nandiyan yung audit na you have to reproduce or submit the electronic copy sa examiner. No? So, depende na lang yan kung kailan kayo issue ng letter authority for audit and investigation.
Tapos po, galing kay Queenie Aguro.
Okay.
Ask niyo lang daw ma'am kung may iba pa daw pong way para ma-expense ko po yung lights and water kasi po di nakapangalan sa akin yung Meralco and water bill. Sa tita ko po nakapangalan. Gusto ko po sana ilagay sa expense ko.
Magkaroon kayo ng side agreement or contract with your auntie na ikaw actually yung gumagamit nun. No? Gumawa kayo ng agreement or kontrata. Sige.
Ayun lang po ma'am.
Okay, so with that, I would like to say thank you. Ilan pa yung viewers natin?
47.
No? So I would like to say thank you. Magpa-thank you ka rin, Hari.
Maraming salamat po sa umattend. Yung certificate po sa next week na po yun masisend.
Okay. So thank you very much and hope na nakapagbigay po kami ng mga kaalaman about the bookkeeping. Nasabi ko nga sa inyo, if we try to look at it, advanced bookkeeping na itong ating dinidiscuss. No? So thank you very much and have a good day. No? Let's call it a day. No? Nakatapos tayo and thank God. No? Stay safe and may God bless us all kasi nandyan pa rin yung pandemic. No? I have talked with one kanina, yung kapatid ni Banji. Fourth wave na pala sila, nasa Hong Kong siya eh. Fourth wave na pala sila ng pandemic. Sa atin, hindi natin pinapansin kung anong wave na tayo eh, no? Basta tuloy-tuloy lang yung pandemic sa atin. No? Yan ang Pinoy, no? Okay. So, thank you very much and stay safe.